This video is perhaps the most important on this channel. Not only does this video contain about 50 prophecies from God that I could have made into 50 separate videos, but God used the Titanic submarine story as a focal point for these prophecies and prophetic signs in order to tell his truly important message for America right now. And regarding the Titanic submarine story, only in this video will you learn the true prophetic reason and purpose for why God designed this incident and story that captivated the world for many days. This will sound very strange, but the search and rescue effort for the lost Titanic sub, the sub that imploded, and the search and rescue effort for the lost actor Julian Sands on the mountain in California are prophecies from God that are predicting that 2 dirty bombs or a suitcase nuke will explode in Manhattan on December 2nd, 2023, and that US Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis on October 24th, 2023, and that the alien deception, demons pretending to be aliens, will begin on November 11th, 2023. The date that this video was posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Make sure you watch this video to the end. The information will constantly change, and it is really 50 videos worth of prophetic stories and signs from God. Just keep watching. Alright, this story that I will be telling in this video, it could be the most important, because it regards, it's so important. It's regarding the founding of America and God's hand on America. It is about America and the judgment, warning, and coming destruction of America. But so much is to be said, and this story will also tell the true prophetic purposes, the purpose for the Titanic submarine implosion story, the lost submarine that was investigating or touring the Titanic ship at the bottom of the Atlantic. That story that captivated the world for quite a number of days is only, the true purpose of it from God is only being explained in this video. It is amazing, and it is part of this story that I will be telling. There is so much to be said in this video. Make sure you watch all of this video. Like I'm saying, it could be the most important video on this channel. So as I wrote here, and I'm just going to read emails that I wrote regarding this at the time. This was written on June 20th. This was 2 days before the discovery of the submarine at the bottom of the ocean. This was 2 days, I believe, after it had gone missing, and 2 days before it was learned the fate of the submarine. But it is about much more than the submarine. This sign last year couldn't be fully understood until now, and I'm not referring to the submarine at all. I'm talking about this other sign, this prophetic sign when this man crashed his SUV into the Apple store in Plymouth, Massachusetts. At the time, the headline was that there were 17 injured in addition to 1 death. In fact, there were 17 injured that went to the hospital, but there were a total of 22 injured. This is astounding. There was 1 death, and so the 22 injured plus the 1 death makes a total of 23. This crash into the Apple store on November 21st, 2022, that's a typo, occurred 276 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris's plane will crash on August 24th, 2023. This ended up being a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on October 17th. This date was known ahead of time since, as you can see, since June 20th, this ended up being the day of the plane crash of the general named Wagner in Russia. And it was known that Wagner would be a prophetic sign somehow when he first came into the news, because the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, and that's what we are talking about here. We are talking about this prophetic sign in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The 54th Massachusetts prophetic story regards their heroic battle at Fort Wagner. And that's why this date here, which was known ahead of time, and it was known ahead of time, the prophetic, that Wagner would be prophetic, but it was not known how ahead of time. This date ended up being the plane crash death of Wagner, 54 days. And again, this 54 days connection was known ahead of time before October 17th, the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. Okay, so in other words, what I'm saying is that this analysis for 276 days is 100% correct. And if you still don't believe me, then when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove this. And again, this is because Wagner is 54th Massachusetts Regiment symbolism, because they fought at Fort Wagner. And this is the day of the plane crash of Wagner, 54 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. Okay, 276 is the 23rd triangular number. Not only that, but 276 comes from the shipwreck described in the book of Acts, chapter 27. The Boeing 747, that is Harris's Air Force 2, is a flying ship. Okay, so when her plane will crash, it will be a shipwreck. Furthermore, as it wasn't realized when I wrote this, we are talking about the shipwreck of the Titanic submarine, and for that matter, the Titanic. And so that's also why this is astounding. Okay, so again, so let's move on. The Apple Store hints at the image of the beast. Rather, it identifies the image of the beast. The image in Revelation chapter 13 that speaks an unutterable language, as John wrote, as translated from the Greek, which is computer code. The image of the beast is the smartphone, and Apple's operating system that will be used for purchases with digital currency. This is why, in between the date of this sign and the official release date of Apple's iOS 15 on June 7th, 2021, was 351 days. 351 hints at 3 times 5 times 1 equals 15. The Apple iOS 15 introduced for the first time the ability to upload a person's identification into the Apple Wallet app. The day that the Apple iOS 15 was released was also the day that a massive sinkhole opened up in the parking lot of a hospital in Jerusalem. This was the day that the first 117 nurses were fired from a hospital in Texas due to refusing the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist. And you know what I'm talking about, the thing that you can't talk about. The iOS 15 release was also 15 days after the cable car in Italy fell 15 meters with 15 people inside, and the day of the arrest of the political dissident after his Ryanair plane was forced by the Belarusian Air Force to land in Minsk. He was reported to be facing 15 years in prison for creating a social media platform on which people could criticize the government and its policies. The Ryanair sign hints at the Antichrist system and political cult of the left in America censoring speech it does not like, through labeling it quote-unquote misinformation. 351 days hints at 531 days, which is the length of a blood moon tetrad, which is 3 sets of 177 days. This 351 days connection, which hints at 531 days, is relevant because it hints at a sign in the night sky, a blood moon tetrad, and the day of the crash into the Apple store that killed or injured 23 people was exactly 23 months after the prophetic Saturn-Jupiter conjunction on December 21st, 2020, which was the day that Biden publicly took the thing. It will be explained more regarding the significance of this connection to the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in a minute. It is amazing. The story of the crash into the Apple store is focused on the driver of the Toyota 4Runner. He is currently being charged with murder, but he claims that the vehicle's accelerator malfunctioned and the brake would not work. His name is Bradley Rain. He is 53 years old. 53 hints at 5 times 3 equals 15. And this confirms that this crash into the Apple store points to the Apple iOS 15. Exactly 22 weeks after Bradley Rain crashed into the Apple store and injured 22 people was the day that he pleaded not guilty in a courtroom on April 24th, 2023, after the prosecutors claimed that he did not apply the brakes contrary to what Bradley Rain had told police. 22 weeks is extremely relevant because the number 22 is symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, which will be enforced through the use of digital currency and the Apple Wallet app. Okay, when food will be rationed, only those that have taken the mark of the Antichrist will be permitted to buy or sell food. In turn, Bradley Rain's plea on April 24th, 2023, of not guilty of intentionally crashing his 4Runner into the Apple store is exactly 4 months. 4Runner, 4 months before it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash. Again, that August 24th date was known ahead of time, and the analysis is 100% correct because that was the day of the Wagner plane crash, 54 days before Harris's plane is predicted to crash, and the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. 4Runner hints at 4 months. Harris's plane will crash near where the path of the eclipses will cross and engender an X over the country, which is also symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Because the reason why the number 2 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist is because the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist is described in Ezekiel chapter 9, which would have been a Tav mark. In ancient Hebrew, the Tav letter would have been an X, and the mark of the Antichrist affects one's chromosomes. Pairs of chromosomes engender an X. Anyway, also the mark of the Antichrist is the Tav letter is the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet and the 22nd letter. And the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, the book of Revelation, which is the 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. Bradley Rain crashed his 4Runner into the Apple store in Hingham, Massachusetts, which is in Plymouth County. The district attorney for Plymouth County is Tim Cruz, and it was Cruz that made official statements to the media on the day of the crash into the Apple store. Cruz is Spanish for cross. The mark of the Antichrist is designed to be a test of faith for God's church. The Plymouth colony was designed by God as the spiritual founding of America, God's Gentile nation for his church. The Apple store identifies the image of the Antichrist and points to the mark of the Antichrist. and Bradley Rain crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store in Plymouth County on November 21st, 2022, exactly 402 years after the Pilgrims first arrived in the New World and first anchored off of Cape Cod on November 21st, 1620, after a 66-day journey. 402 years hints at 42 months, a period of time in Bible prophecy that symbolizes the rule of the Antichrist. The Antichrist and the mark of the Antichrist are described in the 66th book of the Bible, the book of Revelation, and the number of the Antichrist is 666. Hence the 66 days journey followed by 402 years to the crash into the Apple Store. And both are in Plymouth. It's absolutely astounding. The Antichrist is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. The crash of the Forerunner into the Apple Store on November 21st, 2022, that killed or injured 23 people, was exactly 23 months after December 21st, 2020, the day that Biden publicly took the thing, and day of the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction, which was the 400th anniversary of the Pilgrims landing on Plymouth Rock. That's amazing, okay? The day the name Forerunner hints at this 400 years. 400 years is symbolic of the Antichrist. And in the Bible, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is a type for the Antichrist. And the Hebrew slaves fled Egypt after 400 years of affliction. The Pilgrims also fled political and religious persecution, and they saw their crossing of the Atlantic to the New World as analogous to the Hebrews' crossing of the Jordan River into the Promised Land. On the prophetic 400th anniversary of the landing on Plymouth Rock, the Antichrist's old pal, who will soon step down as the president in order that the Antichrist can become the president again, publicly took the mark of the Antichrist. This was also the day of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction that was the closest since 1226, the year 1226. Jupiter, the king planet in ancient astrology, is symbolism for the Messiah king, and Saturn, with its rings and six-sided atmospheric pattern on its pole, is symbolic of the Antichrist. Bradley Rain crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store and killed one person, Kevin Bradley. This was in Plymouth County. This coincidence of the name Bradley, Bradley Rain, and Kevin Bradley, again, Bradley Rain drove his Forerunner into the store and killed Kevin Bradley. This coincidence is designed by God to hint at William Bradford, the governor of Plymouth Colony. Plymouth County is designed to hint at Plymouth Colony. Bradford was a pilgrim that arrived on the Mayflower, and he was one of the first to sign the Mayflower Compact on the day that they first anchored next to Cape Cod, which was exactly 402 years before Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley in the Apple Store. That's astounding, because they signed the compact when they first arrived, on the day that they arrived. And Bradford was part of that, and he is the famous governor of the Plymouth Colony. On November 23rd, 1920, at a commemoration ceremony for the 300th anniversary of the Mayflower landing, then Massachusetts Governor Calvin Coolidge, who became the 30th U.S. vice president a few years later, said the following about the Mayflower Compact. And so, by the way, the fact that he became the 30th U.S. president is confirmation of the prophetic significance of his statements at the ceremony as governor on the 300th anniversary. Okay, this is what he said. The compact, which they signed, was an event of the greatest importance. It was the foundation of liberty based on law and order, and that tradition has been steadily upheld. They drew a form of government which has been designated as the first real constitution of modern times, the Mayflower Compact. It was democratic, an acknowledgement of liberty under law and order, and the giving to each person the right to participate in the government, while they promised to be obedient to the laws. But the really wonderful thing was that they had the power and strength of character to abide by it and live by it from that day to this day. That's very insightful too. It's not about simply the arrangement, the law, the Constitution, the paper. It's about the people that inhabit and have the strength of character to abide by it, have the moral character, which people do not have today, which is why the Constitution is ending and why democracy has ended now. It has already ended. And that's why. Anyway, the real truth is that, the deeper truth is that democracy can only be had by a Christian culture. The founders knew it. John Adams said that what they had created was only for a Christian people, a moral Christian people, and wholly inappropriate for any other type of people. And that's the case that is being demonstrated today as we speak. Today, William Bradford is the most recognized name of the original pilgrims that landed in Plymouth Rock. Bradford is regarded as the father of American history. His Journal of Plymouth Plantation has been called an American classic and the preeminent work of art in 17th century New England. Bradford drew deep parallels between everyday life and the events of the Bible. As Philip Gould writes, quote, Bradford hoped to demonstrate the workings of divine providence for the edification of future generations, unquote. What is interesting is that in God's signs, prime numbers are also significant. Bradford was the 2nd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th governor of Plymouth Colony. The only prime number that is missing in the sequence is the number 3. Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley in the Apple Store next to Pilgrim's Highway, State Highway 3. And this was on the anniversary of the on the anniversary of the Bradford and the Pilgrims signing of the Mayflower. On the exact anniversary. 402 for that matter, which is prophetic because it's Antichrist symbolism, and 400 years is Antichrist symbolism, as I explained. The Antichrist is the 44th president and the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school and will become the president again in 2023. In the Bible, the number 666 is associated with the Antichrist. Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley with his forerunner next to Pilgrim's Highway, State Highway 3 in Plymouth County, where Tim Cruz is the district attorney, and Bradley Rain injured 22 people for a total of 23 people. This was exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 days after Houston Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena hit his 4th home run of the postseason in the World Series in the fourth inning of the game, which was the winning run of the game. The name Forerunner hints at this. Okay, so his fourth home run in the postseason in the fourth inning was 6 + 6 + 6 days before the Forerunner into the Apple Store in Plymouth. This fourth home run was remarkable because rookie Jeremy Pena only hit a total of 6 home runs in his entire college baseball season. He played for the University of Maine, which is named after the 23rd state to join the Union. 23 people killed and injured by a Forerunner in New England hints at this fourth home run in the fourth inning that pointed to his college baseball in the 23rd state. In Summer League baseball, Jeremy Pena played for the prestigious Cape Cod Baseball League and played for the Plymouth Pilgrims. The name Pena is Spanish for rock. This hints at Plymouth Rock. He played for the Plymouth Pilgrims. His name is Rock, which hints at Plymouth Rock. Pena wears jersey number 3. And 6 + 6 days after Pena, player number 3, hit his prophetic fourth home run in the fourth inning was the day that Bradley Rain crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store next to Pilgrim's Highway, State Highway number 3. Pena plays for the Houston Astros, and Harris County is essentially Houston, the 4th biggest city in the U.S. Pena played college for the team named after the 23rd state, and his remarkable fourth home run, because he only hit 6 in college, in the fourth inning for the team from Houston County, was 6 + 6 + 6 days before Bradley Rain crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store next to Pilgrim's Highway, killing or injured 23 people. And this crash was into the Apple Store, and this crash into the Apple Store is 276 days before it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash, and 276 is the 23rd triangular number. And this connection is relevant and valid 100%, as I explained, because this date that it connects to, August 24th, in turn connects with 54 days, which hints at the Massachusetts 54th Regiment, to the date it is predicted that she will crash in her plane. On the same day that Jeremy Pena hit his remarkable home run, because he only hit 6 home runs while playing college baseball for the team from the 23rd state, which again, by the way, was 23 months exactly, the Apple Store crash. But after Biden took the thing on the Jupiter-Venus conjunction. Okay, so another 23 there. But anyway, okay, so let me rewind. On the same day that Jeremy Pena hit his remarkable home run, because he only hit 6 home runs while playing college baseball for the 23rd state, was the day that NASA rolled out its Artemis 1 space launch system onto the launch pad and announced this with a tweet that referenced Billy Joel, a singer that was nominated for 23 Grammy Awards and won 6 of them. 6 home runs for the team from the 23rd state hints at 23 Grammy nominations and winning 6 of them. Pena wears jersey 3, and after this game involving his prophetic home run, he had a postseason batting average of .333. Pena means rock. Rock symbolizes Jesus in the Bible, and 33 symbolizes Jesus, who was crucified and raised from the dead at the age of 33. Billy Joel had 3 hits to make it to number 1 on the Billboard chart. The third of his 3 songs to make it to number 1 was the song We Didn't Start the Fire from the album Stormfront, which was released on the day of the prophetic 1989 World Series earthquake during Game 3. This Game 3 earthquake was 33 years before Player 3's prophetic home run in the World Series in a game in which he had a batting average of .333. The 1989 World Series earthquake was known for the fires that it started around the San Francisco Bay Area. The song We Didn't Start the Fire, which was released in the album on the same day as the earthquake that started the fires around the San Francisco Bay Area, okay, this song, We Didn't Start the Fire, is a list song, and its fast-paced lyrics include brief references to 118 significant political, cultural, scientific, and sporting events between 1949, the year of Billy Joel's birth, and 1989, in mainly chronological order. Again, the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The 22nd event listed in the songs is things. That's astounding. Okay, God pointed to this World Series earthquake through Jeremy Pena's home run in the World Series on the day that NASA tweeted about Billy Joel. And as I'll mention in a second, the rollout of the Artemis was hit by a storm, and 33 years earlier in the World Series in Game 3, his album Stormfront was released, which has a song, We Didn't Start the Fire, and the earthquake started fires. And that song, in it, God pointed to, in other words, is a list song, and he pointed to the 22nd event listed, which is the things, which, as I mentioned earlier, the number 22 symbolizes the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. So there was a historic time in history when things became big, and Billy Joel referenced this in his song, and it's the 22nd thing listed. It's stunning confirmation that the thing God pointed to, and therefore is the mark of the Antichrist, which will be enforced through Apple, the image of the Antichrist, as I explained. All right, and so that's the connection to the Apple Store crash. Okay, so and by the way, that connects with 6 + 6 + 6 days to Jeremy Pena's home run, as I explained, which was all about how he hit 6 home runs in college. Okay, so this is why the third song of Billy Joel's to reach number 1 on the chart, the song We Didn't Start the Fire, was released on an album on the same day as the 1989 World Series earthquake that was known for the fires that it started, which was 33 years before the prophetic World Series home run by player number 3, who had a batting average on that day of .333, which was the same day that NASA rolled out its Artemis 1 onto the launch pad and made a reference to Billy Joel in its tweet. In turn, the rollout of Artemis and the 4th home run in the 4th inning involving player number 3, who played for the Plymouth Pilgrims, was 6 + 6 + 6 days before the forerunner injured 22 people next to Pilgrims Highway, State Highway 3. Therefore, God arranged all of this in order to point to the 22nd event in Billy Joel's song, We Didn't Start the Fire, which is, in the song, the 22nd event is things, in order to identify things as the mark of the Antichrist. This is the reason for this connection between the 22nd historical event in the song and the 22 injured in the Apple Store, which was exactly 22 weeks before Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty. And God used the Apple Store incident to identify Apple's digital wallet as the image of the beast that will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. God warned Noah 7 days before the flood judgment began, and 7 days after the rollout of Artemis and the Billy Joel tweet by NASA was the day that Artemis was hit, as in home run hit, on the launch pad by Hurricane Nicole. The highest wind speeds were recorded at Kennedy Space Center. This is why Billy Joel's album is named Stormfront. On the day of Hurricane Nicole in Florida, a video went viral that showed two sharks swimming in tandem across the flooded street of Hutchinson Beach, Florida. In Bible prophecy, there are two antichrists that are described as being beasts, and the beast comes out of the sea in the prophecy, which is what was symbolized by the two sharks that came out of the sea and swam over the street in Hutchinson Beach during Hurricane Nicole. God used Hurricane Nicole and Hutchinson Beach in order to identify what precisely is the Nicolaitan doctrine, as in Nicole, of our day, that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those who teach this doctrine and those who have the works that are a product of this doctrine, which is the doctrine of Anne Hutchinson, which is why Hutchinson Beach and Hurricane Nicole. The leader of the antinomian controversy, also known as the Free Grace controversy, in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Now, I should just interject, first of all, make sure that you watch the 23 church signs video, arguably the most important video on this channel. God has given me a voice through these predictions in order to tell you the information in the 23 church signs video is true. Make no mistake. This is the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction. It is to identify to you what precisely is the Nicolaitan doctrine. There is something called anti-intellectualism today, which is the belief that one's ignorance is equal to another person's knowledge. But the prophet Hosea said, "Because you reject knowledge, I reject you from being my priests. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because they rejected knowledge." So those that say, "I don't need to know about doctrine, I just love Jesus." First of all, deepening our love is through deepening our knowledge of God. And that's what doctrine is. And it's the false man-made Nicolaitan doctrine that the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have today, especially evangelicals. This isn't something about the so-called liberal mainline Protestant denominations or Catholicism. Absolutely not. God is speaking directly to the evangelical church of Laodicea. And the root of the bad tree is the bad fruit. The bad tree is the Nicolaitan doctrine, which is sovereign grace and free grace, Reformed theology, which come in the packages of Calvinism and dispensationalism, and both lead to the heretical doctrine of once saved, always saved. All of this is literally rooted in Gnosticism, because Augustine corrupted the Western Church in the 5th century, and he was a Gnostic, an official auditor in the Manichaean sect for 9 years before joining the Catholic Church. And his latter writings are what corrupted the church. And Calvin disparaged the other early church fathers, those that came long before Augustine, those that knew the apostles or knew someone that did and spoke the original language. He disparaged them and only quoted Augustine and titled his writings Systematic Augustinianism. The Bible isn't meant to be studied or known systematically, first of all. And contrary to how evangelicals understand their Bible, it's not meant to isolate passages in order to proof text a particular doctrine. The Bible needs to be understood as a whole, which evangelicals don't do. They isolate particular passages and ignore the others that contradict it, which are numerous. And they also invent workaround solutions to the obvious texts that contradict their doctrine. And Luther, the other Reformed theologist that we inherited, or the Protestants inherited their theology from, was an Augustinian monk. Anyway, all of this doctrine, Reformed theology, is also, besides once saved, always saved, it is also the myth of imputed righteousness as evangelicals understand it. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, one verse that Luther took out of context and twisted to develop and support his entire theology. All Christians will be raptured. The supposed dispensational age after the rapture, complete, awful, horrible nonsense, and on and on. And predestination, this horrible doctrine that says God knows ahead of time who is going to hell and who is going to heaven. That God is my devil, by the way. So anyway, that's there you have it, the Nicolaitan doctrine. Now make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Again, that's why Hurricane Nicole, there's more to it. I don't know if I explain it in this video or not. There's lots more to Hurricane Nicole, but also the big sign in it, the viral video of the two beasts that came out of the sea in Hutchinson Beach, which hints at Anne Hutchinson. And this isn't the only instance in which God has used the name Hutchinson either. There was the Helena Hutchinson who was shot on the movie set by Alec Baldwin, and other Hutchinson signs as well. So I'll leave it at that. Let's continue with this video though. In the Bible, the Hebrews escaped slavery and persecution from the king of Egypt after 400 years of affliction. Likewise, the Pilgrims escaped religious and political persecution from the King of England, and they saw their crossing of the Atlantic to the New World as analogous to the Hebrews' crossing of the Red Sea and the Jordan River when they entered the Promised Land. Bradley Rain's crash of his Forerunner in Plymouth County hints at this 400 years. With his Forerunner truck, Bradley Rain killed or injured 23 people exactly 23 months after December 21st, 2020, the 400th anniversary of the Pilgrims' landing on Plymouth Rock, which was symbolic of the rock, Jesus, that America was founded on. That's why the importance of Plymouth Rock, by the way, because rock in the Bible is symbolism for Jesus, and this is the founding of America, therefore founded in Jesus. This was the day of the December 21st, 2020, the 400th anniversary, was the day of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, which was Antichrist symbolism. This crash into the Apple store next to Pilgrim's Highway in Plymouth County was a sign from God that signified the period of the Antichrist and the end of democracy, because it was exactly 400 years after the founding of America and birth of modern democracy with the Mayflower Compact that was signed by Bradford. Hence the name of the driver of the Forerunner is Bradley, and why the name of the person killed is Bradley. The Jupiter-Saturn conjunction was the first very close conjunction of these two planets since the year 1226. 1226 was the year that Francis of Assisi died, whom the first of the two antichrists, Pope Francis, is named after. The second of the two antichrists is the 44th president. 440 years hints at the number 44, and Francis of Assisi died in 1226. 440 years before famous Dutch painter Frans Hals died in 1666. Frans hints at Francis, and the year 1666 hints at the number of the Antichrist, 666. The Antichrist and the mark of the Antichrist and they are separated by 440 years, which hints at the second Antichrist, the 44th president. Okay? The Antichrist and the mark of the Antichrist are described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. The number 9 is the most important number in God's signs, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. 9 times 13 hints at judgment by the Antichrist. 9 times 13 equals 117. And this is why God uses the number 117 as symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. I'm going to interject here because I made one of the most profound videos that absolutely is foundational, essential, must be watched. It is titled "The Eclipse Peaks at 1:17 p.m. equals How Harris's Plane Will Crash on the date 10/17." And this is the video that you must watch. You might not even want to stop this video now, watch it and come back. It's not too long, and it explains everything about the number 117, which is very important. Okay, as well, Bible prophecy describes Rome as being the headquarters of the Antichrist system, and ancient Rome is symbolized by the number 117. The Roman Empire reached its maximum expansion in 117 AD. The geography of Rome reached its peak at 117 AD, and the eclipse peaked at 1:17 p.m. over the geography of America. 117 days before Bradley Rain injured 22 people in the Apple Store was the day that a famous painting of Frans Hals was stolen from a museum in the Netherlands. William Bradford and other pilgrims began their voyage to the New World from the Netherlands. That's why this connection to the painting of Frans Hals, who was Dutch. The pilgrims first fled persecution in England to Amsterdam and then Leiden, Netherlands. It was the third time that the painting had been stolen. The prior 2 times were in 2011 and 1988. The painting was recovered after 6 months and 3 years respectively. 6 months and 3 years is a total of 3.5 years. It is mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy that the rule of the Antichrist is symbolized by 3.5 years. 3.5 years is 42 months. Bradley crashed his Forerunner next to Pilgrim's Highway 402 years after Bradford signed the Mayflower Compact, 66 days after Bradford and the Pilgrims left the Old World and the Netherlands. In God's signs, he pairs the numbers 9 and 23 together in order to confirm the signs and connections, and to identify the Antichrist. The basketball president who wore jersey number 23 became the president in 2009 and will become the president again in 2023. This painting was stolen for a 3rd time in 2020, 9 years after it was stolen in 2011, which was 23 years after it was stolen in 1988, which makes this a pairing of 9 and 23. And by the way, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel, because it works on the principle of 2nd and 3rd and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And when we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide us a second witness is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23. The number 9 is the most important number, as from the Bible, it symbolizes God's judgment, and the number 23 is the 9th prime number. And that is only scratching the surface of the reason for why God pairs 9 and 23. Okay. So again, the painting was stolen 3 times, and the intervals in between the stolen painting is 9 and 23 years. Okay. And one of them is in 2011, which also pairs with 9, by the way. The name of the painting that was stolen is Two Laughing Boys. This is a metaphor for the 2 antichrists, Pope Francis and Barack Obama. And again, Frans Hal died 440 years after Assisi died. And Frans Hal died in 1666. That also is the 2 antichrists, which also connects to the painter of this painting, Two Laughing Boys. It is possible to compare the politics of people of the left to boys, as morally, the left are immature children. However, the left and leftism is evil, and these 2 laughing boy antichrist boys, Francis and Obama, are evil. The painting is said to be valued at $18 million US. 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6, which hints at the Antichrist's number 666. Dutch police announced that the 2 laughing boys painting, valued at $18 million, had been stolen on August 27, 2020, which was exactly 1,800 days after the 2 antichrists met in the White House garden on September 23, 2015. This is astounding, and as I will explain in a minute, there were 2 famous Dutch paintings that were stolen from Dutch museums in 2020, but 2 stolen paintings, one of which was The Laughing Boys, was stolen 117 days, which is 9 times 13, before the prophetic conjunction of the 2 planets that was Antichrist symbolism. In the Bible, the devil is associated with the serpent in the Garden of Eden that deceived Eve. This description in Genesis chapter 3 also contains a prophecy regarding the seed of the serpent. This is also why, prior to the 2 antichrists meeting in the White House garden, Pope Francis gave Mass at Madison Square Gardens. And this is why, at their first meeting at the Vatican, Obama gifted a box of seeds from the White House garden in appreciation for Francis opening the papal gardens to the public for the first time. Additionally, there were 2 famous paintings by 2 famous Dutch painters stolen from 2 Dutch museums in 2020. This also hinted at the 2 antichrists that met in the White House garden. The other Dutch painting that was stolen from a Dutch museum has the word garden as part of its name. It was Van Gogh's Parsonage Garden at Nuenen in spring. 150 days is the equivalent of 3,600 hours. 36 hints at 666, as it hints at 3 6s, and also 6 times 6, and also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6, and the 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666, and 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36 equals 666. 3,600 hours is the equivalent of 216,000 minutes, and 216 equals 6 times 6 times 6. Furthermore, the Antichrist, Barack Obama, was born on the 216th day of the calendar year. The Dutch painting with garden in its name was stolen 3,600 hours, or 216,000 minutes, which is 150 days, before the 18 million Dutch painting, which again hits at 6 plus 6 plus 6, Two Laughing Boys, was stolen. Okay, so the interval between the 2 stolen paintings is also Antichrist symbolism, in other words. Okay, and the two laughing boys stolen that was valued at 18 million was 1,800 days, which is 600 plus 600 plus 600 days after the two antichrists met in the White House garden. The Van Gogh painting was stolen on literally the 167th birthday, 1 day shy, on a Sunday early in the morning. Okay? 167 hints at 1 times 6 times 7 equals 42. And in Bible prophecy, 42 is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist, as I mentioned. The Frans Hals painting was stolen on literally the 354th anniversary of Frans Hal's death in 1666. Strong's G354 is the word meaning a taking up, lifting up, used once in the 9th chapter of Luke to refer to the ascension of Jesus, which in the context of the Antichrist hints at the resurrection rapture event and the rescue of God's faithful from the persecution of the Antichrist, which is why Frans Hals died in 1666, 400 years after Francis of Assisi died in 1226, the year of the last close Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, which hints at the recent close Jupiter-Saturn conjunction on December 21st, 2020, exactly 400 years after Bradford and the Pilgrims first landed on Plymouth Rock, and 117 days after Frans Hal's painting was stolen. And Rome is symbolized by 117, and Pope Francis is the monarch of Rome. I just want to rewind here. Van Gogh's painting was stolen literally on his 167th birthday. Okay, and the Frans Hal's painting was stolen on the 354th anniversary of Frans Hal's death. That's very interesting. More confirmation for the Antichrist, the two Antichrists. The Two Laughing Boys painting was stolen in 2020, 2011, and 1988. This gives us 9 and 23 years intervals that hint at Obama. The day that Frans Hal's painting was stolen in 2020 was by far the deadliest day of the disastrous flooding in Afghanistan in 2020, which affected the US-led war in Afghanistan. From when Eve was deceived in the garden, it was 1656 years, 1,656 years until the flood. And don't get me wrong, I don't believe in the young earth. These are numbers that God has given us in the Bible, though. In the account of Noah's flood, the flood lasted for 150 days. From the stolen Van Gogh painting with garden in its name, it was 150 days to the stolen Frans Hals painting on the deadliest day of flooding in Afghanistan on August 26, 2020. From this flooding on August 26, 2020, and the stolen Dutch painting, it is 1,656 hours to, which is 69 days, which is also relevant because of the prophecy in Daniel chapter 9, to the referendum that was shoplifted on this date here. You know what date I'm talking about, that date in November of 2020. On that date in 2020, the official death toll from CVD disease reached 230,000, and this was exactly 999 weeks after 9/11. This 230,000 deaths and 999 weeks connection is a pairing of 9 and 23 that hints at Obama, and this was the day that the referendum was shoplifted. This was the day of the shoplifted referendum, which connects with 1,656 hours to the stolen painting that was also stolen 9 years and 23 years earlier One final connection is this. Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley, which hints at William Bradford of the Plymouth colony, after he crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store on Pilgrim's Highway in Plymouth County, 6 + 6 + 6 days after Jeremy Pena means rock, hit his prophetic home run that pointed to his college baseball and his time with the Plymouth Pilgrims, which hinted at Plymouth Rock. Forerunner hints at 400 years of affliction for the Israelite slaves in Egypt. Pena plays for the team from Harris County, which is the fourth and which is the fourth biggest city in the U.S., and his fourth home run in the fourth inning was in turn exactly 400 weeks after Harrison Ford crashed his vintage World War II airplane onto the golf course in California, the 31st state. The 31st state hints at Isaiah chapter 31 that describes the Antichrist and begins with, quote, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt," unquote. Harrison's drop from the sky and crash in the 31st state is symbolism for going down to Egypt. Harrison's crash hints at Kamala Harris's plane crash near the area, which will be near the area of the country that is nicknamed Little Egypt. Harrison's plane crash was in turn exactly 400 biblical years, and a biblical prophetic year is 12 months made of 30 days each, after the Pilgrims anchored off Cape Cod and wrote the Mayflower Compact. It was exactly, 400 biblical years in between the spiritual founding of the nation and Harrison's crash in the 31st state communicates the end of the nation and the rise of the new Pharaoh king of Egypt, the Antichrist king Barack Obama. The name Bradley Rain hints at the reign of the Antichrist king. The Antichrist king who will come to power and become the president again as a result of Harris's plane crash through replacing her and replacing Joe Biden. 400 biblical years is the equivalent of 144,000 days, and Bible prophecy speaks of a symbolic number of 144,000 people who will be rescued from the severe persecution from the Antichrist. These 144,000 of God's faithful are described in the 66th book of the Bible, the book of Revelation. The Pilgrim's journey across the Atlantic took 66 days, and the day that Bradford and the Pilgrims first anchored off of Cape Cod and wrote the Mayflower Compact was exactly 144,000 days, the equivalent of 400 biblical years, before Harrison Ford crashed his plane in the 31st state, which was in turn exactly 400 weeks before Jeremy Pena, who plays for the team from Harris County, whose name means rock, and who played for the Plymouth Pilgrims, hit his fourth home run in the fourth inning and wore jersey number 3, which was 6 + 6 + 6 days before Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley with his Forerunner next to Pilgrim's Highway, highway number 3, in Plymouth County. All of the information in this video, including and especially the controversial information, will be proven to be true when this prediction that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash comes to pass on August 24th, 2023, 276 days after Bradley Rain crashed into the Apple Store, killing or injuring 23 people, and 276 is the 23rd triangular number. And in the Bible, 276 souls were shipwrecked. Harris's plane crashed on August 24th, 2023, which will be a shipwreck, will be also exactly 4 months after Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty to killing and injuring 23 people with his Forerunner. And again, August 23rd was the day of the plane crash of Wagner, and it is 54 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. And Wagner hints at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, which hints back to Bradley Rain and Bradford in Plymouth Colony. This morning, the importance of the number 101 was realized. 101 is the 26th prime number. 26 is the value of Yahweh. These letters in Hebrew equate to, because Hebrew letters are also numbers, equates to 26. Within the number 101 is hidden God. This is why it was 101 passengers that arrived into Cape Cod on the Mayflower. God's hand was on the Mayflower and the spiritual founding of America. He was hidden in the 101 passengers because 101 is the 26th prime number. They arrived after 66 days at sea, and 66 is the 11th triangular number, and this also hints at 101. The 101 passengers on the Mayflower that arrived after 66 days. The 66 days journey averaged 2 miles per hour. 2 hints at 2 ones, and therefore 11, which hints at 101. Also, 10 years later, John Winthrop's 11 ships in his flotilla, as I explained earlier. The Pilgrims arrived in the 11th month. In the OS calendar, the Julian calendar, OS stands for Old System, I think, calendar, the date that they anchored and wrote the Mayflower Compact was 1111. So in the Julian calendar, the date that they anchored off of Cape Cod, their arrival date was 1111. This is why the serial number of the Titanic's propeller in the Titanic Images sign that was a prophetic sign on May 17th, 2023 is 101. So these new images of the Titanic that are procured from an amalgamation of 700,000 images to make a 3D image, it focuses on the propeller. The video clip that was produced focuses on the propeller and its serial number 101. In other words, God tattooed the number 101, if you will, on the Titanic. The voyage of the Titanic across the Atlantic and its sinking on its maiden voyage, the ship that was built unsinkable, was a judgment warning sign that pointed to the 101 passengers on the Mayflower. All right? What I'm saying is fact. Think about that. Think about the magnitude of that. That is only known on this video. This is extremely important. God's tied the Titanic to the Mayflower through the number 101 on the propeller of the Titanic. It is a sign communicating the 101 passengers, the pilgrims on the Mayflower, at the spiritual founding of America. And the Titanic is a judgment warning sign pointing to God's hand at the spiritual founding of America. This is the reason for the prophetic sign that is derived from the movie Titanic. Gloria Stewart was the oldest actor to have been nominated for an Oscar, and God uses records for his prophetic signs. For her role as Old Rose, who is 101 years old in the movie. Okay, so Gloria Stewart is a prophetic sign, and the Titanic is a prophetic sign, and the Titanic's number is 101, and Old Rose, who Gloria Stewart played, is 101 years old in the movie. Stewart died at the age of 100, and she would have been 101 years old on the 100th anniversary of the Titanic. Okay, so if you didn't get that, Stewart died. She played 101 years old Rose, and she died at the age of 100, and she would have been 101 years old on the 100th anniversary of the Titanic. The news of Stewart's death came out on September 27th, 2010. The date 9/27. 9/27 hints at the end times verse and last verse of the book of Daniel chapter 9, Daniel 9:27, that regards the symbolic final 70th set of 7 years, which is 2,520 days. And the final set of 7 years began in 2017. And the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction in this video is to prove this. Her death on 9/27 in 2010 was exactly 2,520 days. Again, 9/27 hints at the number 2,520. And her death on 9/27 in 2010 was exactly 2,520 days after the strongest solar flare ever detected on November 4th, 2003. And her death was exactly 2,520 days before the Great American Eclipse involving a sign involving the sun, which was the eclipse in 2017. Again, the symbolic beginning of the final 7 years. And that was one of the symbolic beginnings, the eclipse. And Gloria Stewart, her death is situated exactly 2,520 days before that and 2,520 days after the strongest solar flare ever recorded. In fact, this solar flare required a new category for solar flares that hadn't existed before this flare. The sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. Stewart was born on America's birthday on July 4th, 1910, exactly 93 weeks before the Titanic sank. That's absolutely stunning. Stewart was born exactly 27 years and 9 months, which hints at Daniel 9:27, and is also 333 months before the birth of Bartlett Giamatti, the 7th Commissioner of Baseball, who was born 726 days, which is symbolic of the rapture because the 726th word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance is the word rapture, which is when God's faithful will disappear and go to heaven and avoid the extreme persecution from the Antichrist. Okay, the 7th Commissioner of Baseball was born 726 days after astronomers observed a quote-unquote quite perfect crucifix on the surface of the sun. And the birth of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball was 7 years and 77 days after the birth of James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones read Giamatti's poem about baseball being a homecoming right before the earthquake during Game 3 of the 1989 World Series, right as player 33 crossed home plate. This was exactly 333 months, which is again 27 years and 9 months before the Temple Mount sign on July 17th, 2017, another symbolic beginning of the final 7 years. That is part of the parallel timeline with the 77's prophecy in Daniel chapter 9, which began the symbolic final 77s described in Daniel 9:27. Okay, I hope you got that. Okay, so let's see. Stewart was born 333 months, which is 27 months and 9 years, which hints at Daniel 9:27 and the 70th seven, the final 7 years, before the 7th Commissioner of Baseball was born. The 7th Commissioner hints at the 70th 7th years as well. And he died 7 years and 77 days after James Earl Jones was born. So he was born 7 years and 77 days after James Earl Jones was born. And James Earl Jones read Giamatti's poem about baseball being a homecoming, which is symbolic of the second coming. 333 months, which is 27 years and 9 months, which is at Daniel 9:27, before the Temple Mount sign, which began the final 70th 7 years. It was a symbolic beginning of the 70th set of 7 years in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, okay? So I hope you got that. I said it twice. Re-listen to this if you didn't. It's huge. Okay, moving on. Stewart was born 93 weeks before the Titanic sank, and James Earl Jones will die 93 years after his birthday, which will be 36 days before the predicted lion's roar solar flare on the surface of the sun. And James Earl Jones was the voice of the Lion King, hence the lion's roar. And he will die on his 93rd birthday, and he was born 93 weeks after Gloria Stewart was born. It's absolutely amazing. And Gloria Stewart, by the way, Gloria is, as in Gloria, the blowing of the trumpet from God, the glory of God. Stewart was born exactly 777 months before Bill Gates. Judgment begins at the gates, symbolically in the Bible. Founded Microsoft on the date 4/4, which hints at the 44th president, in 1975, which hints at the 44th president who will use computer chips and the image of the beast, which is the internet, and which is to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. Okay. And the founding of Microsoft on the date 4/4 was exactly 7 times 7 times 7 months, 343 months, before the strongest solar flare on November 4th, 2003, which was exactly 2,520 days, which hints at the 70th set of 7, before Stewart died, Gloria Stewart. This implies that Microsoft technology will be employed to enforce the mark of the Antichrist through digital currency that will be programmed after the coming eruption on the sun and eruption of Yellowstone will necessitate food rationing caused by food shortages. In other words, only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist will be able to buy and sell food, which is what all this connects to, because it all connects to the sun and the mark of the Antichrist. The strongest solar flare on November 4th, 2003 was exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 years, which is also 6 times 6 times 6 months, before Biden announced the details of his mandate for government workers on November 4th, 2021. And this is exactly 120 weeks. This is exactly 120 weeks before the predicted eruption on the surface of the sun on February 22nd, 2024. 120 weeks hints at the 120 years that God gave Noah before the flood judgment destruction. And Peter said the coming judgment would be symbolized by fire instead of water, hence the fire from the sun. The 77's prophecy in Daniel 9:27 consists of a total of 490 years, and exactly 490 weeks after Stewart died on 9/27 in 2010 was the day that graffiti was sprayed on Plymouth Rock on February 17th, 2020, in the 400th anniversary year of the Mayflower's crossing of the Atlantic. The date 2/17, February 17th, hints at another large boat. The Titanic was a large boat, thus the connection involving Gloria Stewart. That is described in the account of Noah's flood judgment in Genesis, the ark, as the flood began on the 17th day of the second month. Okay, so that's why Gloria Stewart died, who is known for her role as Old Rose on the Titanic, the oldest nominated for a Best Oscar for supporting actress. She died exactly 490 weeks which is 77s, which is the 77th prophecy, and she died on the date 927, which again hints at Daniel 9:27, the 77th 7, the 70th 7. So that's why it's astounding that we have a 490 years connection, because 77s is 490, and she died exactly 490 weeks before graffiti was sprayed on Plymouth Rock. And again, the Mayflower connects to the Titanic. But that date that the graffiti was sprayed on Plymouth Rock was February 17th. And that's the day in the account of the flood that the flood began, the 17th day of the second month. And the flood is about the ark, which is the ship, which hints at the Titanic and the Mayflower. This is absolutely astounding. The Boston bombing was exactly 101 years after the Titanic sank, which hints at the 101 passengers on the Mayflower that arrived in Massachusetts, where the Boston bombing was. That's an astounding connection too, by the way. That's huge. You got that, right? The Boston colony and Massachusetts, 101 years after the Titanic sank, with the 101 on its propeller, was the Boston bombing. That's more confirmation that the Titanic hints at the 101 passengers of the Mayflower, and is a judgment warning from God. On March 2nd, 2023, the Boston Bruins broke the record for quickest reach of 100 points in a season, with 101 points. They slaughtered the Buffalo Sabres, which hints at the slaughter of Buffalo in American history, with a score 7-1. 42 in the Bible is symbolic of slaughter, used in context of slaughter. And 42 days before, the 21-year-old document leaker was arrested in Massachusetts, and the day of the news of the slaughtered 18,000 cows, which hints at 666, 18, 6 plus 6 plus 6, in a fire. Okay, so let me repeat that. So the Buffalo Sabres were slaughtered by the Bruins. And in doing so, the Bruins reached 101 points and broke the record for quickest reach of 100 points. And this slaughter game involving Boston was 42 days before the 21-year-old leaker was arrested in Massachusetts. And it was the day of the news of the slaughtered 18,000 cows. March 2nd, 2023 is also 4,200 hours, which is the equivalent of 175 days, which is also the equivalent of 252,000 minutes, which hints at 2,520, that number from Daniel chapter 9 again, before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. And again, that's August 24th. But again, as I've explained it a number of times, that's a step in the trail to her predicted death on August 17th. The historic barge that is stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls. It hadn't moved in 101 years, but it moved for the first time 11 days before the 101-year anniversary of the end of World War I, which ended on 11/11 in 1918 at 11 a.m., 1,111 days before the beginning of the Blood Moon Tetrad on April 13th, 1949, which coincided with the rebirth of Israel. On 11/11 in 2019, 101 years after the end of World War I, a 220 pounds fireball flew over the Gateway Arch in St. Louis in a path that paralleled the path of the Great American Eclipse that passed over St. Louis. That same day, Mercury transited the sun, and the Dow closed unchanged to within 6 decimal places. This was only the third time the Dow had closed unchanged since the decimalization of the Dow. And the first time this occurred was 101 days after 9/11. The barge moved for the first time in 101 years, 110 days before the graffiti on Plymouth Rock, which was 490 weeks after the death of the actress that played 101 years old Rose in the movie Titanic. And by the way, the closing of the Dow unchanged to within 6 decimal places is absolutely absurd. And the I forget now, I don't want to look it up because I'm want to get through this video. It's mentioned in other videos, but the points in the actual close actually hint at the word unchanged in the Bible. It's a judgment. In other words, 9/11 was the judgment. 101 days after was the first time that the Dow closed unchanged. And then on the 101 anniversary of World War I, the Dow closed unchanged again, and the meaning of it is unchanged. That's the meaning of the Strong's Concordance word equivalent to the Dow closes number. You take my word for it. It's true, And anyway, that is communicating that America hasn't repented since 9/11. The status is still unchanged. America hasn't changed its ways. It is still on the course to destruction, which is what was hinted at with the Mercury transit of the sun, because the coming destruction will be from the solar flare that will knock out the nation's power grid on February 22nd, 2024, which will lead to food rationing and the eruption of Yellowstone volcano, for that matter. It will trigger it. And 101 days after the barge moved for the first time, a window was blown off of its hinges on the 41st floor of the famous Millennium Tower in San Francisco on February 9th, 2020. This is also the day of crashing waves on San Francisco's Embarcadero that were said to be unprecedented. The waves were said to be the result of the wind in conjunction with the king tide. On this same date, February 9th, 2009, the highest ever wind speeds in California were recorded at 209 miles per hour. The winds were recorded at an elevation of 9,186 feet on Mount Kirkwood. The 13th prime number is 41. The 41st floor of the tower in San Francisco hints at the two antichrists that are described in Revelation chapter 13. San Francisco hints at Pope Francis. The fall of the window from a high place hints at Barack Obama. And the word for high place in Hebrew is Bama. Luke 10:18. Because in Luke 10:18, Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven, and the name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barack means lightning. Bama is the word for high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it says that Lucifer fell from the high place, a metaphor for heaven. And furthermore, high place in the Bible is a euphemism for the false religious worship that the Jews would do to false gods on the tops of mountains. And O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from high place, from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said it anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he revealed the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Anyway, that's the reason for Bama here, and the high place of the window that fell from due to the high winds from the 41st floor of this tower, Millennium Tower in San Francisco. The Millennium Tower is famous for leaning 2 feet. 2 towers make up the Millennium Tower, which also hints at the two antichrists, and furthermore, the 2 towers on 9/11. One tower is 12 floors, and the other is 58 floors. for a total of 70 floors of the Millennium Tower, which hints at the completion of the 77th prophecy with the death of the Antichrists, after which there will be the millennial reign of the King of Kings. The Millennium Tower is also famous for being the residence of famous San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Montana. 49ers hints at the 77th prophecy. 49ers hints at the 77th prophecy, actually. In that prophecy, there's a number of 49 in there. Okay. And Montana is Spanish for mountain, which is a high place. Bama means high place in Hebrew. Montana wore jersey 16, which hints at 4 times 4, and the 44th president, Obama. In other words, the reason why Joe Montana, one of the most famous quarterbacks of history, and there's other prophetic signs, obviously, that tangent off of this, which I can't get into, but he played for San Francisco and was 16 because it identifies the 2 antichrists. And he lived in this tower, which is the sign involving the 41st floor, which hints at the 13th prime number, and the 13th chapter of Revelation, which the 2 antichrists are described. Because San Francisco hints at Pope Francis, and his number 16 hints at 4 times 4, the number of Obama. Furthermore, his name hints at Obama too, which means mountain, which is a high place, and that's what Bama means in Hebrew. The window was blown off of its hinges, off of Montana's building, and crashed from a high place on the same day as the unprecedented wind-driven crashing waves, on the same day as the record wind on top of the mountain in Northern California, which is a high place, the top of the mountain, Bama. The record wind on the mountain at the elevation of 9,186 feet on the day of the wind prophetic sign at the Millennium Tower, on the day of the king tide waves, indicates that the millennial reign of the King of Kings will begin in 2024, because 9,186 feet hints at 9 plus 1 plus 8 plus 6 equals 24. These signs on the 9th of February in 2020 connected with 101 days to the historic barge that for the first time in 101 years, and this barge is threatening to crash over Niagara Falls, a high place. That's amazing. So the barge moved for the first time in 101 years, and it was 101 days after this Millennium Tower sign, okay? And Niagara Falls is also a high place. And the graffiti on Plymouth Rock on the 17th of the second month connected with 110 days after the barge moved on the Niagara River. These signs on the 9th of the month and the 17th of the month of February in 2020 hint at Genesis 9:17 and God's sign regarding judgment, the rainbow. Niagara Falls engenders a perennial rainbow, and the historic rescue from the barge when it first got stuck is Noah's Ark symbolism. Furthermore, Obama is the rainbow president, who was president from 2009 until 2017. And Constitution Day is 9/17, and Obama is the unconstitutional president. 7 days after the Millennium Tower sign, which hints at the final 7 years in the 77th prophecy before the beginning of the millennium, the Christ's millennium was the beginning of the Leaning Tower of Dallas prophetic sign involving an 11-story tower. Okay? So, if I don't mention it, 7 days is also the number of days that God gave Noah as a warning for the flood judgment, and the king tide waves is symbolic of that. So 7 days later, we have another tower sign, and it's confirmed the connection to these two through the 7 days. And the tower was 11 stories, this Leaning Tower of Dallas prophetic sign. The 11 stories of this Dallas tower hinted at the 110 stories, which hints at 11, of the Twin Towers that collapsed in a warning from God of judgment on 9/11, which made this Dallas tower sign a judgment warning for the American Evangelical Church and its doctrine that is taught in the seminary schools in Dallas. And furthermore, the pastors are the problem, the gatekeepers of doctrine, of the man-made doctrine, that enforce the man-made doctrine and prevent the body of church, the body of Christ, from being the body of Christ, the dictators. It is a parallel with dictatorships, socialist dictatorships. People sitting in rows listening to the guy talk for an hour while no one else can talk. And anyway, also pastors commit grievous sin in two ways. First, Jesus forbid calling anyone their father or priest or reverend or pastor or teacher. Jesus is the only teacher, as Jesus said. So no one should have the title of pastor. Furthermore, the reason for that is because we are all equal brothers and sisters. But of course, pastors aren't. They get special privilege. They get handed the coffee to them when they walk in the door. They get the special parking spot. They are above. They have the authority to dictate things, etc. And the other grievous thing that they do is they receive money for their preaching, which Jesus strictly forbid. Okay? And the passages that they claim supports that they are entitled to get paid for their preaching are twisted out of context, and they leave out prior verses, etc. It's talking about nourishment, food. People were entitled to receive food for preaching, but not money. And money is the root of evil. Money is the root of the problem within the church. The institutionalized, money-driven church is what it is. And that's why Jesus, he knew. He knew that the problems would come about through money, through paid pastors. And that the bad doctrine would seep in. Because if you read the Bible on your own, you'll never, ever come to the conclusions of Calvinism and the theology that comes out of Dallas. You have to get taught this systematic theology. Anyone that comes to the faith in jail and doesn't get taught how to interpret the Bible will never, ever come to the conclusion of Calvinism and Reformed theology. Because if you read the whole Bible, it's clear that the Bible contradicts this theology, which is why this theology over the last 500 years has waxed and waned in popularity 4 times. Because people eventually figure out it isn't the Bible and then forget that it isn't the Bible, and then it becomes popular again. And currently we're in a peak of this Reformed theology, Calvinism nonsense. And the pastors are the problem, and people that give their money to the pastors are the problem. And the whole church system as it is, the ritual of going to the church and getting spoon-fed like a infantile person in a socialist dictatorship, an infantile citizen. Anyway, let's move on. So these are the connections involving the number 101 that come to mind right now. These signs ultimately point to the 101 passengers on the Mayflower and the spiritual founding of America in Christ, with Plymouth Rock being the symbolism of that. Also, Bradley Rain crashed his vehicle into the store next to Pilgrim's Highway in Plymouth County. He is 53 years old. Okay, well, at least he was at the time. Including Bradford, there were 53 passengers on the Mayflower that survived the first winter that they spent aboard the Mayflower before they disembarked in the spring of 1621. So almost half of the passengers died in the first winter on the Mayflower. But that 53 is also a confirmation that this is all about, that this Bradley Rain points to Bradford, because it was 53 passengers that disembarked the Mayflower after the first winter. Also, the Pilgrims began construction on the first building in Plymouth County on Christmas Day. Plymouth Colony, I should say. December 25th in 1620. Exactly 400 years before the man killed himself when he blew up his RV in downtown Nashville on Christmas morning on December 25th, 2020. Nashville was the only major city wholly within the path of totality of the eclipse. Eclipses are possible due to what astronomers refer to as the grand coincidence, which is that the sun is exactly 400 times bigger than the moon and also 400 times further away than the moon. So there's that 400 number again. Again, the Israelites were afflicted for 400 years before their exodus and then crossing the Jordan River into the Promised Land. And the pilgrims saw their crossing of the Atlantic to the New World as analogous to crossing the Jordan River into the Promised Land. And that's what God is pointing to. And that's why the judgment of the Antichrist is coming after 400 years since then. And also, by the way, this bombing in downtown Nashville is exactly 33 months, which is at Jesus, Christmas Day. Jesus died and was resurrected at 33, before the predicted dirty bombs in Manhattan. That's another connection that's explained in other videos. Also, exactly 400 biblical years, which is 144,000 days, after the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock on December 21st, 1620, was the day of the shortest lunar eclipse in 400 years. It was the Obama blood moon of the tetrad. So the tetrad was 4 blood moons in a row without any intervening lunar eclipses, all of which coincided with biblical feast dates, one of the 7 feasts in the Jewish calendar. That's a blood moon tetrad. There have only been, I think, about 8 or maybe 8 in the last 2,000 years. But the last few have been prophetic, and the ones in 2014 and 15 were extremely prophetic. And the third one of those is the Obama blood moon, as I like to call it, because, I don't know if I say it here, yes, I probably do. So let's just continue. Okay, so the duration of this Obama blood moon was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. It was on the date 4/4, which hints at the 44th president, American Pharaoh Antichrist. Okay, and it was the shortest blood moon in 400 years. And it was exactly 70 months, as in Daniel's 77's prophecy, after Obama went down to Egypt, which is 400 years slavery symbolism. So right after he became the president, Obama went down to Egypt. And the beginning of Isaiah chapter 31, as I said, begins with woe to those who go down to Egypt, which is why Obama went down to Egypt right after he became president. The first thing he did in order to deliver his speech to the Muslim world, to tell the Muslim world in Cairo, Egypt, that America is no longer a Christian nation because he's the Antichrist. Okay, and so that was 70 months exactly before the Obama blood moon, which was 400, which was the shortest blood moon in 400 years. But you know what? What I forgot here is that that blood moon is also 1109 months exactly after King Tut's tomb was discovered in the Valley of Kings. So that's more Egyptian symbolism. 1109 because 1109 hints at 110 and 9, which is 9/11, because it was 110 stories that collapsed of the Twin Towers that engendered the small earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, which was named after the 9-foot-high wall that was built by the Dutch to keep the British and the Indians out. And again, Washington marched down Wall Street in order to go into Trinity Chapel and consecrate the nation to God. And God pointed to that chapel because it was the only one that survived at the ground zero, and as I explained. So that's why 1109 is extremely prophetic. So 1109 months exactly after the King Tut's tomb was discovered in the Valley of Kings was the Obama blood moon, the shortest in 400 years, which is Egyptian Exodus Hebrews symbolism. And it was 4 minutes and 44 seconds long, and it was on the date 4/4, which confirms the 400 years. All right. Now, and the shortest blood moon in 400 years, that was 4 minutes and 4... Oh, I did say that right here. I did say that. Okay. And the shortest blood moon in 400 years, that was 4 minutes and 44 seconds on the date 4/4, was exactly 42 years after the World Trade Center Twin Towers officially opened on 9/11, which was in turn exactly 23 years after 4/4 in 1950, the day that the UN Trustee Council recommended that Jerusalem be made an international city, the biggest transgression the world will commit in the end times, which will be led by the Antichrist Obama. And that's why Obama is the 44th president, and why the UN Trustee Council recommended this Jerusalem be an international city on the date 4/4 in 1950, which hits at 44, and it was exactly 23 years before the World Trade Center officially opened on 4/4 in 1973, and God pairs 23 and 44 in his signs to confirm the signs and connections. I just found this. The first lunar eclipse in 400 years to occur on the winter solstice was the headlines in the mainstream media. It occurred on December 21st, 2010. Okay, so there was this story, and the headline was, the first lunar eclipse in 400 years to occur on the winter solstice. Okay, that solstice was December 21st, 2010. This was exactly 390 years after the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock. And rock in the Bible is symbolic of Christ. And America was founded with the spiritual founding of the Pilgrims in Christ. This is so amazing. 390 years hints at Ezekiel chapter 4 with the 390 days in this important prophecy, which are in the prophecy symbolic of 390 years, actually. Also, and very importantly, the 390th word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance, used by the Apostle James when he quoted in Acts 15, Amos 9:11, is the word return. In the passage in Amos 9:11, it says the Lord will return to rebuild his temple. We were talking about, therefore, in other words, the second coming, the return of the Lord. And that's why in his signs, the number 390 symbolizes the return of the Lord. And I'll give you another quick example. On February 1st, 2019, Flight 33, which was an Airbus 330, departed and returned to LAX airport 3 times for 3 separate mechanical issues. It was one massive return, if you will. 3 returns for 3 separate mechanical issues, and it was Flight 33, and 33 symbolizes Jesus, who died and was resurrected at 33. Now, the flight also, by the way, it was a Hawaiian Airlines flight, and they named their planes after stars, and the star they named it after was the brightest star in the sky, the star Sirius, which in ancient Hebrew astrology symbolized the coming prince. In other words, the return of the Lord. Furthermore, that asteroid was occulted just a few days later by an asteroid. So God pointed to it as well with a sign in the night sky. But anyway, this return of this plane was in the air for a total of 6.5 hours, which is 390 minutes, which makes this return symbolism. This Flight 33 was also February 1st, the anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. Flight 33, okay? So, but why was that? Well, the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster was exactly 17 years later. It's almost the exact same day, and they commemorate it on the same day every year, February 1st. The 2 shuttle disasters are commemorated on the same day because they occurred on almost the same date, just a couple days apart. And that shuttle disaster was 17 years apart. The 2 shuttle disasters were 17 years apart. The 2 explosions of the shuttles were 17 years apart. And that is because the 2 explosions of the 2 planes that struck the 2 towers on 9/11 were 17 minutes apart. And all of this is to point to Apollo 17 of NASA, which was the last time that an American was on the moon, which is symbolic of Christ, a giant rock, but also the sun symbolizes God the Father, and the sun's light is too bright for us to gaze at, and we can gaze at the sun's light reflected off of the moon. And also, watching the moon and the prophetic timing of the moon symbolizes watching the Lord's signs, including moon signs, for the Lord's return. Also, the last departure of the American on the moon was exactly 144 weeks after the first state legalized abortion, the state that Obama is from, Hawaii. Anyway, so that's the reason. So there you have, I went off on a tangent, a rabbit trail to confirm for you 390 being symbolic of return. And this first lunar eclipse on the solstice, the first in 400 years, which is, again, pointing back again to the Pilgrims 400 years earlier. It was exactly 400 years after the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock. And in my example, the moon is a rock, which symbolizes Christ. That's just so amazing. The lunar eclipse signified the return of Christ. In other words, what is astounding confirmation is that the eclipse was only visible in North America, including New England. This eclipse, being the only one in 400 years to occur on the winter solstice, is symbolic of the Pilgrims seeing their crossing of the Atlantic and escape from religious and political persecution as a parallel with the Hebrews' exodus after 400 years from slavery and persecution in Egypt. This eclipse was exactly 120 months, which again hints at 120 years that God gave Noah regarding the timing of the flood judgment. It was 120 months exactly before the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction on the day that Biden publicly took the thing, the mark of the Antichrist. The Obama blood moon on 4/4 in 2015. That was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. 4 minutes and 44 seconds long, the shortest in 400 years. Was also the fourth shortest in the last 1,000 years. Wow, I forgot that. Wow. So the fourth shortest blood moon in the last 1,000 years is more confirmation of the relevance of it being the shortest in 400 years. It was the third of 4 blood moons in the tetrad, which hinted at the number 34. And 34 equals 2 times 17, which equals 9/11 symbolism, because the 2 planes struck the 2 towers 17 minutes apart. And Obama, at the age of 34, entered politics and wrote his prophetic book, Dreams from My Father. And he grew up, the 44th president grew up for 4 years in Indonesia, a country made up of 34 provinces. And while he was president, the Washington, D.C. earthquake caused $34 million in damages to the National Cathedral, nicknamed the America's Spiritual Home, which is it's a sign that communicates judgment for the church from the Antichrist, Obama. 34 is also the 9th Fibonacci number. And again, number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. And this blood moon was, again, 1,109 months after King Tut. And that's 9/11 symbolism too. Confirmation of third of 4 blood moons equals 34 equals 9/11. The blood moon on 4/4 and 4 minutes and 44 seconds was also 23 weeks, which pairs with the 44, because that's how God's works. The 44th president was the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 when he played basketball in high school and will become the president again in 2023. Before the Mecca crane disaster, in which 111 people, as in Flight 11 on 9/11, from Saudi Arabia, died on 9/11 in 2015 in the crane disaster in Mecca in Saudi Arabia. A pairing of 23 and 44, which confirms the signs and connections. The 111 deaths on 9/11 in 2015 was exactly 50, as in the church symbolized by 50 months before the 101 anniversary of World War I on 11/11 in 2019, which was 11 days before the barge moved for the first time in 101 years. The barge moved due to high winds, and this was 101 days after the high winds in signs in San Francisco. God pairs the numbers 9 and 11 together in order to confirm the signs and connections and to point to the 9/11 judgment warning. At 1 a.m. on Sunday, June 18th, 2023, 1 person was killed and 9 were injured in a shooting in St. Louis. The shooters and victims were teenagers, which is what made it an especially relevant national news story. 1 a.m. and 1 person killed hints at 11. And 9 injured pairs 9 and 11 together. 1 death and 9 injured also hints at the number 19, And the number 19 also symbolizes the events on 9/11 that God used to point to Isaiah 9:10, as 19 equals 9 plus 10. It is predicted that U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis on August 24th, 2023, which will be 67 days after this shooting in St. Louis. And 67 is the 119th prime number. Sorry, 19th prime number. Wow. Okay, so the shooting in St. Louis, which I didn't realize until now, is actually 11 times 11 days exactly, 121 days, before the predicted crash of Kamala Harris in St. Louis. Because again, as I've been explaining a number of times, this date was a step on the trail. It was the day of the Wagner plane crash, 54 days before it's predicted Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, and Wagner hints at the Fort Wagner that the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at, okay? Now, 67 days plus 54 is 121, right? And that is 11 times 11. And so we have the 1 a.m. and one person killed, which hints at 11, and it pairs the 9 to confirm it, with the 9 injured. And this is 11 times 11 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. The story of the shooting involves an AR style of pistols that the youths used. The letter A is the first letter in the alphabet, and the letter R is the 18th letter, which hints at 1 plus 18 equals 19. The path of totality of the solar eclipse in 2017 passed over St. Louis. Harris's crash will be in the location of the country that will point to the paths of the totality of the eclipses, and their paths will cross over each other to engender an X over the map of the country. This X will be symbolism for the Tav letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and Tav is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The mark of the Antichrist is the things that are SOHs, and this is what is done with the AR-style pistols. They shoot the SOH things. You know what I'm talking about. This is why mass shootings are symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. And this is what the SOHs fired from the AR-style pistols hint at. Harris's death in a plane crash in St. Louis will lead to the Antichrist becoming the president, who will use the political system to enforce the mark, the thing, the SOHs that come out of the pistols. Harris's death in a plane crash in St. Louis on August 24th, 2023 will be exactly 10 months after another prophetic shooting in St. Louis at a high school that killed or injured a total of 10 people. The call to police came at 9:11 a.m. And the name of the shooter is Harris in that shooting. And I left out the details of that because that's another video. Again, what I'm saying here is that this shooting in St. Louis on October 24th, 2022 is 10 months to this date, which in turn connects with the 54 days. In other words, the shooting in St. Louis by the shooter named Harris, Orlando Harris, is connecting to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis. Okay, Harris's death in St. Louis will lead to the Antichrist, which will bring destruction on the nation. In the Bible, judgment on a people is symbolized by a city's walls of security collapsing. A part of this story of the shooting in St. Louis is that it took place this one in June of 2023, is that it took place where teenagers were partying on the 5th floor, because the other shooting was a school shooting, on the 5th floor of an office building that had glass-walled suites. This was a main part of the story, these walls of the suites that were made of glass. God pointed to wall symbolism, in other words. It was not known how the teenagers had breached the security of the building. That's the other part of the story. No one could figure out how the teenagers got into this, broke the security of the building, and then partied in the glass walled suites. It was Police Sergeant Charles Wall that gave a statement when video of the shooting was released. That's amazing. The building is located on Washington Avenue. God used the events of 9/11 to point to George Washington and his walk down Wall Street after his first inauguration, where he entered Trinity Chapel and then consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings. Mr. Charles Wall was the senior caretaker of Washington's Mount Vernon estate for nearly 40 years, and he was said to live his life as a reincarnation of George Washington. Just a reference to other Wall, another man named Wall symbolism. They're both Charles Wall. The sergeant is actually Charles Wall as well. That's amazing. So the Charles Wall, the senior caretaker of Washington's Vernon estate, that was said to be a reincarnation of George Washington, because he lived like George Washington. He was even a member of the Mason temple or whatever, and he rode around on a horse and burned wood like Washington would and stuff like this. In the Bible, judgment comes to the king of Babylon in Daniel chapter 5, and the verse 5 describes the handwriting on the wall, which is the origin of the idiom in English. The handwriting is on the wall. The shooting among the glass-walled suites in the office building on the 5th floor was on the 5th floor. This shooting on the 5th floor was in the building on Washington Avenue, and 5 plus 5 days before the 2017 eclipse that passed over St. Louis, the location of this shooting, was the day that an astounding 5.5 inches of rain fell in 1 hour at Washington's Mount Vernon estate, causing a mudslide and the collapse of a retaining wall that Washington had erected. The Washington Monument is 555 feet tall and 55.5 feet wide at its base. On 9/11, it was 2 planes that struck the 2 towers, which hints at 110, that were 110 stories, which hints at 110 divided by 2 equals 55, and 9/11 was exactly 191 months before Washington's wall collapsed due to 5.5 inches of rain, and 109 months hints at 9/11. The location of the building in which the shooting took place is located at 1409 Washington Avenue. 1409 hints at 14 and 9, which hints at 14 plus 9 equals 23. The Antichrist King is the basketball president, who wore jersey 23 in high school. The shooting on the 5th floor took place 55 days after Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty to killing or injuring 23 people when he crashed into the Apple Store in Plymouth County, Massachusetts. Again, the Apple Store hints at the digital wallet and the internet that will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist, which is referred to in Bible prophecy as the image of the beast. In turn, the shooting on the 5th floor connects to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis, which is connected to the I-55 highway to Chicago, the home of the Antichrist. The I-55 highway also connects St. Louis to the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt, where the paths of the 2 eclipses will cross each other. Little Egypt hints at the persecution from Pharaoh of Egypt in the Bible, which is symbolic of the Antichrist. The reason that this 55 days connection from the shooting on the 5th floor on 1409 Washington Avenue to the date that Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty for killing or injuring 23 people is that on the same day as the 5th floor shooting, the 5-person submersible that gives tours of the Titanic shipwreck was lost. Here we go. These signs connect to the date it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash in St. Louis, and the Titanic shipwreck and the lost submersible that tours the Titanic is symbolic of this. God pairs the numbers 9 and 13 together to confirm the signs and connections. and for symbolism of judgment through the Antichrist. The submersible was lost 900 miles from Cape Cod. That was part of the news story. And it was in up to 13,000 feet of water. That was also the news. That's a 9 and 13 paired there. Cape Cod is where the Pilgrims landed. That's why it was 900 miles from Cape Cod. And as explained in this email thread, the story of Bradley Rain's crash into the Apple Store next to Pilgrims Highway in Plymouth County is a prophetic sign that points to the Pilgrims' crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. It was 101 passengers that arrived on the Mayflower at Cape Cod, and we know that from the recent prophetic images of the Titanic that its propeller's serial number is 101. The sinking of the ship that was billed as unsinkable on its maiden voyage is a sign of judgment warning from God, and it also hints at the spiritual founding of America in God through the crossing of the Atlantic of the Mayflower. Additionally, God pairs 9 and 23 to confirm the signs and to identify the Antichrist Barack Obama. 900 miles hints at the number 9 and the distance of 900 miles of the lost submersible on June 18th pairs with the address of 1409 on June 18th, as 1409 hints at 23. Also, the story about 900 miles on June 18th connects to the not guilty plea of Bradley Rain regarding 23 people killed or injured. The story about this lost submersible off the coast of Massachusetts is the dramatic and urgent rescue search because of the 5-person submersible that only had enough oxygen for 4 days. The 5-person submersible and 4 days hints at the number 54. This hints at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the first black regiment in the Civil War that was not paid the $13 per month that the other white Union soldiers were paid. And this is symbolism for the digital currency that will be used to oppress a minority of people who refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist. The Titanic's crossing of the Atlantic hints at the Pilgrims' crossing of the Atlantic when they escaped religious and political persecution, which, like the Civil War, is symbolic of freedom and slavery, and the escape of the Hebrews from Egypt when they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. This is why this story of this lost 5-person submersible off the coast of Massachusetts is all about its 4 days of supply of oxygen. This hints at 54, and 54 is a multiple of 9. 5 plus 4 equals 9 as well. God pairs 9 and 13 together as symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. And by the way, 9 and 13 equals 117. And although I don't want you to stop this video, I would say it if it were any other video. Stop this video and go watch the video titled Kamala Harris's plane is predicted to crash on October 17th equals the eclipse that peaked at 1:17 p.m. The peak of the eclipse over St. Louis was at 1:17 p.m. because the number 117 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Now, there's so much to be said, that's why I made a video. It's not too long of a video. Make sure you watch that foundational essential video. But what is to be added here is that the day, and I don't know, because I didn't know it at the time, that I wrote this thread. Oh, no, then again, I did, actually. So it's probably later in this email thread, actually. But anyway, from the day that the big climax to this sign, which was when the submersible was finally discovered on June 22nd, That day is 117 days to the day it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on October 17th, a date that hints at 117. In other words, what I'm saying is that this submersible Titanic sign is one of the most important signs of all. It's tying everything together, which is what I am getting at with this big, long email thread and video. It's tying everything together, and that it's the sign. And that's why it's one of the most important signs. And because it incorporates so much. And that's why not only is it predicting other things such as the explosion, because the submersible was an implosion, which hints at the explosion of the dirty bombs that are predicted on September 25th. But it's also predicting the explosion of the engine of Kamala's airplane and her crash 117 days later on the date 1017, which hints at 117. And furthermore, the location of her crash near the X of the two eclipses, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, makes her crash also a mark of the Antichrist prophetic sign, which is another reason for the 117 days connection. And here we have these pairings of 9 and 13 in the Titanic submersible sign, as I am explaining, right? We have the 54 symbolism, and it's 900 miles off the coast of Massachusetts in 13,000 feet of water. Okay, so let's move on. But there we go. We've just made the connection between the submersible and the crash of Kamala Harris's plane prediction. All right, so, which, like the Civil War, is symbolic of slavery and freedom and the escape of the Hebrews from Egypt when they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. This is why the story of the lost 5-person submersible off the coast of Massachusetts is about its 4 days of supply of oxygen. This hints at 54, and 54 is a multiple of 9, and 5 plus 4 equals 9, and God pairs 9 and 13 together as symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. And 9 times 13 equals 117, and that's why her crash will be 117 days later, on the date 1017. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment, which hints at 9, were not paid the $13 they were owed. 54 hints at 9, and this 5-person submersible with 4 days of oxygen is 900 miles off the coast of Massachusetts in up to 1,300 feet of water. So I'm writing this in the present tense. This was before the discovery of the fate of the submersible. Okay, so the 900 miles off the coast, 1,300 feet of water is confirmation that this is that it is that 5 people in the sub with 4 days of oxygen hints at 54. That's a confirmation of it. Okay. 900 miles and 13,000 feet pairs 9 and 13 in this prophetic sign. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. The 54th Massachusetts symbolism. The 54th Massachusetts symbolism in this prophetic sign is also why this connects to the not guilty plea of Bradley Rain in Massachusetts, which in turn was exactly 22 weeks after Bradley Rain killed Kevin Bradley and injured 22 people in the Apple Store, as the Apple Store is symbolism that points to the image of the Antichrist that will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. It's absolutely amazing. I forgot to mention that the shooting in the building on Washington Street was very close to the Gateway Arch and the I-55 highway. In the Bible, God's judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gates. Again, the shooting on the 5th floor on the day of the 5-person submersible was 55 days after the Plymouth County sign, Bradley Rain pleading not guilty, and also connects to Harris's predicted crash on the near the I-55 highway and the Gateway Arch, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist, which is why she will crash near the Gateway Arch, because Judgment on a people in the Bible symbolically begins at the gates. That's why St. Louis. The name of the company that organizes the tours is Ocean Gate, which hints at the Watergate scandal, in which the federal government was weaponized against its own people and a political party. This Ocean Gate prophetic sign connects to the date it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash near the Gateway Arch, which will lead to the Antichrist becoming the president, and then using the federal government as a weapon against its own people. The Antichrist is the 44th president, and this Ocean Gate sign on June 18th was 4 weeks and 4 days after the new prophetic images of the Titanic were released. This 4 weeks and 4 days is also 32 days, and 32 days is 4 times 8 days, which hints at the 44th president becoming the 48th president. The day and also the 32nd prime number is 131, and the 131st word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance is the word blood disease, which is what one gets when they take the mark of the Antichrist. The day that the new Titanic images came out, on May 17th, 2023, was the 50th anniversary of the beginning of the Watergate hearings in Congress on May 17th, 1973. And that's amazing because, again, Watergate is, Noah's flood symbolism, the floodgates opening and water bursting forth from the deep in the account. And the Titanic is also Noah's flood symbolism. It's the big ship, and it sank. So anyway, that's why the Titanic images were on the 50th anniversary of the beginning of the hearings of Watergate. In the Bible, the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment after a symbolic 3 sets of 7. This prophetic sign involving Sergeant Charles Wall and the glass-walled suites in the office building on Washington Avenue on the day the submersible off the coast of Cape Cod was lost was 737 days, which hints at 3 sets of 7, after the prophetic sign involving the man that was trapped inside the mouth of a whale as he was diving near the bottom of the ocean, right near where the Mayflower anchored, to the bottom of the ocean off the coast of Cape Cod. That date was June 11th, 2021, and it was a prophetic 7 months, which hints at the 70th 7 in Daniel chapter 9, after the 400th anniversary of the day that the Mayflower anchored off the coast of Cape Cod. Yeah, so the 400th anniversary of the Mayflower anchoring off the Cape Cod in the Julian calendar was 11/11 in 2020. And this man that was caught in the mouth of the whale, right where, in the depths of the ocean, near the bottom of the ocean, which is where the anchor would have been. Because he was lobster fishing, and he tells the story. The story, of course, was a big news story and went viral, and he was on the talk shows and all that. But he describes his story, and he was near the bottom at the time, and the whale scooped him up. And, of course, it's a Jonah and the whale sign as well, which makes it prophetic. And anyway, that would have been right where, I'm sure, knowing God, that the exact location where he got scooped up was where the Mayflower anchored. Anyway, he got scooped up exactly 7 months, which is very prophetic, after the 400th anniversary of the Mayflower anchoring. And there was prophetic signs on that date, by the way. There was the main prophetic sign on that date, 11/11 in 2020, was the 9/11 Mayor sign. When he posted his video for the first, it was the first real presentation of the evidence for the shoplifted referendum. The 9/11 Mayor. That's why he's the 9/11 Mayor. It's the judgment warning. The judgment is the shoplifted referendum, which will lead to the Antichrist being president again. This submersible was touring the Titanic. That was touring the Titanic, was lost 6 + 6 + 6 days, which hints at the Antichrist's number, 666. After it was reported that the new images of the Titanic, 6 + 6 + 6 days after the report of after the new images of the Titanic came out, it was reported that on the ocean floor near the Titanic was jewelry with a tooth from the prehistoric megalodon, an ancient shark that was so massive it is said to have been able to eat an orca whale in 5 bites. In Bible prophecy, the Antichrist is described with a metaphor of a beast that comes out of the sea. Further prophetic relevance of this Titanic megalodon sign is explained in another video. Yeah, that's explained in another video. The city of Houston, Texas is Harris County. On the day of the lost submersible, with 4 days' supply of oxygen for 5 people, a famous 45-year-old rapper collapsed and died on stage while rapping in Texas. The rapper's name in Harris County. The rapper's name is Big Pokey, which hints at the Antichrist. Actually, he wasn't in Harris County, but he was from Harris County. The rapper is from Houston and known to be part of the Houston rap scene. In other words, Harris County. In the news story of this national media, the national media reported the statement that the mayor of Houston posted on June 18th regarding the rapper's death. The top official of Houston in this news story confirms the prophetic relevance of the death of the rapper from Harris County to the death of Kamala Harris. As explained, the date he died, June 18th, connects to the predicted date Harris will die. As explained, the location of Harris's death near the eclipses that cross over each other and engender an X will be symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, and the rapper's name, Big Pokey, hints at the mark of the Antichrist. You get it? The thing, the Big Pokey. Additionally, Big Pokey died on the day that the 5-person submersible with 4 days of oxygen was lost. And as was explained, this hints at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment and the programmable digital currency that will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. The day of the prophetic signs on June 18th were the related signs that occurred on June 19th. Were related to the signs that occurred on June 19th. It was the national day called Juneteenth, which is used by the political left to further Antichrist social justice politics, which is Marxism and communism in disguise. Kamala Harris spoke at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles. The Greek Theater is symbolism for democracy and free speech, something that she and her political party are working to further eliminate. The address of the Greek Theater is 2700 North Vermont Avenue, and the zip code is 927, 90027. Astounding. From the Bible, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment, and 27 is 9 + 9 + 9, is an emphasis of the number 9. But as I explained earlier, 927 hints at Daniel 9:27, the period of the Antichrist in that prophecy. Okay, as well, in 1 Kings in the Bible, it was 27,000 men that died when the wall of security collapsed on them in God's judgment, which is what the address 2700 hints at. Harris welcomed onto the stage a college sorority group named Divine Nine. The name Divine Nine is symbolic of judgment from the Antichrist. On June 19th, the search was underway for the lost submersible. As explained, the Titanic submersible hints at the crossing of the Mayflower that took 66 days. June 19th, 2023, the day Harris spoke in Los Angeles, is 66 days before it is predicted that she will die in a plane crash in St. Louis. St. Louis happens to be directly on the flight path from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. However, this was discovered after it was learned that Kamala Harris's plane will occur in St. Louis. Okay, what I'm saying right there in the last sentence is that I knew that she would crash in St. Louis before it was learned that her flight path from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles will cross directly over St. Louis. Okay, but what I'm also saying in this paragraph is that her plane crash will be on October 24th. And again, I've said it probably 20 times now in this video, that was a step on the trail of signs, the date that Wagner died in a plane crash, 54 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis, and the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. On this same day that Harris spoke at 2700 North Vermont in zip code 927, and the search was underway for the lost Titanic submersible 900 miles off the coast of Massachusetts, was the day a player from the baseball team from the 27th state, Florida, to join the Union, batted a .400 batting average after the first 73 games of the season. The only other player to achieve this after 73 games since the year 2000 was a baseball player for the baseball team from Massachusetts, the Boston Red Sox, and it was 23 years ago. The submersible, 900 miles off the coast of Massachusetts, pairs with 23 years, 9 and 23, and identifies the Antichrist who became the president in 2009 and wore jersey 23 and will become the president again in 2023. Furthermore, if I didn't mention it later, the 73 games hints at 3 sets of 7. I do mention it later. Okay. The Mayflower anchored off the coast of Cape Cod 400 years ago, which hints at the Antichrist through their escape of religious persecution, similar to how the Hebrews escaped persecution after 400 years. Okay, the Mayflower was, the Pilgrims were escaping religious and political persecution 400 years ago, similar to how the Hebrews escaped political and religious persecution 400 years after being afflicted in Egypt. 400 years ago, the Mayflower took 66 days to cross the Atlantic, and 66 days before it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist, was the date that this player tied another player's record with a batting average of .400 after 73 games. 400 batting average hints at the 400 years since the Mayflower, which hints at the arrival of the American Antichrist. The other player that batted .400 played for the team that the home run king Hank Aaron played for, and Aaron's number is 44. In other words, in God's signs, the Atlanta Braves symbolizes the number 44, which identifies the Antichrist, the 44th president. 73 games hints at 3 sets of 7 and the collapse of walls of security. The number 27 also hints at the collapse of walls of security in God's judgment. On Monday, June 19th, Harris spoke at 2700 North Vermont Avenue in the zip code 927, and this was when the submersible was 900 miles off the coast of Cape Cod, and 927 hints at Daniel 9:27. Also, on June 19th, this player for the team from the 27th state hit 5 hits in 5 at-bats against the Toronto Blue Jays. 5 hits in 5 at-bats hints at 55. Blue Jays hint at birds. On June 19th, and June 19th connects to the date it is predicted that Harris will die in a plane crash due to a bird strike near the I-55. This is why the news of the 400 batting average that tied the other player that played for the Braves, which hints at 44, occurred 66 days before it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash due to a bird strike. God uses records and greatest of all time, GOAT, to hint at the goat Antichrist. As in the Bible, goat is symbolic of the Antichrist. This batter is currently batting 60% above the league average. And if he were to finish like this would make him the best batting average in baseball history since 1903, the year of the first World Series. God used the sign involving the Titanic in conjunction with this, which is the submersible, in conjunction with the 400 batting average sign on June 19th, in order to mark 66 days to the date of Harris's plane crash. In order to point, because again, the Pilgrims took 66 days to cross the Atlantic, and that was 400 years ago. That's hence the 400 batting average, 66 days before August 24th, the step in the trail of signs that is leading to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. And so, and all of this is in order to point to the reason for Harris's plane crash and subsequent rise of Barack Obama, which is the subsequent rise of Barack Obama, the Antichrist. That's the point here. It is in order to point to the spiritual founding of America in God through the Mayflower and the Pilgrims 400 years ago, right? Which took 66 years to cross, hence the 400 batting average, 66 days before August 24th, as I just explained. The Titanic sank as it crossed the Atlantic. God used the signs involving the Titanic, the submersible sign, in conjunction with the 400 batting average sign on June 19th to mark 66 days to the date of Harris's plane crash, in order to point to the reason for Harris's plane crash and subsequent rise of Barack Obama, the Antichrist, described in the last and 66th book of the Bible. It is in order to point to the spiritual founding of America in God and Christ through 66 days of the Pilgrims' crossing in the Mayflower 400 years ago. So I restated the last paragraph in a much better paragraph. Kamala Harris's Juneteenth speech was covered by CNN, and the clock on the CNN screen was at 5:31 local time when she began her speech. This is because 531 hints at 531, the number of days in a prophetic blood moon lunar eclipse tetrad. Harris was born on October 20th, 1964, exactly 531 months before Barack Obama was inaugurated on January 20th, 2009. Barack Obama will become the president again after Harris's death in a plane crash. There will be change in the White House due to a death, which hasn't happened since John Kennedy. Kennedy died on the same day that authors Aldous Huxley died and C.S. Lewis died, as well as and John F. Kennedy. All three of these men are prophetic in God's signs. Lewis wrote and spoke a lot about the doctrine of the Trinity. These three men died exactly 333 days before Harris was born. And Harris's death will lead to the devil's representative occupying the White House. There's more to that too. Aldous Huxley was the author that warned about what we are going through right now. This dystopian future that was warned of ahead of time. And I won't get off on. I'm not. I'm not going to get off onto the philosophical explanation for Aldous Huxley at this time. The name of the batter that is hitting 400 is Luis Arraez. Lewis hints at St. Louis, and this confirms the connection. Also, Harris's Juneteenth speech and his 400 batting average sign was exactly 4 + 4 weeks after Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty to killing or injuring 23 people with his forerunner, which makes this a pairing of 23 and 44 that confirms the signs and connections and points to the 44th president who wore jersey 23, who will become the president after Harris's death in St. Louis. In Bible prophecy, a period of 1,260 symbolizes the period of the Antichrist's rule. 4 plus 4 weeks is also 1 month and 26 days, which hints at 1,260 days. Luis Arias wears jersey number 3. He plays for the team from the 27th state, which hints at 27 divided by 3 equals 9. 9 pairs with this 4 plus 4 weeks, which makes it a pairing of 23 and 44, or a pairing of 9 and 44, connection to the not guilty plea of the man that crashed his Forerunner into the Apple Store next to Pilgrim's Highway, highway number 3, in Plymouth County. In other words, Jersey 3 connects to Highway 3. The date of the Apple Store crash was in turn 6 plus 6 plus 6 days after Jeremy Pena, which Pena means rock, baseball player number 3, batted .333 average in the postseason with his fourth postseason home run in the 4th inning for the team from the 4th biggest city, that is in Harris County, which pointed to player number 3's time playing for the Plymouth Pilgrims, which again connects to the Plymouth Highway and the Apple Store crash. Okay, this is most important. The search for the submersible and the Titanic itself is 400 miles south of Newfoundland, the closest land. And the Titanic, and likely the submersible, is 1,260 feet deep. Amazing. The Lord is in fact pointing to these numbers with this submersible story, with the focus on location and depth of water, in order to point to the Antichrist with the 2,600 and 1,260 feet, 400 years after the Mayflower's crossing. There we go. Simple, straightforward. The submersible and the Titanic are 400 miles off of Newfoundland in 1,260 feet of water. 1,260 is the number mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy related to the Antichrist. And the Antichrist is hinted at with Pharaoh in Egypt, which the Israelites escaped after 400 years of affliction, which is why the Mayflower crossed the Atlantic like the Titanic did 400 years ago, because they were escaping political persecution, the Pilgrims, just like the Hebrews were. And this is hinting at the Antichrist and political persecution 400 years later. It's amazing. That's the submersible Titanic there. The submersible that was lost near the Titanic. The moon symbolizes Christ, and the first landing and last departure of Americans on the moon is symbolic of America's relationship with Christ. One story I read mentioned how Bezos, his company, Jeff Bezos, used a submersible to locate and retrieve the Saturn V, Saturn equals Antichrist symbolism, rocket engines that were used for the Apollo missions, including Apollo 11. Bezos' previously secret mission's discovery was announced on March 20th, 2013, which was exactly 50 months, which is 4 years and 2 months, which hints at 42 months in the Antichrist Bible prophecy, after the Antichrist was inaugurated on January 20th, 2009. I'll repeat that. The Antichrist will persecute the church. Apollo 11's rockets, Saturn rockets, were discovered or announced to be discovered exactly 50 months after the Antichrist came to power, which is 50 months is the equivalent of 4 years and 2 months, which hints at 42 months, which is the period of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. The 49th Vice President, Harris, was born 4 years and 9 months before the first moon landing in the Apollo 11 mission, exactly 4 years and 9 months, on July 20th, 1969. She was born 531 months before Obama was inaugurated, and 531 is also moon symbolism, as I explained. Blood moon tetrad, as it is the period of prophetic blood moons, of a blood moon tetrad. Harris was born 333 days after the death of Kennedy, who was the president that led the mission to the moon. 3 famous men died on November 22nd, 1963, Kennedy, Huxley, and C.S. Lewis, who wrote about the Trinity doctrine, thus the relevance of 333 days. So, the 49th vice president, the death of the moon mission president, and the landing on the moon connect to Obama and discovery of the Saturn V5 rocket engines. The discovery of the rockets on March 20th, 2013 was exactly 409 months before the inauguration of the 49th vice president on January 20th, 2021. That is amazing. That identifies, because the Saturn rockets are Antichrist symbolism, 409 months obviously hints at the 49th vice president. And again, she's tied to the Apollo mission through her birth, which was 4 years and 9 months, and she's the 49th vice president. Because the Apollo 11 landed after using the Saturn rockets exactly 4 years and 9 months after the 49th vice president was born. It's absolutely amazing. More straightforward, stunning confirmation that the Antichrist will come to power through Kamala Harris, her death. The discovery of the Apollo 11 rocket engines, and her, by the way, she will die because of her plane engine, right? The discovery of the Apollo 11 rocket engines was exactly 11 times 11 months after the prophetic first test launch of SpaceX's Starship rocket on April 20th, 2023. The biggest rocket ever made. Most powerful rocket ever made. This prophetic sign is explained in the SpaceX Starship video. Okay, so that's another video. You can find the details of that sign in that video. Okay, I was just waking up when I wrote what I wrote earlier. It's not 1,260 feet, it's 12,600 feet, okay? But that, of course, still hints at 1,260. The loss of contact with the submersible near the lost Titanic is symbolic of the loss of contact and relationship between America and God. This is the big, deep, philosophical, spiritual meaning behind all of this. This is what it symbolizes. So the story is all about the loss of contact, right? With the Titanic submersible. The prophetic significance of that, why God designed that, is because it symbolizes the loss of contact and relationship between America and God. Again, this Titanic sign is all about pointing to the Mayflower, the beginning of America's relationship with God. A relationship that began with the Pilgrims crossing on the Mayflower. There are only two nations in world history that were founded on a relationship with God. After the Jews rejected God, God departed Israel and spread the gospel around the world and focused on his Gentile nation that also spread the gospel around the world. And now America has departed, and now it will be judged and destroyed just like Israel was. And in the process, God will be refocusing back on Israel, where Jesus will dwell in Jerusalem during the 1,000 years of peace in the millennium reign. Okay, so why did the crash happen? Why did the Titanic submersible implode? Because of greed, money, the root of evil. The price for the tour. So what I mean by that is that the safety precautions were not taken seriously, as we all now know. And that's because of greed. And the price, though, the price for the tour for a passenger was $250,000. Okay, and that hints at the 25th Amendment, which will be used after Harris will die in a plane crash. 66 days and then 54 days after. Barack Obama will be appointed using the 25th Amendment. This is how he will overcome the 22nd Amendment's restriction from being elected more than twice. He will be appointed instead. And also, 25,000 is the main dimensional number of the rebuilt temple, used 14 times in Bible prophecy. But anyway, so this greed is also symbolic of the greed that was behind the things that are the mark of the Antichrist. And this hint at the thing that is experimental, the thing, connects to the Apple Store, which is symbolism for the image of the Antichrist system. The Apple Store, the internet. The greed was for 250,000, which hints at 25, which equals 5 times 5, and hints at 55. And the sub was lost 55 days after Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty for intentionally crashing into the Apple Store and injuring 22 people, exactly 22 weeks after he crashed into the Apple Store in Plymouth County, next to Pilgrim's Highway. Harris will crash near the I-55 highway 66 days after the Titanic sub, which hints at 66 days, the 66 days of the crossing of the Pilgrims of the Mayflower. $250,000 hints at, 25, which equals 5 times 5 equals 55. $25,000 also hints at the 25th Amendment. Oh, sorry, $250,000 also hints at the 25th Amendment. $250,000 also hints at the 25th prime number, which is 97. The 97th prime number hints at President Lincoln's Proclamation 97 that regarded a national day of prayer, which God pointed to through the signs and connections on the date 5-4. Signs that included the Kentucky Derby sign, in which, in a period of 5 days, 4 horses had died, which occurred on the day of the National Day of Prayer that Lincoln instituted. Which is why Harris's crash will occur exactly 4 times 4 weeks after the death of 4 horses near the I-55, near the land of Lincoln, and where the paths of the eclipses will cross over each other in Kentucky, where Lincoln was born, right near the Kentucky Derby track. Lincoln was born in Kentucky, and he said that he must have Kentucky on his side. Kentucky symbolized the Civil War. The signs on 5-4 in Kentucky pointed to the 54th Regiment in the Civil War. Part of the story of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment was their unequal pay to the $13 that the white Union soldiers received. In other words, the sign on 5-4 that pointed to the money and currency on the day of Lincoln's National Day of Prayer that was instituted in his Proclamation 97 is the reason for the $250,000 in the Titanic sub sign, as the 25th prime number is 97. God is pointing to Lincoln's Proclamation 97 as the reason for the loss of contact and relationship with God that is symbolized with the loss of contact with the Titanic sub. I believe June 22nd, 2023 was the climactic sign in this epic story God is telling. It may also be the climactic sign leading to Harris's crash. It may, in fact, be the climactic sign. After all, this story incorporates the Titanic and is about the spiritual founding of America with the Pilgrims. Part of the story was that one of the men on board the sub made an ominous statement in an interview in 2019. Here are his words. Okay, so by the way, I'm talking about June 22nd now. Prior to this, I was talking about the day that the sub went missing, June 18th, and then also June 19th. But the news on June 22nd was the climax, okay? And now I'm in the process of explaining it. This was the day that the sub was discovered, and the fate of the crew, the people, was known. Part of the story was, okay, part of the news story that was one of the men was about one of the men on board the sub and his ominous statement in an interview in 2019. You might recall the news was talking about this guy that made the statement in 2019, and here is what he said. French mariner Paul-Henri Nargeolet feared to be among those missing in the Titanic tourist submersible, gave an ominous statement to the Irish Examiner about deep-sea exploration in 2019. Quote, "If you are 11 meters or 11 kilometers down, if something bad happens, the result is the same," Nargolet told the outlet. "When you're in very deep water, you're dead before you realize that something is happening. So it's just not a problem," unquote. So he talked about how you quickly die in an implosion underwater. God pairs the numbers 9 and 11 together to confirm the signs and connections and to point to the judgment warning events on 9/11. Harris's plane crash, which I believe will be the result of one of the plane's engines exploding, will be exactly 9 weeks after the news of the fate of the Titanic sub on June 22nd, which is that it suffered a catastrophic implosion. This 9 weeks pairs with the ominous statement regarding being 11 miles underwater or 11 kilometers underwater. This sinking of the unsinkable Titanic on its maiden voyage and the discovery of the wreckage of the Titanic sub right near the wreckage of the Titanic on June 22nd are judgment warnings from God for America, as were the events of 9/11. Okay, now this 9 weeks, I'm going to get into more. There were 9 ships, but also this that were searching for the Titanic, okay? So that also confirms the 9 weeks connection, okay? So the big date of the sign is in fact June 22nd. The 66 days I was talking about earlier is also valid, but the other big date is June 22nd, and this happens to be 9 weeks before August 24th. The date it is predicted Kamala Harris's plane will crash. Now, 9 weeks, the number 9 is the most important number in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. But more than that, now we know that the date of August 24th was the day of the Wagner crash, which is in turn 54 days to the date it is predicted that her plane will crash. And 54 hints at 9. It is a multiple of 9, and 5 plus 4 equals 9. So from the implosion of the submersible sign, that's the date we learned of the implosion, because we didn't know that it was an implosion before that. It is 9 weeks to the Wagner plane crash, and then 54 days, which is symbolic of 9, to the engine explosion of Kamala's airplane on October 17th, predicted to be. After the wreckage was discovered on June 22nd, and the Admiral of the U.S. Coast Guard gave his official statement regarding the fate of the Titanic sub, it was reported that 9 sea vessels in the area involved in the rescue effort would now be disbanded. This was 900 miles from the coast of Cape Cod, and God was pointing to Cape Cod and the arrival of the Mayflower through this Titanic sub sign. Additionally, as explained earlier, the 5 men on the sub had 4 days of oxygen supply, and this hinted at 5 plus 4 equals 9. Not only does this pair with the 9 weeks connection between June 22nd and Harris's predicted crash on August 24th, but these 9s in this symbolic sign pair with the most important aspect of this sign, which was the words of James Cameron, the famous director of the movie Titanic and Deep Water Explorer. He's the, if you will, leader of the Deep Water Explorer community, this famous director that directed Titanic. And this is all about the Titanic. So you would figure that it makes sense that the Lord would bring James Cameron into the sign. But not only did he bring James Cameron into the sign, it is arguably the main part of the sign. Well, it's one of the main parts of the sign. So, because he's a deep water explorer. He's like a man that explores the deep in submersibles. And he made the movie Titanic. Okay. James Cameron, who directed the hit 1997 film Titanic, and has made 33 dives to the wreckage, said he saw some similarities between the Titan tragedy, that's the name of the submersible. He saw some similarities between the Titan tragedy and the sinking of the famous ship it was bound for. Quote, I'm struck by the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship and yet steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result, unquote, Cameron told ABC News Thursday. He added, quote, and with a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site, with all the diving that's going on all around the world, I think it's just astonishing. It's really quite surreal. So, of all places where this tragedy would occur, it occurred at the Titanic because there is a lot of underwater exploration going on. Why didn't it happen anywhere else? But he found this parallel between the captain of the Titan submersible and the captain of the Titanic on not heeding the warnings. And this is the big thing. This is why I say, and as I'm recording this, it just ticked 28 minutes exactly as I just looked, because this is all pointing to Deuteronomy chapter 28. I just can't believe it. I just got a personal sign to confirm what I'm about to say. As I wrote back in June, this is why this sign may be the climactic sign of all, because it incorporates all of the prophetic warning signs God has been giving over the last many years. America is not heeding the warning signs and is arrogantly pushing forward full steam ahead. The French explorer's words about disaster happening before it's realized hinted at how when the judgment destruction of America comes, it will be like a sudden trap. It will be swift, and most people will not even see it coming. Deuteronomy chapter 28, again, is the chapter in which John Winthrop, who led the Pilgrim 11-ship flotilla, before they disembarked, he delivered his famous City on a Shining Hill speech, which was derived from Deuteronomy chapter 28, which is the chapter that describes that Moses spoke to the Israelites before they crossed into the Promised Land, which ties back again to the parallel with the Pilgrims crossing the Atlantic. And it was the chapter of warnings from God, promises of blessings and curses. Blessings if they obey God and follow his commandments, and curses if they don't and depart from God. And this is why 9/11 was a big Deuteronomy chapter 28 prophetic sign. For example, there was the heroes of the 88th floor. Oh, I'm not going to go. Sorry. I apologize. I don't want to get off onto the tangent there. But I also did explain earlier, though, how Washington gave the same message in a sense when he consecrated the nation to God inside Trinity Chapel, when he said that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings. And that's why Trinity Chapel, the Miracle Chapel, was the only building at Ground Zero to have survived the falling debris, and did so without even a broken window. That's what James Cameron is pointing at here. He's pointing at, well, not James Cameron, really. He doesn't know what he's saying. But what he's pointing out is the similarity of the unheeded warnings. And that's why these prophetic signs that are incorporated in this long video are all climax with this prophetic sign of unheeded warnings. That's the major point here. And that's why this very important prophetic sign in turn connects to these other predictions, including the date it's predicted that the dirty bomb will explode, and also the date of Kamala Harris's plane crash, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist and the destruction of America. Cameron said this parallel is really quite surreal. It seems that he senses there is something supernatural behind this coincidence. That's what he's kind of seemingly getting at. But this is the case. This is the reason why Cameron wrote and directed the movie Titanic. The highest grossing film at the time. It won a record-tying 11 Academy Awards. The other two movies to win 11 Academy Awards, were Ben-Hur, a movie about Christ's first coming, and The Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King episode of that, which is the movie God has used to hint at the return of the King of Kings. So that's astounding too. Titanic connects to these other two movies about Christ. But not only that, Christ's first coming and second coming, which is what these warnings of judgment are pointing to. God uses records in his sign, and it is 3 movies that won a record 11 awards, Academy Awards. This hints at 3 times 11 equals 33, the age at which Jesus was crucified and was resurrected. This is why, in this story about the lost Titanic sub, it was repeatedly mentioned that James Cameron had been down to the Titanic wreckage 33 times. Okay, it seems like I'm looking ahead, and it seems like I failed to mention this record 11 wins, including 11 wins for the Titanic, is pointing to the Titanic itself, with the serial number 101 tattooed on its propeller, which hints at the 101 passengers on the Mayflower, and 101 hints at 11, and also John Winthrop's 11 ships that, before were disembarked, was delivered a speech that hints at the promises and curses in Deuteronomy chapter 28, and the number 11 in the Bible symbolizes God's promises. And so that's why Titanic won 11 Academy Awards, because the director, James Cameron, said the thing, tying the prophetic significance of the unheeded warnings of the captain of the Titan sub to the captain of the Titanic, which again is pointing to the unheeded warnings from God that go all the way back to Deuteronomy chapter 28. The speech John Winthrop derived his speech from, who, after leading 11 ships to the New World. The movie Titanic's 11 Academy Awards and the other 2 movies that point to Christ and also won 11 Academy Awards pair with the 9 search and rescue vessels that were 900 miles from Cape Cod, and the 11 Academy Award, which confirms the signs, and the 11 Academy Awards pair with the exact 9 weeks connection to the date it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash due to an explosion, which is what implosion hints at, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist. There is much more to this sign on June 22nd, 2023, and how it fits into God's big picture of signs, which will be explained in another email and video. Well, I don't know about that. I'm explaining it now. And I'm getting it all in the same video, which makes this the most important video. Now, one thing to add here, what was I going to say? I think I mentioned it in a minute, but this sign that points to James Cameron, because James Cameron said on this day of the news, he was struck by the surreal parallel of the unheeded warnings. Okay? This is 3 months and 3 days before the predicted explosions in Manhattan due to the dirty bombs. So the sign, the Titanic sub sign, is an implosion sign, which is explosion symbolism. James Cameron, the deep-water explorer and the director of Titanic, who has been to the Titanic 33 times, said these things. And furthermore, his movie ties the others for a total of 33 Academy Awards, said this 3 months and 3 days, which hints at 33, before the date it is predicted that the dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, which will be the follow-up judgment to the 9/11 judgment warning that was promised in Deuteronomy chapter 28, the follow-up judgment. All right, now, everything that I have said so far regarding this 3 months and 3 days connection to September 25th is 100% correct. Today is September 29th, and the way God's big picture of signs works is, as you know by now, having gone into this video by 3 hours, is that it is a trail of signs, and they include steps in the trail leading to the theme that God is pointing to. In this case, the predicted dirty bomb or suitcase nuke that will explode in Manhattan. And the prophetic connection that I just explained, which connected James Cameron and his 33 dives to the Titanic and the 33 Academy Awards hinting at 3 months and 3 days, is 100% correct because of the signs that occurred on September 25th. Now, there was a lot. God was pointing to this date so overwhelmingly, and that's why it's no surprise at all that the signs that occurred on that date are overwhelming. I need to make an entire lengthy video regarding just the signs that occurred on September 25th. But the analysis is correct, and it was a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the predicted date that there will be a dirty bomb or suitcase nuke explosion in Manhattan. For example, September 25th was the Day of Atonement, and this date in the Hebrew calendar began at sunset on the 25th and went into the 26th. Now, we are looking for bomb explosion signs, and we got 2 of them. One was the evacuation signs. And because it's predicted that the dirty bomb or suitcase nuke will engender an evacuation from Manhattan Island. So we had 2 bomb explosions and evacuation signs on this date. One was the missile test at the Iranian missile base that caused the evacuation of people into the streets in fear because of the earthquake that occurred in that city or whatever, town or whatever. And so that was one sign. I'm not going to elaborate anymore. The other one was in a skyscraper city that's also an island, Singapore, and the name Singapore means Lion City, and that's because these signs are overlapping with the predicted dates that Israel will bomb Iran and also Damascus, Syria. So anyway, that was there's a parallel between Singapore Island, a skyscraper city, densely populated city just like Manhattan. It detonated a discovered World War II bomb on this date that was predicted in advance, and there was an evacuation of 4,000 people, and on and on. I won't elaborate anymore. It's amazing, though. The details are what makes it amazing, but I won't give it in this video. This video is long enough. Now, also on this date, we had more prophetic signs that hinted at a dirty bomb, including the comet that bounced off of the asteroid that is named Gal, which means toxic, and God has been using toxic signs in his trail of signs, leading to the predicted toxic dirty bomb in Manhattan. So that was a prophetic sign as well. Also on this date, we had the amazing sign in New York City, in Manhattan, it was the date. This was the date. It was announced on this date, September 26th, which is September 25th because the Day of Atonement begins at the sunset of the 25th. It was announced that the death toll for New York Fire Department firefighters, the NYPD, had reached 343 deaths due to illnesses resulting from 9/11. So I'll repeat that. The death toll for illnesses related to 9/11 reached 343 on this day, and this was news because it matched the 343 deaths of New York firefighters that died on 9/11. And so going forward, there will be more deaths from the illnesses, from the toxicity of the 9/11 events and the collapse of the towers than there were deaths on the day of 9/11 itself. This is an amazing sign because, of course, the deaths are due to toxicity, and we were expecting such a toxic sign on this date, which is hinting at the toxic dirty bomb or suitcase nuke that will explode in Manhattan. Also, 343, I didn't know that there were 343 firefighters that died on 9/11. That is amazing because 343 is 7 times 7 times 7. And it was 110 stories that collapsed on 9/11. And in the Bible, Joshua, who led the Israelites, died at the age of 110. And he led them around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho before the walls collapsed in God's judgment. And this marching around the walls of security of Jericho was a symbolic 3 sets of 7. They marched around the walls of security once per day for 7 days. And then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a symbolic 3 sets of 7. And that's why the collapse of the 110 stories is a Joshua sign. It hints at Joshua and the collapsed walls of security. This was a sign from God. The collapsed 110 stories of the Twin Towers were a sign that communicated the warning of the collapse of America's walls of security, which have been all throughout America's history been supported by God. And so that's the connection there. And so we have 9/11 sign to a huge, massive degree on this September 26th date. And it is involving a 3 sets of 7 and toxicity. And we are talking about a dirty bomb or suitcase nuke, which will be the follow-up promised judgment that God warned of on 9/11 and the collapse of America's walls of security. Now, so that I think that's enough of an explanation as to how the analysis of 3 months and 3 days from James Cameron's words are correct. Now, going forward, what is amazing is that the sign of the Titanic sub, the Titan submarine that was investigating or touring the Titanic, this story was all about its 4 days of oxygen, as I have been explaining, and 5 people on board, and I've been explaining that too, and how that's a hint at 5 and 4, which is part of these signs that God is using with 5 and 4. But in any case, the story about the search for the Titanic, and the story is of course about the search, is all about the desperate search before time runs out, and the time runs out after 4 days, and 4 days is 96 hours. In fact, in some of the news stories, you can read, instead of reading 4 days, 96 hours. And that is because it is 96 days after the end of the 96 hours. The search ended on the 4th day, which was when the oxygen ran out anyway. But they discovered the wreckage after the 96 hours. And then 96 days after that was the prophetic September 26th date, which was also the day of the prophetic speech delivered by the head of the Atomic Energy Commission for Israel at the 67th International Atomic Energy Association Conference in Vienna. And then from that date, and the prophetic signs, including the 9/11 sign that I just mentioned with the firefighters, it is 67 days from the 67th IAEA conference to the predicted date that the dirty bomb or suitcase nuke will explode on December 2nd, 2023. And December 2nd, written in the rest of the world, incidentally, is 212 instead of 12/2. And the date 212 hints at 212, which is the area code of Manhattan. And this is because God is pointing to Isaiah in the Bible, the book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 12, which regards essentially the walls of security collapsing in God's judgment. And so I'll leave it at that. But it is amazing, and I needed to update this Titanic sub sign, because the Titanic sub is about the 96 hours, and we get the connection through James Cameron, who dove in subs 33 times. We get the 3 months and 3 days connection from James Cameron's extremely important prophetic words about the warning that was not heeded, as in the 9/11 warning that was not heeded, and of the warning of America's departure from God and its necessary return to God, or else judgment, destruction. So we have from James Cameron's prophetic words about warning, we get the 9/11 sign 3 months and 3 days later that points to 9/11 through the 343 deaths of firefighters that have died from the toxicity. And this 3 months and 3 days is equivalent to 96 days. And this 96 days connects from the end of the 96 hours search, or the search that was in desperate attempt to reach the sub before the end of the 96 hours. So we have the 3 months and 3 days, or in other words, 96 days from that day to the prophetic conference about nuclear weapons, the 67th conference. And then we have 67 days to the predicted dirty bomb or suitcase nuke, which is a nuclear weapon. A dirty bomb uses nuclear material with a conventional bomb. And so there you have this trail of signs. And so James Cameron's words, in fact, do connect to the date it is predicted, the follow-up judgment to the 9/11 warning. This Titanic sub that was lost at the bottom of the depths of the Atlantic, at the location of the graveyard that is the Titanic, is a prophetic sign that hints at the pit of hell. This is the reason for the depths of the Titanic and why it is a graveyard. It is a warning from God, especially for the nations that have known God, especially for America and Americans. It is a warning of judgment after death, a warning of hell. The death of the name of the company, Ocean Gate, hints at the gate to the pit of hell. This is what is symbolized and alluded to in this prophetic sign. June 22nd, 2023 was exactly 62 weeks, which is a period of time in the most central prophecy in the Bible, Daniel chapter 9. June 22nd was exactly 62 weeks after the sinking of the Moskva. The Russian Moskva, the pride of the Russian fleet, which sank on the 110th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic. That's astounding. And again, Titanic is about the number 101. Its propeller's number is 101, as revealed in the prophetic signs, which were the newly released images that I explained earlier on May 17th, on the anniversary of Watergate, and on and on. Okay, so the Moskva sunk on the 110th anniversary, and again, once again, on the 101 anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic was the Boston bombing. And so therefore, the Moskva sank on the 9th anniversary of the Boston bombing, which makes that a pairing of 9 and 11. 101 years to the Boston bombing, and then 9 years is a pairing of 9 and 11, which confirms the signs and connections. But anyway, back to the Moskva here. It's astounding that it sank, this infamous sinking of a ship, a big ship, a ship in which there was pride, as was the case with the Titanic, the unsinkable ship. The Moskva sank exactly 110 years after the Titanic sank. It was also the day that Mike Bossy died, who played for the Islanders. The Titanic was headed for Manhattan Island. The Moskva was involved in the taking of Snake Island on the first day of the war. And that's how God typically works his prophetic signs, the symbolic firsts of something. This was the first day of the war, the well-known incident in which the Moskva took Snake Island. And the Ukrainian soldiers on the island told the Moskva where to go, as everyone knows. So it's very famous. The CVD disease was a product of the U.S. BIO weapons program, largely conducted in Ukraine. And the SPK protein of the circulating microorganism, and the thing is snake venom, which is why the connection to Snake Island. If you didn't get that because I spoke too cryptically and stuttered, Snake Island, the reason for it in God's prophetic signs, and why also the Moskva, because the Moskva is Snake Island, because the Moskva took Snake Island on the first day of the war. Snake Island, God named the island Snake Island in order to reveal what, in fact, the truth is about the protein. You know the protein I'm talking about. The protein on the microorganism. You know what I mean by microorganism. And the protein in the thing is, in fact, snake venom. That's the truth. And God's big picture of science has overwhelmingly proved this. And when the prediction comes to pass that is being made in this video, know that the purpose of it, the reason why God has given me a voice through the prediction, is to prove what I have just said, which is that the protein is snake venom. Okay? Bossy, Mike Bossy, the famous Hall of Famer hockey player, wore jersey number 22. And 22, as I've explained, is symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. Okay? I forget if it was this video, but I did say how the Tav mark was the 22nd letter and the mark of the Antichrist is in... Okay, I explained that, right? But did I also explain how the... Yeah, okay, let's move on. I've explained that. Okay. Besides that, when the prediction comes to pass, you take my word for these things. I don't have to explain the basics of things over and over and over again. You're going to have to start taking my word for things. All right. And so, and 22 is symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. And that's why Mike Bossy wore number 22. Now, did I elaborate anymore? Okay, so Mike Bossy, he died... Let's see if I can recall. Well, there's more to Mike Bossy. In fact, I made a video, the Mike Bossy video. So watch that video also for the details, because there's more confirmation. But what I'm getting at here is the truth as to why Mike Bossy died, which is that he took the thing. Okay, and that's proven because he died on the same day of the sinking of the Moskva, and the Moskva in God's signs is all about Snake Island, which was for the purpose of confirming that the thing and the microorganism were both developed in Ukraine. in the BIO weapons program, the clandestine program of the U.S. That is the truth, and when the prediction comes to pass, this will prove this. Okay? The CEO, Stockton Rush, I'm talking about OceanGate, the CEO, Stockton Rush, was a descendant of two of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, one of whom was from Philadelphia, where the Declaration of Independence was signed. Oh, and the reason for going into all of this again is because the Titanic sign, which ties to Mike Bossy, because the Titanic was on its way to Manhattan Island. And so the Titanic sign, the submersible sign, was exactly 62 weeks, which is a period of time in the most central prophecy, hence why God uses 62 weeks connections in his signs. Okay, so this isn't a coincidence. We have the two sinkings. Well, because it's the Titanic sinking that's pointed to with the Titan submersible. Furthermore, it sank, and this was exactly 62 weeks after the sinking of the Moskva. Okay, so that's why it all ties together there. In other words, and furthermore, the Moskva is tied to the Titanic because it sunk on the 110th anniversary. So that's another way for sure that we know that the Moskva is tied to the Titanic here. And since the June 22nd was the Titanic sign through the submersible, the exact 62 weeks is clearly from God. Therefore, all of this other information is from God as well. Especially when the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove everything that I'm saying about God's big picture of science. The CEO of OceanGate was a descendant of the two signers of the Declaration of Independence, one of whom was from Philadelphia, where the Declaration of Independence was signed. Richard Stockton of New Jersey and Benjamin Rush from Philadelphia. This is more profound evidence that God's hand has been on America and is confirmation that this Titanic sub sign is a judgment warning for America. And furthermore, this is also communicating the end of America and the end of the Constitution with the Antichrist. So that's amazing. That was a major news story, a part of the sub sign, right? Was how Stockton Rush was related to was a direct descendant of two of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. That's amazing. The CEO of OceanGate said in an interview, quote, "I'd like to be remembered as an innovator. I think it was General Douglas MacArthur who said, 'You're remembered for the rules you break,'" unquote, Rush said. Quote, I've broken some rules to make this." In other words, talking about his sub, he broke some rules to make his sub. "I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me," unquote. This quote, his rule breaking and his fate at the bottom of the ocean, next to the graveyard that is the Titanic wreckage, is symbolic of sinning and ending up in the pit of hell due to sin. Breaking the rules, sinning. This is why he said this. This is why he broke the rules. It's amazing. He ended up in the symbolic pit of hell, which is what is symbolized. If you think about it, 12,600 feet below the ocean surface. And again, 12,600 is also Antichrist symbolism. This graveyard at the bottom of the deep Atlantic Ocean is symbolic of the pit of hell. And that's where this guy is now. And he broke rules. And that's why he's there. It's clear. This is a story God is telling that's communicating the fate of people that sin, which is everyone. Unless they repent and accept Jesus. And follow Jesus as their Lord, not only their Savior, as their Lord. And Jesus said, "Where I am, those that follow my commandments will be." Those that love him are those that follow his commandments and do his commandments. contrary to the Nicolaitan doctrine of evangelicals and other denominations as well. The wreckage of the Titan sub at the Titanic is 4,000 feet below the surface of the ocean. I have no idea where that came from. No, it's 12,000, maybe it's 4,000 meters. Famous billionaire Hamish Harding was the founder of Action Group and was chairman of Action Aviation, an international aircraft brokerage company with headquarters in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. His death was officially confirmed 900 miles from Cape Cod, exactly 9 weeks before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. Also, actually, as I've explained many times already, August 24th, 9 weeks later, was a step. It was 54 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on October 17th. And on August 24th, General Wagner died, and the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. That's why the 54 days. Also, the confirmation of this Action Aviation founder was confirmed 117 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die on the date 10/17, which hints at 117, in St. Louis, where the Great American Eclipse peaked at 1:17 p.m., which also hints at 117. And that eclipse entered the U.S. over Salem, Oregon at 10:17 a.m., and she will die on the date 10/17. Okay, this guy, Hamish Harding, his last ominous social media post regarded how the area had been having its worst weather in 40 years, but that finally there was an opening and opportunity for the dive. He tweeted from St. John's, Newfoundland, 400 miles away from the Titanic. This worst weather in 40 years and 400 miles distance hinted at the Israelites' exodus from Egypt at their escape from Pharaoh after 400 years, and then 40 years in the desert before they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. The pilgrims on the Mayflower saw their crossing of the Atlantic as a parallel with the Israelites' crossing of the Jordan River, and their crossing was 400 years before the American Antichrist king. The lost souls on the Titan sub, 12,600 feet below the surface of the ocean, next to the graveyard that is the Titanic, is symbolism for the going down into the pit of Sheol. The depths of the ocean is the deep abyss, and God's message in this prophetic sign came through James Cameron, the creator of the movie Titanic, and also the creator of the movie The Abyss. The plot of the movie The Abyss is about a lost nuclear submarine. The creator of the movie has been in a sub to the Titanic, to see the Titanic, 33 times. James Cameron's prophetic words on the day that it was confirmed that the Titanic sub was lost was 3 months and 3 days, which hints at 33, the number of times he has been to the Titanic, before it is predicted that a dirty bomb of nuclear material will explode in Manhattan. So this is another huge confirmation, because this movie, The Abyss, is about a lost nuclear submarine. So there's nuclear symbolism here with James Cameron. And a dirty bomb is made of nuclear material. And again, he's all about the 33. And don't forget, there was also his movie that won 11 Academy Awards, which tied the record with 2 other movies, making it a total of 33. And those other 2 movies were about the first and second, or symbolized the first and second comings of Lord Jesus Christ. So, and Jesus died and was resurrected at the age of 33. All of this is amazing confirmation of the 3 months and 3 days to September 25th, the date of the prediction or the predicted dirty bombs in Manhattan. God uses firsts in his signs. On June 21st, 2023, during the peak of the search and rescue effort for the missing Titanic sub, the family of famous actor Julian Sands gave their first public statement since he disappeared while hiking on Mount Baldy near Los Angeles on January 13th, 2023. Okay, so this is their first public statement since Julian Sands disappeared while he was hiking. Okay. What am I getting at here? A search and rescue for Julian Sands, which parallels the search and rescue effort for the missing Titanic sub. But the first public statement just happened to be during the search and rescue effort for the Titanic sub. Okay, so the family said in their statement, quote, "We are deeply grateful for the search teams and coordinators who have worked tirelessly to find Julian," unquote. Quote, "We continue to hold Julian in our hearts with bright memories of him as a wonderful father, husband, explorer, lover of the natural world and the arts, and as an original and collaborative performer." So here's one thing to emphasize. He was an explorer, as is James Cameron and those that were on the Titan sub. They were exploring the deep in the Titanic. Okay? Julian Sands was exploring Mount Baldy when he disappeared. This statement was released 4 days after San Bernardino County conducted their 8th massive search and rescue effort since January, involving 80 search and rescue volunteers and deputies. There were an additional 8 other search and rescue efforts that were not conducted by San Bernardino County. Greek letters are also numerals, and the numeric value of the name Jesus in Greek is 888. 2 sets of 8 searches and 80 people that were in the search, the most recent one, hint at 888. The 8th San Bernardino search and rescue effort occurred the day before the Titanic sub was lost and the search and rescue effort for it began. As the family said in their statement, the famous actor Julian Sands was an explorer and lover of the natural world. He loved to hike and climb mountains. The climax to the Titanic sub prophetic sign was the words of famous director James Cameron, who is a deep-sea explorer and lover of the natural world. Sands starred in the movie A Room with a View. The Ocean Gate Titan sub was a room with a view. The view they sought was of the Titanic. A Room with a View was nominated for 8 Academy Awards. Sands' family's statement was after the 8th search and rescue effort, and the statement was made during the time of the search and rescue effort for the sub that is a room with a view. The actor's name is Sands, and the Greek word for sand is used 5 times in the New Testament, and in each case, except for one, it is used in context of sand of the sea. The other use of sand is when Jesus warned to build one's house on rock instead of sand, lest it be washed away by water. The bodies of the 5 souls that were on the Titanic sub are now resting in the sand at the bottom of the sea. God pairs the numbers 9 and 23 together in his signs in order to confirm the signs and connections, and to identify the Antichrist, the 44th president, the basketball president who wore jersey number 23, who became the president in 2009 and will become the president again in 2023 after U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. The wreckage of the 23,000 pounds Titanic sub was found at a depth of 4,000 meters, 4 times 400 feet from the bow of the wreckage of the Titanic on June 22nd. So there's a pairing of 23 and 44 right there to confirm the signs and connections. June 22nd was the day that the U.S. Coast Guard delivered its official statement regarding the fate of the Titanic sub, and as a result, the search and rescue effort was called off, and the 9 vessels involved in the effort were disbanded. These 9 vessels were 900 miles from the coast of Cape Cod. June 22nd is exactly 9 weeks before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on August 24th. Again, that was the day of the Wagner plane crash, which again connects with 54 days to the plane crash of Harris because the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. June 22nd was the day that the director and deep-sea explorer James Cameron said his prophetic words on ABC News. June 23rd was exactly 23 weeks. That must be a typo. Yeah. June 22nd was exactly 23 weeks, which is 4 times 40 days, which is almost 44% of a year after, yes, that's a typo. After actor and explorer Julian Sands went missing. I remember now. So it is exactly 23 weeks from the day that Julian Sands went missing to the disbanding of the 9 ships 900 miles from Cape Cod. That is 9 weeks before August 24th, which connects with 54, which ends at 9. And God pairs 9 and 23 to confirm the signs and connections. And again, that's how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, and why it is not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. In one simple way, he provides second witnesses is through pairing certain numbers. And so anyway, 9 and 23 is the big numbers that he pairs together. And we have, this is just astounding, because Julian Sands is about a search and rescue effort. And it's exactly 23 weeks from the day he went missing to the day that the search and rescue was called off because the fate of the sub was learned and the 9 ships were disbanded 900 miles from Cape Cod. The date that Sands went missing on January 13th, 2023 is exactly 23 weeks before the date that the search and rescue effort for the missing Titanic sub was called off, which is in turn exactly 9 weeks before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. God frequently uses 23 weeks connections in his signs, big picture of signs, and 23 weeks followed by 9 weeks is a pairing of 9 and 23, as I just explained. Sands lives in Los Angeles and was hiking near Los Angeles. Harris is from Los Angeles, still has her home away from Washington, D.C. in Los Angeles, and her plane will crash as it is crossing the country on its way to Los Angeles. This is 9 weeks and 23 weeks after Sands went missing near Los Angeles. And again, actually it's 54 days, which hints at 9, and then 9 weeks, and then 23 weeks. Okay. On the day that Julian Sands went missing, the S&P 500 stock market index closed at 3,999.09. 3,999.09 hints at 3,999.09. This is because it was about, quote-unquote, 3,000 Israelites that perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai in their exodus out of Egypt. Sands perished on Mount Baldy, another mountain, and coincidentally, Sands went bald during his acting career. That's on a side note. The reason why Sands is actually known for having gone bald during his career, severe balding, but nonetheless remained a sought-after actor in Hollywood. And so anyway, that's just very interesting in how God would do things. Okay. From the Bible, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. 999.09 is 0.81 points from 4,000. 0.81 points hints at 9 times 9. 81 is 9 times 9. And it also hints at 9/11 in 2001, when about 3,000, the total of deaths on 9/11 was 2,996. That was the number of souls that perished, and that's because it was about, quote-unquote, 3,000 because of the Bible, about 3,000 souls that perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. Okay, and let's see. There were 81 passengers on the first plane that struck the North Tower. That's why 81 is a 9/11 number, but also 9 divided by 11 equals 0.818181 into infinity. That's why another reason why 81 is a 9/11 number. Exactly 23 weeks later, the wreckage of the Titan sub was discovered next to the wreckage of the Titanic at 4,000 meters deep. Okay? Again, the number the Dow closed at was prophetic, as I just explained, and it hinted at 4,000. And 23 weeks later, after Sands went missing and the S&P closed at a number that hinted at 4,000, was the day that the Titan sub was discovered, 4,000 meters. Okay, so 3,999.09 hints at 4,000 meters, and 999.09 pairs with the 23 weeks connection. And this confirms the signs and connections. And that's why, in order to point to 4,000, we had the 9s, because it pairs with the 23. It's absolutely amazing. You see how God's big picture of signs works? Additionally, the 500th word in Strong's Bible Concordance is the Greek word meaning Antichrist. The S&P 500 hints at the 500th word, and Julian Sands is known for his role as the warlock in the movie Warlock. In this movie, Sands plays the warlock who is Satan's representative set on destroying the world. Likewise, Satan's Antichrist will bring destruction to the world. The date that Julian Sands went missing, on January 13th, which hints at the 113th word in Strong's Concordance, which is the word meaning wicked, lawless, unprincipled men. On the day that the actor that played the warlock, and the day that the S&P 500 as in the Antichrist prophetic sign, was the day that Evel Knievel's son died at the age of 60. Evel Knievel, the stuntman, his son died at the age of 60. His son was famous for his motorcycle stunts. His son was famous for his motorcycle stunts that he performed in Las Vegas, otherwise known as Sin City. These motorcycle stunts involved him flying in the air and sometimes crash landing, which is symbolic of the predicted airplane crash of Kamala Harris. Julian Sands starred in the famous movie Leaving Las Vegas, along with Nicolas Cage. God uses Nicolas Cage to point to the Nick-Olaetan doctrine of the American Church, which is taught in the seminaries in Fort Worth and Dallas, Texas. A Room with a View was nominated for 8 Academy Awards at the 59th Academy Awards. 59 is the 17th prime number, and this hints at 8 and 17, the area code of Fort Worth. Julian Sands connects with James Cameron. So if you caught that, so Julian Sands died on the day that this guy that's known for being a Las Vegas stuntman, and Julian Sands starred in the movie Leaving Las Vegas. That's why those two coincided. Okay, Julian Sands starred in the movie Leaving Las Vegas, and on the same day that he went missing, in other words, died, was the day of the death of the famous Las Vegas stuntman. Okay, now why did God do that? Because we know now that Julian Sands is very important, so this coincidence is obviously from God, therefore. So why? Well, that's because of Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage was the star of that movie, Leaving Las Vegas. And if I recall, so Nicolas Cage, God is using in his signs, I know, because I've been studying God's signs from morning till night, more than full-time hours for 6 years, uses Nick as Nicolaitan doctrine symbolism for the American church, which God is very, very displeased with, which is taught, this Nicolaitan doctrine is taught in Fort Worth at the seminary, okay? And the area code is 817. Julian Sands, this big movie that made him famous, A Room with a View, was nominated for 8 Academy Awards at the 59th Academy Awards, and 59 is the 17th prime number. And God has used the number 59 in many other instances as symbolism for 17. Furthermore, so therefore, the 8 Academy Awards and the number 17 also confirms the connection here we are talking about to the Nicolaitan doctrine that is taught in the area code of 817. Julian Sands connects with James Cameron, who has been down to view the Titanic 33 times. And his movie Titanic tied the record of 11 Academy Award wins with 2 other movies, making 3 movies to win 11 awards, which also hints at 33. 33 days before James Cameron's prophetic words. Again, this is the biggest aspect of this sign. James Cameron's words on the day of the news of the fate of the Titanic sub, 33 days before this. And again, James Cameron has been to the sub or Titanic 33 times. So and again, his words are 3 months and 3 days before the predicted dirty bomb in Manhattan. Okay, so 33 days before James Cameron's prophetic words on June 22nd, the day of the fate of the Titanic sub was learned, was the fateful day that the racehorse National Treasure won the Belmont Stakes race. National Treasure is the name of the prophetic movie starring Nicolas Cage that God used to point to God's hand on American history and the judgment warning through the events on 9/11. The plot of the movie National Treasure takes place in many locations of the U.S., including Boston, Massachusetts. The climax of the movie Warlock also takes place in many locations across the U.S., and it climaxes in Boston, Massachusetts. And so there's more parallel here, okay? So more confirmation, first of all, of the tie between Julian Sands and Nicolas Cage, because these two movies parallel each other. The plots of these movies are how they transition from location to location. This is the plot of these movies. The transitioning from location to location across the U.S., including Boston. And furthermore, the movie Warlock climaxes in Boston. Okay? And the big prophetic sign that was the win of National Treasure, which I'll explain in a National Treasure video, God willing, that was a sign that pointed to the movie National Treasure, because the horse was named National Treasure, and this was 33 days before James Cameron. Speaking of movies, because James Cameron is also a movie guy, and so that also makes this relevant, the connection to how it all ties together. Okay? The fact that James Cameron is also this famous director of movies as well. Okay, so this is amazing. And yeah, I'll have to make that National Treasure video. But it's all points to 9/11 as well, as does the Titanic sub. Because the 9/11 judgment warning was all about pointing to God's promises of blessings and curses, which is also tied to the Titanic through the Mayflower and John Winthrop's speech and on, as I've explained. The Antichrist, Barack Obama, will become the president again after Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. This will symbolize when Jesus said in Luke 10:18, "I saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven." As I mentioned earlier, in Hebrew, Barack Obama means lightning from high place, lightning from heaven. And in the Bible, the high place is a metaphor for heaven. This is why Sands, who played the warlock, died on Mount Baldy, the highest mountain peak in the region, which is near Los Angeles, where Kamala Harris is from. And Harris will fall from the sky on her flight, which is why a major aspect on her flights to Los Angeles, which is why a major aspect of the search and rescue operations for Julian Sands involved aviation. The San Bernardino search and rescue operation, 2 helicopters were used, and teams were flown into remote areas and drones were used to search areas inaccessible to ground crews, the department said in a statement. President Kennedy died while serving as president in the White House. He was replaced with the 36th president. 36 hints at 666, as I explained earlier. Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash while serving as vice president at the White House. She will be replaced by the Antichrist, and the number 666 symbolizes the Antichrist. On the day that Julian Sands went missing, on the mountain, a high place, which in Hebrew is Bama, was the day of the infamous near collision between 2 passenger planes on the runway of John F. Kennedy Airport that would have been the worst aviation disaster in U.S. history. This near aviation disaster occurred on the day that Sands went missing in the high place, which led to the search and rescue operations that involved aviation. Also, by the way, John F. Kennedy Airport is in New York City, and the planes were on their way to Los Angeles before they got hijacked and were flown into the Twin Towers in New York City. Also, they were flights from Boston, and John F. Kennedy is from Boston. That just all came to me right now. That's amazing too. Not only is he from Boston, but him and his family are symbolic of Boston and Massachusetts. John F. Kennedy was killed in Dallas. Also on this date, January 13th, 2023, the date of the disappearance of Julian Sands and the near collision at John F. Kennedy Airport, was the news that a leopard had escaped its cage at the zoo in Dallas. The spokesperson for the zoo is Vice President for Animal Care, Harrison Adele. The first name is Harrison, as in Harrison Ford. And God is using Harrison Ford and his aviation mishaps to point to the aviation mishap of Kamala Harris. The cat is 4 years old and was found at 4:40 p.m. The cat was at the Houston Zoo in Harris County before coming to Dallas. Dallas makes this a judgment warning for the evangelical church. Dallas is the home of the Nicolaitan doctrine, Reformed theology, that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war on with the sword of his mouth. Also, it's where the pastors learn, and as I explained earlier, pastors are the problem. And Nicolaitan is derived from the word Nicolaitan is derived from two Greek words that mean ruling over the laity. And as I explained earlier, but forgot to add, that this Nicolaitan word means that, but Jesus said to not follow anyone or call anyone your teacher or pastor or priest or father, etc. And doing so leads to, and he knew would lead to, man-made doctrine, institutionalized man-made doctrine, which is further cemented by the infusion of money into Christianity. In his prophetic dream that identifies him as the Antichrist, that Obama described in his autobiography, he is chased by a big cat, which is why this cat in this prophetic sign. The prophecy in Daniel chapter 7 in the Bible regards the Antichrist, and it describes a leopard, a big cat, with 4 wings and 4 heads. 4 wings and 4 heads hints at the 44th president. This is why this escaped leopard in Dallas is 4 years old and was found at 4:40 p.m. One of the first big roles for Julian Sands was the famous movie A Room with a View. Sands starred opposite Helena Bonham Carter, which was her first starring role and her breakthrough role. God uses firsts in his signs. Helena Bonham Carter was nominated for an Academy Award for her role in The King's Speech, a movie about Prince George, who became king after his brother abdicated. This hints at the Antichrist king, who will become the president after his old pal, Joe Biden, will abdicate due to his declining mental health. In 2011, at the White House press correspondents' dinner, Obama played a video of a comedy sketch with him in a parody of The King's Speech, the movie. This same night, he played a clip from the movie The Lion King, another king, and suggested that the iconic scene of the birth of baby Simba in Kenya was where this was the scene of his birth. In other words, he joked that the clip that he was showing was actually his birth. This was just a few days after he released a digital copy of a birth certificate forgery. Coincidentally. Well, not coincidentally. That's why he would have made that joke at that White House correspondents' dinner. The biggest liar ever in the biggest lie, and he's a professional liar, right? And the man made this joke about his birth location right after he released his birth certificate forgery. It's astounding. Helena Bonham Carter lost the Best Supporting Actress award to an actress named Melissa Leo, and Leo hints at Lion and The Lion King, and Obama's comedy that involved the King's Speech. Okay, you got all that? Okay, so she was nominated, Helena Bonham Carter was nominated for King's Speech, but she lost to the actress named Leo, and Obama played the clips from these 2 movies at that White House correspondents' dinner, which was very prophetic. That was also when he made... As well, Obama became the president due to his ability to deliver a speech. Melissa Leo starred in the movie The Fighter along with Christian Bale. Bale hints at the false god Baal or Baal in the Bible that Jews would worship, and the name Christian Bale hints at persecution of Christians by the Antichrist, which is the reason why the shooting massacre during the movie Batman Rises starring Christian Bale occurred in Denver, the highest city in America, exactly 42 months after the rise of Obama at his inauguration. In Bible prophecy, the Antichrist is said to rule for a symbolic 42 months. The name Julian is from Latin and means follower of Jupiter. Jupiter in Latin is the equivalent of Zeus in Greek mythology, and Zeus is the equivalent of the god Baal in ancient Mesopotamia. These gods are different masks of Satan. It is interesting that Julian Sands starred with Helena Bonham Carter, who later lost to the actress that starred in the movie about boxing, given that Sands also starred in a famous movie titled Boxing Helena. As well, Montana is Spanish for mountain, and Sands went missing on a mountain, and the capital of the state Montana is Helena. Helena, Montana is relevant because Montana, the location of the Rocky Mountains, is known to be a high place and is known as Big Sky Country, and Julian Sands, who starred with Helena Bonham Carter, went missing on a mountain. Julian Sands starred in The Killing Fields, a famous movie about the true story of the genocide in Cambodia by the Marxist revolutionaries on their own people. God has used Julian Sands to point to this movie in order to inform us what is quietly begun now in America and other formerly Christian nations. This movie was released on the date November 2nd, 1984, which was the same day that Anthony Fauci became the director of the NIAID. The name, and you know what his name is, F-A-U-C-I, in Italian, means sickle. This is a reference to Revelation chapter 14. Quote, "And another angel came out of the altar, the angel who has authority over the fire, and he called with a loud voice to the one who had the sharp sickle, 'Put in your sickle and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe.' So the angel swung his sickle across the earth and gathered the grape harvest of the earth and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden outside the city, and blood flowed from the winepress as high as a horse's bridle for 1,600 stadia," unquote. Okay, so this is amazing. Now, I just want to repeat that because it is so amazing and so very important. Julian Sands starred, so God is pointing to Julian Sands. So far we have the Warlock and we have the Leaving Las Vegas connections, right? What else did he star in? This is the important one here. Well, Warlock is important too, obviously. Julian Sands starred in The Killing Fields and A Room with a View. That connects with the Titanic Sub, which was a room with a view. Okay, so Julian starred in The Killing Fields. This is a famous movie, which I saw, by the way, while I was in Cambodia. It's a movie everyone should see. A famous movie about the true story of the genocide in Cambodia by the Marxist revolutionaries, which is a sign that God is using here to inform us that that's what is happening right now. It's the beginning stages of genocide by the Marxist revolutionaries, the blue team, although they don't know that they are manipulated by Marxists, the majority that are on the blue team. So, yes, that's what's happening. And that God is communicating that. But not only that, the release of the movie was on the same day that the sickle guy became the director of the NIAID. Okay? November 2nd, 1984. Now, some more regarding this, more confirmation here. November 2nd, 1984 was exactly 444 months to the day that Atlanta won the 117th World Series. Atlanta equals Atlantis, equals New Age spirituality and technology and transhumanism, because Atlanta is named after Atlantis, and this is symbolic of the New Age spirituality, religion, and technology, transhumanism technology. The CVD disease and the Thing program was a military operation, and the CDC is a branch of the U.S. military. The CDC is headquartered in Atlanta. Hank Aaron, the home run king, who wore jersey 44, which hints at the Antichrist king, the 44th president. Player 44's team, the Atlanta Braves, won the 117th World Series exactly 444 months after this guy, FAUCI, was enthroned as the head of the NIAID. The Atlanta Braves won the World Series exactly 9 months and 11 days after player 44 died from having taken the Thing publicly in Atlanta for publicity for the Thing. And player 44 died exactly 444 weeks after the Batman Dark Knight Rises movie shooting massacre, and the SHO things are in shootings are symbolic of the Thing, the mark of the Antichrist. Player 44 died from the SHO 6 plus 6 plus 6 days after taking the SHO, which is the mark of the Antichrist, on the first day of the 117th Congress. Hence the connection to the Atlanta Braves winning the 117th World Series. The first day of the 117th Congress was 117 days after the Atlanta Braves' prophetic sign on 9/9 in 2020 that pointed to the Braves player Nick Markakis, player number 22. And Nick hints at the Nicolaitan doctrine of the American Church. Markakis hints at the mark of the Antichrist. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. Now, much more explaining all of this is explained again in the must-watch Harris's crash on 10/17 equals the eclipse that peaked at 1:17 p.m. That's the foundational essential video that explains much more about what I'm talking about and the prophetic significance and why 117 in these signs regarding the mark of the Antichrist. The prophetic last out was made by player 5 on the day that the Thing, mark of the Antichrist, was approved for 5-year-olds. Okay, so God uses the last outs in especially World Series as symbolism, and the last out was made by actually a man named Freeman, as in slavery and freedom. The name of the player was Freeman, and he played for Atlanta. And anyway, that was the same day that the Thing was approved for 5-year-olds, and he is player number 5. This was 555 days before the prophetic signs on 5/11, which hints at 5 times 11 equals 55, including a plane crash, which is in turn exactly 15 weeks, which is 5 plus 5 plus 5, and is also 2,520 hours, which comes from Daniel chapter 9, the period of the Antichrist, before it is predicted that Harris will die in a plane crash near the I-55 highway. And again, that August 24th date, which is what I'm talking about, connects with on to October 17th. The date 5/11 hints at 5 times 11 equals 55. The location of Harris's plane crash in St. Louis, near where the paths of the eclipse will cross each other, is also symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Harris's crash near the I-55 highway will be exactly 9 weeks after the news that the 5 souls on the Titanic sub had perished. Somehow, the 5G network and frequencies will affect the Thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which will result in a genocide similar to the movie The Killing Fields that starred Julian Sands. Now, I will add to that, the genocide is underway anyway. It's not dependent on 5G. All that I know is that God is pointing to 5G, and I do not quite understand precisely why, but it is connected to the thing. And I know that there are theories out there, but I'm not convinced by any of them, 100% anyway. So I don't know, but what I do know for sure is that God is pointing to 5G in relation to the thing. I don't know. The story of Julian Sands' disappearance on January 13th involved attempting to locate him through pinging his cell phone and through his cell phone pings. This was symbolism for the image of the Antichrist that is described in Bible prophecy, which is the cell phone and the internet, which uses frequencies from 5G. Like the story of the lost Titanic sub, the story of Julian Sands' disappearance involves trying to locate position and direction on a map. This is what a compass does. The plot of the movie Warlock is about compasses. The warlock uses someone's gouged out eyes for a compass in search for the 3 pieces of the Grand Grimoire that he will use to unmake the universe. Likewise, the witch hunter in the movie hunts the location of the warlock using a warlock compass. The Titanic scene takes place at a church in Boston. The climactic scene of this movie takes place at a church in Boston. And then the woman kills the warlock using salt water. Salt is symbolic of the church, and appropriately in the movie, salt is said to be the weakness of the evil warlock. The Grand Grimoire, the fictitious Grand Grimoire in the movie, is then buried under the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah. Julian Sands starred in the famous movie Arachnophobia. It had a $22 million budget, and the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The plot of the movie is about mysterious deaths that are later discovered to be the result of a new invasive species of venomous spider. Left to breed on their own, the venomous spider threatens to wipe out America. The truth about the SPI protein in CVD and the thing is that it is laboratory engineered snake and poisonous sea snail venom. And the prediction being made in the video will prove it, and that is the purpose for this prediction that is from God. The Sands hints at the 5 uses of the sand in the New Testament, including the dragon that stands on the sand of the seashore in Revelation chapter 12. The dragon is symbolic of the Antichrist. Julian Sands starred in the movie The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Another connection between one of Julian Sands' movies. The key piece of this puzzle is that on the day of the wreckage of the 23,000-pound Titanic sub was discovered 4 times 400 feet from the wreckage of the Titanic's bow, was the day that the 44th President Antichrist, who wore Jersey 23, moralized about the world's obsession with the lost sub instead of the 700 souls that were on the capsized boat off the coast of Greece on June 14th, 2023. 700 souls on the day of Trump's 77th birthday, which made it a 3 sets of 7. And in the book of Joshua, the Israelites marched around the walls of Jericho before they collapsed in God's judgment in a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before trumpets were blown and then the walls collapsed. they marched around 7 times once per day. And then on the 7th day, they marched 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets, as in trumpets. Okay, so the capsized boat with 700 souls was on Trump's 77th birthday, and the Antichrist, the 44th president, was moralizing about, like he typically does, about how the world was obsessed with this instead of, or the Titanic sub instead of that. Obama chastised the world for caring about the 5 rich people lost on the sub more than the 700 poor illegal immigrants on the boat in the Mediterranean. Exactly 50 weeks after the F-18 that was lost from the USS Truman in the Mediterranean. Okay, so the capsize of the illegal immigrants was exactly 50 weeks. And 50 weeks God uses in his signs symbolism for the church. And the Antichrist will persecute the church and moralize like he does, because the number 50 symbolizes the church. Pentecost, the Feast of Pentecost, literally means 50th day. And the Feast of Pentecost symbolizes the church. And the Feast of Pentecost is also known as the Feast of Weeks. And it's 350 days, which also is the Greek word 350th word in the concordance, which means to scrutinize, sift, determine the defects or excellence of something, as in the church. Okay, this was exactly 23 weeks after Julian Sands, who played the warlock, was lost. Okay, and so again, on the day of the news of the fate of the sub, the Antichrist moralized about the sub. And it was exactly 23 weeks after Julian Sands, who played the warlock, was lost. And it's exactly 9 weeks before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, which we now know is another 54 days after that. He spoke in Athens, Greece, which is symbolic for democracy, and therefore this was symbolic of him ending democracy with his moralism. I should say Marxism. This is and that's why the disdain for caring for 5 rich people instead of 700. This is typical communist thinking, right? It's not Christian thinking, where every life is valuable. And furthermore, there were Americans on that. This, and that's another reason for being interested. I don't need to explain it. You know what I'm talking about. The Titanic is an interesting story. It's part of American history, etc., right? But that's how the communists think. But anyway, this was exactly 23 weeks after Julian Sands, okay, I said that already. Okay, this is the amazing sign by the Antichrist in the midst of these Antichrist signs that surround the 400 years that have passed since the Pilgrim's Crossing in the Mayflower. There is a scene in the movie The Abyss in which a submersible implodes. James Cameron made this movie, which is said by actors to have been the most challenging and stressful movie ever, including the actors that were in the movie. Cameron, who has been to the Titanic 33 times, spoke his prophetic words on the day of the confirmation that the Titanic sub had imploded. And this was 3 months and 3 days before the predicted dirty bomb explosions. Okay, so I'm just making an emphasis here about how this movie, The Abyss, there's this scene. It's known for being the most challenging and stressful for actors to have ever been made. And God uses records like that. But also, the plot of the movie involves an implosion. There's a dramatic scene in which someone dies in an imploding submarine. And then James Cameron made his big prophetic remarks on the day of the news that the fate of the Titanic sub was that it imploded. And again, this is all part of this prophecy that is pointing to the explosions, because the implosions hint at that. It's the opposite of an explosion. 3 months and 3 days later, on September 25th in Manhattan, the predicted dirty bomb explosions. And again, that movie was about the search for a lost nuclear submarine. And incidentally, search. That's another parallel, because it was a search for the Titanic sub. And the movie that he made was about a search for a sub. The 44th president's words of moralism that were said in Greece, that came from his anti-Western Marxist globalist heart, were made 4 + 4 days after the 700 souls went into the Mediterranean near Greece. His words of moralism regarding the Titanic sub came on the same day as James Cameron's prophetic words were said on ABC News regarding the Titanic sub. Okay, so the 44th president moralized 4 + 4 days after the Mediterranean boat capsized. Okay, so that's another connection. Obama's words of moralism regarding the Titanic sub came on the same day as James Cameron's prophetic words were said on ABC News regarding the Titanic sub. Cameron's words regarded the unheeded warnings that were given to the captain of the Titanic and CEO of OceanGate, which were warnings from God for America. The unheeded warnings from God will now result in the rise of the Antichrist, Barack Obama. Okay, so I think I'm just saying that the unheeded warnings for the CEO, which is kind of like symbolism for the leader of a country, right? OceanGate, judgment begins at the gates. But anyway, it's all symbolism for the unheeded warnings from God, including this particular one, this Titanic sub, which is one of the warnings. Julian Sands starred in The Killing Fields, which is a movie about totalitarian genocide that parallels our time. The Killing Fields was released on the same day that Anthony Fauci became the director of the NIAID. Fauci means sickle in Italian. The first beast Antichrist is in Rome and is Pope Francis. This prophetic connection between Fauci and the Killing Fields to the fields of grapes that are harvested by the angel in Revelation chapter 14, which I read earlier. Okay? The movie, The Killing Fields, points to the flow of blood from the winepress of God's wrath, that is 600 stadia. The disappearance of Julian Sands connects to the Titanic sub that disappeared and was located 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic wreckage, which is a mass graveyard. You follow that? We've got the 1,600 number in the Revelation chapter 12 regarding the slaughter, the blood, the winepress of God's wrath. And the Titanic sub was discovered 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic wreckage. And as I've been explaining, connects with Julian Sands, who starred in the movie Killing Fields, which was released on the same day as the leader of the NIAID was installed. Okay? And the Titanic is a mass graveyard. That's the thing. Which is symbolism for the masses killed in the winepress of God's wrath after the sickle went through the field of grapes, as in the Killing Fields movie, which resulted in a flow of blood 1,600 stadia, which is what 1,600 feet hints at. And this is what the movie, The Killing Fields, hints at, which is why it starred Julian Sands and was released on the same day that FAUCI became the head of the NIAID. The name Sands hints at the mass graveyard in the sand at the bottom of the sea. In other words, the unheeded warnings to the captains of the Titanic and the Titan sub symbolize the unheeded warnings for the coming mass deaths that are described in Revelation chapter 14. Joshua Gates, the host of the Discovery's expedition, Unknown, the name of the show. It's a Discovery show named Expedition Unknown, wrote on Twitter, quote, "I had the unique opportunity to dive in the OceanGate Titan sub with Stockton at the helm in preparation for its maiden mission to Titanic," unquote. He said the prospect of getting footage of the sunken ship was a huge opportunity, quote unquote. To those asking, #Titan, did not perform well on my dive. Ultimately, I walked away from a huge opportunity to film Titanic due to my safety concerns with OceanGate platform, he continued. Gates also indicated there's more to the history and design of Titan that has not been made public, much of it concerning, unquote. He made his comments on Twitter on June 21st, 2023, 7 days after 700 souls went into the Mediterranean on Trumpet's 77th birthday. Joshua led the Hebrews in a march around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day they marched 7 times while 7 trumpets were blown. This news story about Joshua Gates's comments, is an astounding parallel. First, in the Bible, judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gates. The collapse of the walls of security of Jericho was God's judgment on the people of Jericho. This is why the name of the host of the Discovery Channel show is Gates. Joshua Gates's comments about the lost Titanic sub at sea were made 7 days after 700 souls went into the sea after their boat was lost on Trumpet's 77th birthday. This 7 days period in between the 2 lost boats at sea, prophetic signs, is a parallel with the Hebrews' 7 days march. The 700 souls on Trump's 77th birthday hints at 7 and 7 times 7. Trump's 77th birthday hints at 7 times 7. This and 7 times 7 hints at 7 marches on the 7th day while 7 priests blew 7 trumpets. Trumpets, I should say. The priests that blew 7 trumpets is a parallel with Trumpet's 77th birthday. That's amazing. 9 days after 5 souls were pronounced to have been lost near the site of the Titanic wreckage, which was exactly 23 weeks after the search for Julian Sands began with attempts to ping his cell phone from cell towers and involved search attempts using aviation, will be the rollout, or the full rollout, of 5G near airports, potentially causing massive flight delays, as planes that have not been retrofitted will not be allowed to operate during bad weather. This story regarding 5G and aviation is 9 days after 5 souls were deemed to be lost 900 miles from Cape Cod, which is in turn exactly 9 weeks before the predicted aviation disaster involving Harris near the I-55 highway. I should say I-55 highway. This connects 5G to I-55. The full rollout of 5G at airports will be 54 days before Harris's predicted aviation disaster near St. Louis Airport and the I-55. 54 hints at 5 plus 4 equals 9, and 54 is a multiple of 9. 54 also hints at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. The sub was 900 miles from Massachusetts, and the 54th Massachusetts hints at the mark of the Antichrist, as does the location of Harris's crash. There is a scene in the movie The Abyss in which a submersible implodes. James Cameron made this movie, which is said by actors to have been the most challenging and stressful movie ever made. Cameron, who has been to the Titanic 33 times, spoke his prophetic words on the day of the confirmation that the Titanic sub had imploded, and this was 3 months and 3 days before the predicted bomb explosion in Manhattan. The Abyss was called the toughest movie shoot in movie history, quote unquote. All the diving sequences were shot for real, underwater. Both he and Ed Harris almost died while making it, as recounted in that Rebecca's book, The Futurist. Okay, I'm quoting some news source here, I suppose. Ed Harris hints at Kamala Harris. Cameron's movie involved a sub that imploded. On the day of the news of the Titanic sub's implosion, 900 miles from Cape Cod, Cameron said prophetic words about warnings not being heeded. And these words of his are exactly 9 weeks before the predicted disaster of Harris's plane, when the engine will explode. Okay, so I think I've been over this before, but just one more time. This is astounding because James Cameron, who made Titanic, has been to the Titanic 33 times, and his prophetic words were drawing a parallel between the unheeded warnings between the captain of the Titanic and the Titan sub. He also, his movie Titanic won 11 Academy Awards, tying 2 other movies, each also having 11 awards, and those 2 other movies are symbolism for the first and second comings of Christ. And so a total of 33 Academy Awards, which is more confirmation for the 3 months and 3 days from Cameron's prophetic words to the date it is predicted that there will be an explosion, because the day of his words were the day of the implosion news of the Titan sub. All right. Now, also, his words were 9 weeks before August 24th, and I've explained that. That's the day of the crash of in the plane of Wagner, 54 days before the predicted crash of Kamala Harris. But this is why Ed Harris was the main character in the movie. God used Ed Harris to confirm all of this. And again, her plane crash, Kamala Harris's plane crash, is predicted to be 54 days after August 24th, when Wagner died, and the 54th Massachusetts fought at Fort Wagner, and the Titan sub is 900 miles off of Massachusetts. The story of the lost Titanic sub, and 5-4 hints at 5 plus 4 equals 9, hence 900 miles off Massachusetts, 54th Massachusetts. The story of the Titanic sub is the debris field of the wreckage of the sub and the Titanic. The debris field and graveyard in the sand at the depth of the sea hints at Julian Sands, who starred in The Killing Fields. So here it was realized this direct connection between field. Killing Fields, Julian Sands, connects to the debris field, which is the graveyard at the bottom of the sand, on the sand at the bottom of the sea. So that's a direct connection as well between Julian Sands and the sub. Furthermore, again, he starred in the movie A Room with a View. I think it was his first big movie. And that's what the sub is, a room with a view, and on and on. The CEO of OceanGate, Stockton Rush, was the descendant of 2 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. His wife, Wendy Rush, is the direct descendant of 2 of the famous passengers that died on the Titanic. Okay, here we go. Stockton Rush is descendant of 2 signers of the Declaration of Independence, but his wife, Wendy Rush, is direct descendant of 2 of the famous passengers that died on the Titanic, Isidore and Ida Strauss. Isidore was a co-owner of the R.H. Macy department store. The Manhattan Macy's department store is considered to be a historic landmark in Manhattan. Today in Manhattan, there is a park and a memorial named after this couple. Hundreds of people attended the funeral to the point where Carnegie Hall's auditorium was at full capacity. Wendy Rush is the great-granddaughter of the daughter of Isidore and Ida Strauss. It is said that Isidore, it's probably pronounced Isidore. It is said that Isidore refused to get into a lifeboat after it was learned that younger men were refused because of there not being enough space. His wife said that where he goes, she will also follow. The couple sacrificed their lives for others. This prophetic sign involving the Titanic sub and Stockton Rush and his wife Wendy Rush points to the Titanic and the story of Isidore and Ida Strauss, who sacrificed their lives so that others could be saved in the lifeboats. This is symbolism for the sacrifice of his life that Jesus made so that others could be saved. This warning from God of judgment, destruction, and death, and souls going down to the pit of Sheol, points to, which is the graveyard symbolized by the graveyard of the Titanic, points to the story of the Titanic and the salvation of some of the souls on the lifeboats. It is a message from God to get into the lifeboat, which is Jesus Christ. The story of Isidore and Ida Strauss is fictionalized by director James Cameron in his 1997 film Titanic. The last scene in the movie of the elderly Strausses shows them deciding to lay in bed together while water floods into their cabin during the sinking of the ship. Ida Strauss was played by Elsa Raven. The last role in her acting career was her portrayal of Mrs. Harrison in the film Answers to Nothing. Okay, so Ida Strauss was played by Elsa Raven, and in Elsa Raven's career, her last acting role was the portrayal of Mrs. Harrison in the film Answers to Nothing, which is a story that revolves around multiple characters searching for meaning in their lives in Los Angeles. The film was criticized for taking the stories from the movie Crash, which won the Academy Award for Best Picture in 2006. The character Mrs. Harrison and the movie's connection to the movie Crash hints at the crash of Harris's plane. The Titanic sub was confirmed to be lost 900 miles from Cape Cod, exactly 9 weeks before Harris's predicted crash. And the wife of this, it's actually 117 days before her predicted crash on the date 10/17. But I've explained why August 24th, 9 weeks later, is prophetic. And the wife of the CEO is the descendant of Ida Strauss, played by Elsa Raven in the movie Titanic, and Raven's last role was of her portrayal of Mrs. Harrison, which hints at Kamala Harris. Another hint at Harris, in addition to Ed Harris, which I just mentioned, which involves another theme of submersibles and the Titanic, because of James Cameron, who directed Titanic and the movie The Abyss. The movie Answers to Nothing is about the search for meaning in life, which can ultimately only be derived from one's relationship with God. God communicated this truth through the wife of the CEO of OceanGate. God pointed to this truth through the wife of the CEO of OceanGate, because God pointed to, through her, Ida Strauss and Elsa Raven. From the Bible and God's signs, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. The movie Answers to Nothing was released exactly 9 years before Elsa Raven died on November 2nd, 2020. Wait a second here. I don't think I mentioned it, because November 2nd, 2020 is also the date that FAUCI was made the head of the NIAD, and the day of the release of Killing Fields. And that was exactly 36 years before this date. Okay? Now 36 is a number that God uses in his signs to symbolize 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. And that's because 36 hints at 3 sixes, but also 36 is 6 times 6, and 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And the 36th triangular number, which in the triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 666. All the way up to 36 equals 666. And so that's why the 36 years connection to the death of Elsa Raven. Now, the thing is, Elsa Raven is tying into the Titanic sinking here, which is tying into the CEO of OceanGate and the search and rescue for OceanGate, which is tying into the search and rescue for Julian Sands. And Julian Sands starred in the movie The Killing Fields, which was released exactly 36 years before the death of Elsa Raven. That's amazing. That's a full circle amazing beyond words thing, okay? What it does is also confirms that the mark of the Antichrist is the thing that that guy promoted that was made the head of the NIAID. And it's resulting in a killing field because it connects with 666 symbolism. It's the mark of the Antichrist. This connection confirms that. Okay, now Elsa Raven died, okay, exactly 9 years after this movie, her last role as Mrs. Harrison, was released. And the day that she died, November 2nd, 2020, was exactly 999 weeks after 2 planes struck the 2 towers on 9/11. The first plane was Flight 11, and the date of Raven's death, November 2nd, hints at Flight 11. And 2 planes that hit the 2 towers that looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state to join the Union. Okay, so her date is 11. The date that she died is 11/2, which hints at the 2 planes, the first one being Flight 11, which flew into the 2 towers that looked like a giant 11, and in the state of the 11th state. And New York City is also made up of 11 letters. But you get the idea. 2 towers, 2 planes, number 11 symbolism, which is why Raven died, and the connection to the movie Crash and her playing Mrs. Harrison, and why she died on 11/2. Okay? But also, Elsa Raven is most famous for her role as the clock tower lady in the movie Back to the Future. She hands out flyers and tries to raise money for the clock tower that was struck by lightning. The flyer says that the tower was struck by lightning at 10:04 p.m. 10:04 plus 10:18 hints at 2022. Luke 10:18 is when Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barack means lightning. Baba means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven. And O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word for from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he said this anyway and knew that it would confuse us, knowing that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Okay? So the flyer says lightning struck the tower, just like planes striking the tower, right? That's why she died 999 weeks after the plane struck the tower. She handed out flyers for the lightning that struck the tower. And on the flyer, it says the lightning struck at 10:04 p.m., which is a major part of the plot of the movie Back to the Future, because they try to arrange the lightning strike to power up the DeLorean, if you recall. Anyway, 10:04 p.m. plus 10:18, as in Luke 10:18, equals 2022. Okay? God pairs 9 and 110 together to confirm the signs and connections and to point to the events of 9/11 that were a warning of judgment and destruction for America. I've explained that countless times, why God pairs 9 and 110 to confirm the signs and to point to 9/11. Elsa Raven, whose last role was as Mrs. Harrison, died exactly 9 years after Answers to Nothing was released, and she died exactly 999 weeks after 9/11. In turn, the date of her death was exactly 110 days, a pairing of 9 and 110, to the date that the engine of the United Airlines Flight 328 exploded over Boulder, Colorado, and the foothills of the Rocky Mountains on the date 2/20 in 2021. The date 2/20 hints at 220, which from the Bible symbolizes rock, as in Rocky Mountains, which symbolizes Jesus. And 220 hints at the two towers that were 110 stories high. Okay? So her death connects with 110 days to the date 220, which symbolizes rock. That confirms the date 220 because it's Boulder, Colorado, and the Rocky Mountains. And 2 times 110 hints at 9/11, when the planes struck the towers. And on 220 in 2021, 110 days after she died, which was 999 weeks after 9/11, and the planes struck the towers, was a plane sign when the plane's engine exploded over Boulder, Colorado. In turn, the explosion of the engine of Flight 328 at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains on 2/20 in 2021 was 328 days before the prophetic airplane crash in a mountain state on top of a warehouse of a company named Mountain Foods, and the day of a prophetic sign involving 144 horses at Rocky Mountain Stables next to Boulder, Colorado, in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains next to Rocky Mountain National Park. These signs in the high place, which is the word Bama in Hebrew, in 2022 is why 10:18, as in Luke 10:18, plus 10:04, as in the clock tower being struck at 10:04 p.m., equal 2022. It was for pointing ahead of time, because January 14th, 2022 was known ahead of time, and how I knew that was because of the connection I just mentioned. This was one of the reasons. So I predicted these prophetic high place signs in the mountain states, including a plane crash, on January 14th ahead of time. And let me see. I think that date connects directly to the day that Kamala Harris will crash in her plane. Let me just check again. The movie Back to the Future is about a prophetic warning that Marty tries to give Doc. And God used the movie Back to the Future as a prophetic warning for America about 9/11. The clock tower and the clock tower lady hints at this. Exactly 9 weeks after 9/11 in 2001 was the day that Flight 587 crashed into a residential neighborhood of Queens, New York City on 11/12 in 2001. On the same day, the two New Jersey Lotto Pick 3 numbers were 587 and 758. It was the first day that the state held 2 Pick 3 Lottos in one day. The New York State Pick 3 Lotto numbers on the anniversary of 9/11 were 911. 587 hints at 5 times 7 times 8 equals 280. The 280th word in Strong's Bible Concordance is the Greek word meaning enigma, riddle. This is the reason why if we know from knowledge and wisdom, enigma, riddle, in other words, that Elsa Raven hints at 9/11 and also hints at Kamala Harris through her portrayal of Mrs. Harrison, we can know to add 587 days from the prophetic signs in the high place on January 14th, 2022, including the prophetic plane crash, to reach the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. So wait a second here. All right, so there you go. There's the connection. I'm sure it's one of many, though. And I know it is, actually. I know it is. January 14th, 2022, this big date for the trail of signs leading to Kamala Harris's plane crash, again, was known from what I just described about 1004 and 1018 adding up to 2022. And also 328 days after the Flight 328, etc. Okay, now that date connects, as I just described and explained, with a number that symbolizes a plane crash, 587, which also is symbolic of a riddle, and Proverbs 25:2 says that it is the glory of glory of God to conceal a matter and the honor of kings to search a matter out. Anyway, when we add 587 days to the signs on January 14th, 2022, these signs that I just briefly described, they're explained in another video, which is the American Pharaoh prophecy video, by the way. When we add the 587 days, and furthermore, that date was reached at with a riddle in itself, which was adding 328 days because of Flight 328. And by the way, the reason for 328 is because it's symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, because it points to the verse in Daniel chapter 3, verse 28, which is a chapter about the mark of the, which is a chapter that symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. Anyway, so when we add 587 days, which gets us 200, by the way, 5 times 7 times 8 is not only the number 280 that symbolizes riddle, but it also, 280, part of that riddle is that 40 weeks is 280 days. And 40 weeks is extremely prophetic in God's science. It's like a riddle, if you will, because when asked by his disciples for the signs to look for of his return, Jesus replied with the metaphor of birth pains. And according to the medical profession, the average human gestation period is 40 weeks. Hence why God uses 40 weeks connections in his signs, which is 280 days, which is another hint at the relevance of the number 280, which is equal to 5 times 7 times 8. Anyway, when we add 587 days, which again is symbolic of the crash of Flight 587 right after 9/11, and the pick 3 lottos that confirmed that, the prophetic significance of 587, because the New Jersey lottos were 587 and 758 on that same day. No, it's 578, not 758. 587 and 578 on that same day. Anyway, when we add the 587 days to January 14th, 2022, we get this date I've been talking about so many times in this video, which is August 24th, 2022, which was the date that was known ahead of time to be, at first thought to be, the date that she would crash. But a long time before that date came and went, it was known that it would only be a step. But it was also predicted, therefore, that there would be a relevant prophetic sign on that date. And that ended up being the death of Wagner, General Wagner, the Russian general, in a plane crash. And again, this is 54 days to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. And that's relevant because the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. Okay, so there you have it. From the death of Elsa Raven, we have 110 days to the plane sign, the explosion of the engine over Boulder, Colorado, which connects with 328 days to the high place signs, which is what's hinted at with the 10:04 p.m., the high place, the lightning striking the clock tower, and the connection to 9/11 when the plane struck it. Okay, so you got the 328 days from that sign to January 14th, 2022, which is in turn 587 days to August 24th, 2023, which in turn connects with 54 days to the date that it's predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, which is why the movie in which Elsa Raven starred in as Mrs. Harrison connects to the movie Crash, as I explained. And also all of this connects with the Titanic, as I'm explaining here, because she played Ida Strauss in the movie Titanic, which James Cameron directed, and James Cameron went to the Titanic 33 times, and his prophetic words are 3 months and 3 days before the predicted explosion in Manhattan. And her plane crash will crash due to an explosion, Harris's plane, and also the Titanic sub imploded, which hints at an explosion. The engine explosion of Flight 328 over Boulder, Colorado hints at Daniel 3:28 in the Bible, which is the important verse in the chapter that is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist that is described in the book of Revelation. The mark that, if taken, is tantamount to denying faith in Jesus, which is what Boulder County symbolizes, as rock in the Bible is symbolism for Jesus. This was 36 days, which hints at 666. The number 36 hints at 666 days after the engine of Flight 328 exploded over Boulder, Colorado on the date 328. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that the date 328 is 36 days after Flight 328 exploded over Boulder, Colorado. Okay, so this date 328, and again, 36 is a hint at 3 sixes, and 328 is hinting at the mark of the Antichrist symbolized in Daniel 3:28. Okay, so what's with this date 328? Okay, this was the day of the prophetic explosion at a church in Indonesia, where the 44th president grew up for 4 years, by Muslim suicide bombers. This church bombing was 6 times 6 days after Flight 328 that hinted at the Daniel 3:28 verse. And this church bombing on 328 was in turn exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the prophetic Super Bowl that is known as the 3-28 Super Bowl. The name of the coach for the Falcons that blew the lead in the 3-28 Super Bowl was Dan, which hinted at Daniel 3:28. And this Falcons Super Bowl was in turn exactly 23 months after Harrison Ford crashed his vintage World War II airplane with the number 50 painted on it, which symbolizes the church, onto a golf course. Harrison Ford starred as a pilot of the Millennium Falcon in the movie Star Wars, which connects to the Falcons Super Bowl. Okay, God pairs 9 and 23 together to confirm the signs and connections, and to point to the president in 2009, the basketball president who wore jersey 23 while playing basketball in Hawaii. 23 months connections between Harrison Ford's Millennium Falcon crash. He didn't crash the Millennium Falcon, but Harrison Ford crashed, and he was the pilot of the Millennium Falcon. And it was 23 months before the Falcons' 3-28 Super Bowl, pairs with exactly 90 weeks from the church bombing on 3/28 in 2021 to December 18th, 2022. Okay. March 5th, 2015, the day of Harrison Ford's crash, plus 23 months equals the Super Bowl on February 5th, 2017, plus 6 times 6 times 6 weeks equals this date 3/28 and the church bombing in Indonesia. And this is 90 weeks exactly to December 18th, 2022. Okay, and that date was the day of the debut of the Yellowstone series, 1923, starring Harrison Ford, and the day that the flight on its way to Hawaii suffered turbulence that caused injury to 36 people. The church bombing on 3/28 was 36 days after the engine of Flight 328 exploded, and Flight 328 was also on its way to Hawaii. That's astounding. I hope you got that. I could have made this into a video in itself, actually. Maybe re-listen to that if you didn't get it. December 18th, 2022, the date of the turbulence and the on the flight to Hawaii, and the day of the premiere of the Harrison Ford Yellowstone series, okay, was also the day, by the way, Yellowstone, the series is named 1923, and that 23 there confirms the 90 weeks, because that's a pairing of 9 to 23 also. And that's how it works. That's how God's science works. That's amazing too. December 18th, 2022 was also the day of 3 prophetic football games. One prophetic sign involving Lion player 16 and another involving Patriots player number 16. Harris's plane will crash in the city with the area code 314, St. Louis, because God is pointing to Isaiah 3:14, chapter 3, verse 14. For thus says the Lord to me, as a lion or young lion growls over his prey, and when a band of shepherds is called out against him, he is not terrified by their shouting or daunted at their noise. So the Lord of hosts will come down to fight on Mount Zion, on its hill, like birds hovering. So the Lord of hosts will protect Jerusalem. He will protect and deliver it, and he will spare and rescue it. Harris's plane crash will be brought down by turbulence, which will be symbolism for the lion's growl in Isaiah chapter 31, verse 4. Okay? Sorry, it's not Isaiah 33, verse 14. It's Isaiah 31, verse 4. Harris will crash in the area code 314. And her crash will be turbulence induced, and so that's symbolism for the lion's growl in this verse. This was the reason for the sign involving Lions quarterback number 16, and 16 hints at 4 times 4 and the 44th president. This is the reason for the Lions sign on the day of the flight that experienced severe turbulence on its way to Hawaii. In the prophetic sign involving another player number 16, the last play of the game began with the Patriots quarterback number 10, Mac Jones, on the 44-yard line, which hints at the 44th president, and ended when Patriots player number 16, which hints at 4 times 4, the 44th president, threw the ball to Raiders player number 55, Chandler Jones, who then ran the ball into the end zone to win the game as time ran out. The game had been tied 24-24, which hints at 48 and the 48th president, and should have gone into overtime. The end zone symbolizes the end times in Bible prophecy. And the ball was mistakenly thrown from Chandler Jones to Chandler Jones from the other guy, the quarterback's name, Mac Jones. After the ball was mistakenly thrown to Chandler Jones, number 55, he had only one player left to get by, New England player number 10, Mac Jones. Raiders player Chandler Jones running over Mac Jones and then into the end zone hints at James Earl Jones and the predicted crash of Kamala Harris near I-55 highway, which is the highway that connects St. Louis to Memphis, Tennessee, the 16th state, 4 times 4, near where James Earl Jones was born and where James Earl Ray shot and killed Martin Luther King. Player number 10 was run over by player number 55, and 10 and 55 hinted at I-55. 9 times 16 equals 144 days, 9 times 16 days, and 9 times 16 days later was the date 5/11, which hints at 5 times 11 equals 55, and the prophetic sign involving a plane crash in the 31st state, which hints at Isaiah chapter 31, and a man named Jacob, which is the equivalent to the name James. And 5/11 is in turn exactly 5 plus 5 plus 5 weeks, which is 15 weeks, which hints at the I-55, and is 105 days, which also hints at I-55, which is equal to 2,520, as in the 2,520 days for the end times in Daniel chapter 9. It's equal to 2,520 hours, this 15 weeks is before, on 5/11, from 5/11 is 15 weeks before Harris's predicted plane crash near the I-55. The score, and by the way, that connects with 54 days to her plane crash. The score is by player 55 in the end zone. To the end zone was against the team from Massachusetts, and the final score added up to 54, which hinted at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the theme of slavery and freedom and oppressive minority laws and unequal pay, which, as explained, hints at the mark of the Antichrist, as does the location of Harris's crash. 54 hints at 5 plus 4 equals 9, and 54 is a multiple of 9. This score hints at 9, and this together with the two players, number 16, give us 9 times 16 days, for which to add to 12 December 18th, 2022, which includes the aviation incident of turbulence, to get the prophetic signs on 5/11, including the aviation crash on 5/11, which connect to Harris's plane crash through the crash of the Wagner plane crash. The third of the 3 prophetic football signs on the date of the debut of Harrison Ford's Yellowstone 1923 and the day of the turbulence flight was the game between the Los Angeles Chargers and Tennessee Titans. Nashville and St. Louis were the only 2 major cities within the path of totality of the prophetic solar eclipse in 2017, and St. Louis does not have a football team. Nashville is the closest city with a football team. Nashville in this game hints at Harris's crash in St. Louis. And furthermore, there was the prophetic flight, the biggest, deadliest crash in Missouri history that was a flight from Nashville to St. Louis, which is explained in another video. Her flight will be on its way, Harris's flight will be on its way to Los Angeles, and it will be brought down by turbulence and lightning, hence why the Los Angeles Chargers, which hints at lightning in this sign. In the game, there were 3 critical interceptions thrown, the last of which was caught by player number 31 for Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is in the 31st state. The final score added up to 31. This hints at Isaiah chapter 31, which describes the Antichrist and begins with, quote, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt," unquote. Harris's plane crash, while on its way to the 31st state, will crash in St. Louis, which is near the area of the country that is nicknamed St. Louis and Little Egypt, and it is connected to St. Louis with the I-55 highway. And so there you have it. This is one way in which Harrison Ford's crash on his vintage World War II plane onto the golf course in Los Angeles in the 31st state connects to the date it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash while on its way to Los Angeles in the 31st state. On June 22nd, 2023, the 4th day of 4 days of oxygen supply, 4 people died in storms in Texas, with hail the size of 4 inches, and the strongest ever wind speeds recorded at George Bush International Airport in the 4th biggest city, Houston, in Harris County. 9 people were injured, and this is exactly 9 weeks before it is predicted that Harris will die in a plane crash. 90,000 people were without power in Harris County. Okay, so in these storms, this is amazing. We have the confirmation for the 44th president, the 4th day of 4 days of oxygen. 4 people died, so that ties it together right there. Okay, but it was also 4-inch sized hail, and it was the strongest ever winds, which God uses records. So this was a record, and therefore we can expect that this is a sign. It was in the 4th biggest city, Houston, another connection to the 4 days of oxygen. Okay, and it was the 4th day of four days of oxygen on June 22nd. Okay, and furthermore, the wreckage was found 4 times 400 feet from the bow, 400 meters, 4,000 meters below the surface. So there's more 4s to tie the Titanic to this sign of 4-inch sized hail in the 4th biggest city. Okay, and four people died in the storm. There you go. That's amazing, because 4 people died on the sub and 4 people died in the storm. Clearly, these connect. Okay, now there were 9 people injured, and on this day 9 vessels were disbanded 900 miles from Cape Cod, and this is 9 weeks before the predicted, well, August 24th, right? And 90,000 people were without power, which is more confirmation of the 9 weeks connection. And again, August 24th connects with 54 days, which also hints at 9, because 5 plus 4 equals 9, and it is a multiple of 9. From August 24th, it is 54 days, and that was the day of Wagner's crash, and the 54th Massachusetts Regiment fought at Fort Wagner. Okay, so that's relevant, though. It's more confirmation of the 9 weeks connection here, that connects ultimately to Harris's plane crash, and this sign is in Harris County, and it involves the airport, which involves aviation. This is amazing. Flash flooding related to the prophetic storms and tornadoes across the southern U.S. and mid-Atlantic shut down the I-55 highway on the day that the Titanic sub went missing, on June 18, 2023. The following day was the prophetic sign involving the baseball player named Lewis, as in St. Louis, when he hit 5 hits and 5 at-bats for an average for the year of 400. And this is 66 days before it is predicted that Harris will crash in St. Louis near the I-55 highway. Right. Because this isn't the day the sub was discovered, the fate of the sub was learned. This was prior to that, which is why it's 66 days. And again, this is relevant because 400 years ago, the Mayflower took 66 days to cross the Atlantic. Okay, we explained that earlier. But there was it shut down the I-55, this storm, okay? And that was the same day or of the 5 hits and 5 at-bats, okay? I think you got that. The date of the climax of this trail of signs was June 22nd, when the wreckage of the Titanic sub was discovered 4 times 400 feet from the bow of the wreckage of the Titanic. June 22nd was 4 times 4 days after the release of the Diablo 4 in Manhattan on the date 6/6. Okay? There was a billboard sign. Diablo is Spanish for devil. There was a billboard sign in Times Square that advertised this release of Diablo 4 that said, "Welcome to hell, New York." Welcome to hell, New York is the sign. That's what it said. If I remember, I'll put a picture here. Okay, so you'll have to probably look it up because I won't be able to find later where to insert the picture of the billboard. So, which is what I recommend you do in any case for a number of these things. When you want to see it, just look it up, just do a search. Okay, so there was the Diablo Devil 4 video game billboard, the official release date. Okay, let's see. So, June 22nd, the climax of the Titan sub sign was 4 times 4 days after the release of Diablo 4 in Manhattan on the date 6/6. And 6/6 hints at the Antichrist 666, described in the 66th book of the Bible. Okay? There was a billboard sign in Times Square that advertised this release of Diablo 4 that said, "Welcome to hell, New York." On this date, 6/6, the sky over New York City was orange due to the smoke from the wildfires in Canada, and there was a public safety advisory to stay indoors in New York City. It was 400 fires that burned on the other side of the symbolic border wall of security, which made this a warning from God of judgment destruction. The Hebrews escaped the king of Egypt after 400 years of affliction and then crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. The wreckage of the Titanic sub was discovered 400 miles from the coast of Canada, where 400 fires burned 4 times 4 days earlier on the day of the release of the Diablo 4 in New York City on the date 6/6. The date 6/6 hints at the 66 days that the Mayflower took to cross the Atlantic 400 years earlier. On June 19th, while search got going for the Titanic sub 400 miles from Canada, the fires were still burning in Canada, and this was the day that Luis Arraez hit 5 for 5 with a .400 batting average against the baseball team from Canada, the Toronto Blue Jays. This was 66 days before it is predicted that Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis, hence the player's name Luis Arraez, near the I-55, which is why he went 5 for 5, near Little Egypt, which is 400 symbolism, on August 24th, 2023. And again, that date in turn connects with 54 days, as I've explained too many times now. So what I mean to emphasize here too, the border wall of security is symbolized here. Okay, God has demonstrated these signs in Mexico and Canada along the border as symbolism for the border wall of security, which is symbolism that alludes to the book of Joshua and the walls of security of Jericho that collapsed in God's judgment after they took the promised land, which was after the exodus from Egypt after 400 years, which is why all of this ties into this 400 symbolism, including the Titan sub and the guy that hit 400 batting average. And anyway, it's astounding that on the day of the release of the Diablo 4, the sky over New York City, in New York, with the billboard even saying, "Welcome to Hell, New York," the sky over New York City was orange because of the prophetic symbolic fires that were 400 fires on the other side of the border wall of security. It's, in other words, symbolism as in like the hell is about to break through the walls of security. It's exactly what this is symbolizing. It's symbolism for hell breaking through the walls of security that currently are around the nation. Yes. Also, this is hinting at the toxic, because as I think I'm going to explain in a minute, if I do, I'll be redundant, but I apologize in case I don't explain it. The toxicity of the fires caused the local New York Public Service Department or whatever to warn people to, especially if they are susceptible, to stay indoors. And that is hinted at that's a hint at the toxic dirty bomb that will explode 3 months and 3 days after this climax. Let me see. It'll probably connect more. Let me just keep reading. 6/6, the date 6/6, was also the day of the dam burst in Ukraine. Okay, here we go. More confirmation. The most destructive event in the war that began when the leader of Ukraine was 44 years old, when there was an exodus, an evacuation from the nation that was made up of 44 million people, because Zelensky, the first Jewish leader of Ukraine, is symbolism for the Antichrist, the 44th president. That's how God is using him in his signs. And the most destructive event of the war, that's symbolized by the number 44, as I just explained, happened on the date 6/6, which is symbolic of the Antichrist. Furthermore, it's a dam bursting, which is symbolic of the walls of security collapsing. Okay, and that's the day of the fires on the other side of the border wall of security. 400 of them. On 6/6, June 6th, the advisory to stay inside due to the smoke from 400 fires hinted at an evacuation due to toxic gas from a dirty bomb that will explode exactly 4 times 4 weeks after the Diablo 4 sign and the dam that burst in the nation that was 44 million people before the evacuation, which hints at the 44th president Antichrist. So there you go. I knew it. The Diablo 4 release on the date 6/6, when it said, "Welcome to Hell, New York," in Times Square, is 4 times 4 weeks exactly to the predicted dirty bomb in Times Square, and the evacuation, which is hinted at with the toxicity of the fires. That's amazing. Diablo 4, 4 times 4 weeks. Amazing. And Ukraine, which is also hinted at with 44, which is also why the 4 times 4 weeks. This is absolutely amazing. All right, it also needs to be mentioned here, what I didn't write, although I didn't write it earlier, is that this clearly is a sign also that's communicating that the source of the dirty bomb material, the nuclear material that will be used in the dirty bombs, will come from Ukraine. That is the reason also for this sign involving Ukraine in conjunction with this Diablo 4 sign, 4 times 4 weeks before the predicted dirty bombs. And the Diablo 4 sign was again 4 times 4 days before the sub was discovered 4 times 400 feet from the bow of the Titanic, and on and on. Julian Sands, the actor that played the Warlock, disappeared exactly 66 days after the blue team shoplifted the referendum in the 4th state for John Warnock, which was a couple of days after the Sunday game of the 44 seconds comeback for the GOAT, greatest of all time, on the date 11/6, which hints at 11 times 6 equals 66. And this date 11/6, okay, was exactly 4 plus 4 plus 4 months after 6-year-old Big Bird tweeted for kids to take the thing on the date 11/6, which hints at 66, and Big Bird is 6 years old, and 4 plus 4 plus 4 months hints at the 44th President Antichrist. Okay, so this was on 11/6 in 2021. Okay, that's amazing, right? So this is a 66 in the date, and then it was 6-year-old because Big Bird is 6 years old, and he was tweeting for kids to encourage them to take the thing. It's sick, absolutely disgusting. And it was these two 11/6 dates are exactly 4 plus 4 plus 4 months apart. In other words, exactly a year. But this is relevant because it's also connecting to the 44 seconds comeback. This a highlight of the last season of the Go to Football's career, and the Go to Football is one of the most important signs in God's signs, Tom Brady. Let's see, what else? Sands disappeared exactly 23 weeks, or 4 times 40 days, before his family's first public statement on the day that 9 vessels disbanded 900 miles from Cape Cod, when the wreckage of the sub was found 4 times 400 feet from the bow of the wreckage of the Titanic. The Titanic hints at the 66 days it took the Mayflower to cross the Atlantic, as I've explained before, because the Titanic has the number 101 on it for one thing, and so does, well, the Mayflower arrived after 66 days with 101 passengers. I've explained all that. So, which is why Warnock, this politician senator, U.S. Senator Warnock, John Warnock of the 4th state, Georgia, which is why Warnock shoplifted the referendum 66 days before the disappearance of the actor that played Warlock. That connection is astounding in itself, right? Obviously. The strange name of Warnock is connecting with 66 days, which is Antichrist, to the disappearance of the actor that played Warlock. But there's more to it in that this date, like I'm saying, in which Warnock shoplifted the referendum, in turn was the date that hints at 66, and in turn connects to the day that Big Bird, 6-year-old Big Bird, tweeted for kids to take the thing on the date that also hints at 6/6. Okay? So that I don't know why I interjected in the middle of it this 23 weeks connection, however. Well, okay, I know why. Because the Titanic itself hints at 66, the number 66, because it hints at the Mayflower that took 66 days to cross the Atlantic. That's why. So it's just another additional confirmation. But the big thing is that, yeah. And this goes through the Sunday in which there was the 44 seconds comeback. Now, I explained that in somewhere else. So anyway, let's move on. This is amazing, though. Obviously, we're having confirmation that Warnock shoplifted the referendum. Warnock's shoplift of the referendum for senator from the 4th state gave the blue team outright control of the Senate. It was the first time that a Democrat senator in the 4th state won re-election in 48 years, which hinted at how the Democrat-controlled Senate will enable the 44th president to become the 44th president to become the 48th president. Okay, and then right here I wrote correction. Okay, and I'm quoting myself. This is the first time since 1990 that a Democrat senator from Georgia won re-election, and the first time since 1974 that a Democrat won re-election to the Class 3 seat. So there's 3 different classes of seats for the Senate. They rotate. So every election cycle, it's not there's only one senator of 2 that represent the state that's up for election. Okay, something to that effect. But anyway, the point is that 1990 was 32 years earlier, which hints at 4 times 8 and the 48th president. But also 1974, which was the first time for re-election from the Class 3 seat, was 48 years. And this also hints at the 48th president. Furthermore, the number 32, the 32nd prime number, is 131. And that hints at Strong's Concordance 131, which is the number, which is the word in the concordance that means blood disease, which is what one gets after taking the mark of the Antichrist, which the 48th president Antichrist will enforce. So, in other words, in any case, both of these statistics give us the number 48, which is how the 48th president will become president again, because of the control that Democrats have of the Senate. In other words, this was designed by God. It's judgment on America, the shoplifted referendum that enabled this to happen. From the date of the shoplifted referendum, including Warnock's, as in Warlock, referendum, that gave full control of the Senate to the blue team, it is exactly 49 weeks to the predicted death of the 49th vice president in a plane crash on October 17th, 2023. Wow, I forgot about that. 49 weeks is 11 months and 9 days, which hints at the plane crashes on 9/11. 49 weeks is also 7 times 7 times 7 days, which is 3 sets of 7 symbolism, and is symbolic of America's walls of security collapsing on God's judgment. After the death of the 49th vice president, the blue team-controlled Senate will be instrumental in bringing to power the Antichrist. And this is the reason for this astounding exact 49 weeks from the shoplifted referendum that included Warnock-Warlock referendum. That you know what? Yeah, anyway, you get it. You get the point. It's amazing. From the day of the 8th San Bernardino County search and rescue on June 17th, 2023, for the actor that played the warlock, involving 80 people, which is another 8. Involving 80 people, which after 8 other search and rescues. Okay, so as we talked about before, there were 2 sets of 8 search and rescues. 8 were by San Bernardino County, and the others were not. And there was also, in the 8th one, 80 people were involved. Okay? It is from that date, which is June 17th, 2023. That was the day of the final 8th San Bernardino County search and rescue. That was a search for the actor that played Warlock. It is exactly 69 weeks, which comes from the most central prophecy in the Bible and is a hint at the 70th week and period of the end times of the Antichrist. It is exactly 69 weeks from this to the second coming of Jesus on the Day of Atonement. Yeah, wow. That's why. Okay, that's why we have these 3 8s here. It's exactly 69 weeks. From the day that the Titanic sub first went missing, 900 miles from Cape Cod and 13,000 feet deep. 9 times 13 equals judgment by the Antichrist. And it is also 12,600 feet deep, to be precise. The stories, though, mentioned 13,000 feet, so both numbers are relevant. And again, it was 400 miles from St. John's, Newfoundland, 400 years from the Mayflower, 400 years from from the Exodus from Egypt. It is exactly 69 weeks, inclusive count, to the second coming and defeat of the Antichrist. This is amazing confirmation that the Titanic sign was indeed a climactic sign that signified the beginning of tribulation. Okay, so God uses inclusive counts in weeks counts as equally as often as straight counts. So straight count from the 17th of June, 69 weeks, that was the 888 sign, which is relevant because Jesus' number is 888. And then from the day after, it's an inclusive count. And that's also relevant because of all of this symbolism that's been spoken about, which was the first day that the Titanic sub went missing. So, and again, that's the big sign, the 400 years after the Mayflower sign, etc. So there you go. The Titanic sub lost contact and was lost 69 weeks before the second coming, which symbolized the lost opportunity for America to repent after losing its way with God. 69 weeks hints at the symbolic beginning of the 70th week. Okay, this is amazing. This really should be at the beginning of this video. Because that's the important thing here, is that this is in fact symbolism for the beginning of the tribulation, this lost sub. On June 22nd, the day of the news of the finding of the wreckage of the Titan sub that had fallen from a great height to the bottom of the ocean under a couple of miles of water, it was reported that Denver, America's highest city, received its most rainfall in the month of June in 151 years. The rainfall caused flooding. 151 is the 36th prime number, and again, 36 is symbolism for 666. June is Pride Month, and Jonathan Cahn explains how it is a parallel with worship of the ancient goddess of prostitution, Pride Month, because in the ancient world they, in the month of June, worshipped the goddess of prostitution, which is the spiritual reality behind Pride Month. In other words, because if you're a materialist and you're coming to this video and you don't know, there's a spiritual reality behind reality that you think you know. Colorado is the 38th state. H 1117, the 1117th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, is the word Bama, meaning high place. June 22nd is 117 days before October 17th, which hints at 117, the date it is predicted that Harris's plane will crash from a high place and crash in St. Louis, which is on the 38th parallel line. The 38th latitudinal line is where St. Louis is, hence this rainfall in the highest city in America, the city that Obama, which means high place, had his Democrat National Convention when he became the presidential nomination in 2008. Okay, so anyway, this was the record rainfall in 151 years, which hints at 666, the Antichrist. And again, the sub fell from a great height to the bottom of the ocean. That's the reason for the parallel with the rain at the highest city of America on the same date. And again, this date points to the crash from Harris from a high place in St. Louis on the 38th parallel, hence the 38th state to join the Union. Furthermore, Gerald Ford, the 38th president, was the only president to never have been elected vice president or president. He was appointed instead, just like how Barack Obama will be appointed and not elected. Thus, how he will overcome the 22nd Amendment, which restricts someone from being elected more than twice. He will be appointed instead. From the Tribute in Light art installation that commemorated the Twin Towers, which is symbolic of 110 stories. Joshua died at the age of 110, 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua. Okay, so the Twin Towers contain Joshua's symbolism. They were, for example, 110 stories high, and Joshua died at the age of 110. And Joshua led the Israelites in a symbolic 3 sets of 7 around Jericho before the walls of security collapsed in judgment, God's judgment. They marched once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day, 7 times, while 7 trumpets were blown. Okay? From the Tribute in Light art installation that commemorated the Twin Towers, which is Joshua's symbolism, it is 7,770 days to the loss of contact of the Titan sub. 7,770 days is this. It's 777 plus 777. This number of sets of seven, this number of sets, I think it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 10. 10 sets of 3 sets of 7 is what 7,770 days is. This connection is symbolic of the judgment warning for America to repent. So this connection is symbolic of the judgment warning for America to repent and the lost opportunity to repent and loss of contact with God. Okay, so in other words, what I'm saying here, the Tribute in Light art installation commemorated the Twin Towers. Well, the Twin Towers collapsed. They fell in God's judgment warning for America to repent, the 9/11 events. And therefore, that's why the connection from this, which is Joshua symbolism, we have, because of the towers, we have this Joshua symbolic number to the day of America's, to the sign that communicated the finality of this, the lost opportunity to repent, that's embedded in the sign that communicated the loss of contact with God, with the loss of contact with the Titanic sub. 7,770 days later, after the Tribute in Light art installation. Julian Sands starred in the movie Arachnophobia. The plot of the movie is about mysterious deaths that are later discovered to be the result of a new invasive species of venomous spider. The deaths are due to spider bites. This is symbolic of the mysterious deaths from the things. Okay, so the plot of the movie is like, how and why are all these people dying? And that's exactly what is going on today, for anyone paying attention, that is. And it's because of venom. That's the answer in the movie, and it's also the answer in this reality. And that's why, again, another reason why God is using Julian Sands. It's absolutely amazing. This video could almost be titled the Julian Sands video instead of the Titanic Sub video. But, okay. The concealed truth about the protein in the CVD and the thing is that it is lab-engineered snake and poisonous sea snail venom. The movie had a budget of $22 million, and 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. That's confirmation of exactly what I just said. If this is true, and this movie and Julian Sands is a prophetic sign, it therefore means that the thing is the mark of the Antichrist, because it contains venom. And the movie had a budget of $22 million, okay? That's amazing. Its runtime is 110 minutes. Joshua Walls of Security, okay? The body of Sands was found on a mountain on June 24th, 2023. This is 9 months and 27 days, which is at Daniel 9:27, the last verse of the most central prophecy in the Bible, which is a verse that regards the end times and the period of the Antichrist. Okay, this discovery of Julian Sands' body on the mountain is 9 months and 27 days before the beginning, the predicted beginning, of the zombie pandemic, which is a mass demonic possession on April 20th, 2024. God is using all sorts of zombie symbolism to communicate this. That's why I call it the zombie pandemic, because God is communicating that. April 20th, 2024. And by the way, the demonic possession is what the things lead to. Those that take the marks of the mark of the Antichrist, it's a process that's leading to demonic possession. Okay? Because it's a spiritual abomination. And furthermore, it changes chromosomes, which opens the door to demonic possession. It's like symbolically not being any longer a creature of God's. That's what it symbolizes. Okay. Also, it's a spiritual abomination because it uses ABORTED, FETAL, STEMCELLS. April 20th, 2024 is 9 times 17 days. Obama was president from 2009 until 2017. Furthermore, he is the unconstitutional president, and Constitution Day is September 17th, 9/17. Okay, so the zombie pandemic is 9 times 17 days, which is 153 days, which hints at the end of the age of fishing for men because of the 153 fish caught in the last miracle of Jesus. After it is predicted that Obama will become the president again on November 19th, 2023. Actually, more information has come to light. It is now predicted that he will become the 51st vice president on this date, a date that hints at 9/11, and he will become the president 2 days later on the 21st. What is interesting is that the movie Arachnophobia was released twice. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, this movie was released twice. How many movies have you heard of that were released twice? This one was. And I think you know where I'm getting at here. Once in 1990, and then again 6 years later in 1996, which seems to hint at a second presidency for Obama. November 19th, 2023, will be exactly 332 months after the second release of the movie Arachnophobia. The 322nd word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance is the word literally, where it's the Greek word that means literally anathematize, put under a divine curse, anathema, to devote to destruction, declare or invoke anathema. This word describes the curse on the nation of the goat Antichrist curse of the billy goat cubs sign, for example. The curse is also the mark of the Antichrist that will destroy America. The plot of arachnophobia is that the invasive spiders threaten to destroy America. So this plot of this movie is completely is a stunning parallel with the times we are in. And the fact that it was released twice with a prophetic connection. Okay, so yeah, okay, I think you get it. The number 276 in the Bible appears in the context of a shipwreck. Harris's plane crash will be like a shipwreck. The Sands signs connected to the Titanic shipwreck and the wreckage of the Titan sub. Sands's body was discovered on the mountain, which is a high place. Again, Luke 10:18, and the word Bama means high place. Sands's body was discovered on the mountain 2,760 hours, which is the equivalent of 115 days, before the predicted shipwreck of Harris's plane from a high place on October 17th, 2023. That's amazing there too. Okay, because Sands connects to the shipwreck, right, of the Titanic, as we know, and the sub, and the discovery of Sands' body connects with the number that symbolizes shipwreck to the shipwreck of Harris's plane on October 17th. Okay, and again, that will be 117 days after the Titan sub wreckage at the bow of the Titanic shipwreck was discovered. Also, Sands was found on Mount Baldy, and Sands was balding during his career. Well, that's just a side note. Just like I mentioned before, it's uncanny that he was definitely known for going bald during his career. It's very, because he also had his hair long, which emphasized how he was going bald. Anyway, he was found on Mount Baldy. And the fact that he was found on Mount Baldy, by the way, confirms the date of his find as a sign. That's actually pretty relevant. It's a confirmation that the date that he was found on the mountain, his body, which was Mount Baldy, and the actor that was going bald was found there, okay? The connection between Sands and Harris's crash is also relevant because Harris's crash will point to the X across America and the mark of the Antichrist. Arachnophobia had a budget of $22 million, which symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. Sands, who starred in Arachnophobia, was also the warlock in a movie about divine curses. Arachnophobia was released a second time, exactly 332 months, before the second presidency of the Antichrist. And the word that's equivalent to 332 means divine curses. All right, hey guys, I thought I would just make this quick video here to explain the thoughts that are coming now regarding what has been happening here, including what happened on June 22nd. And I think this is just much easier than me typing it out. Plus, I can say far more than I could in an email. So anyway, first thing that's really interesting is that it's really fortunate that I read the discovery. The news came out as I was about to go to sleep last night here in Poland at this time zone. And fortunately, I did read the articles at that time before waiting until the next day because I can't find it anymore. But at the time, it was reported that there were 9 vessels, 9 sea vessels involved in the search and rescue that were now being disbanded after the statement from the Admiral for the U.S. Coast Guard. So anyway, it was 9 vessels, and that confirmed what was already known, which is that this date is connecting with exactly 9 weeks to Harris's crash. Okay, so again, as we know, 900 miles also confirms the 9 vessels and the 9 weeks. And what I didn't know until this morning is that the vessel was 9 feet wide and it's 2,300 pounds. And as we know, 9 and 23 pair together to confirm the signs and connections. Also, the story is about the cone, the tail cone of the submarine, the submersible, that was discovered 4 times 400 feet, 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic. That's amazing because, of course, the wreckage is found near the wreckage of the Titanic, which confirms that all of this is the same sign. The sinking of the Titanic is, in fact, part of the purpose of it is to point to this sign or vice versa. And so anyway, that's 4 times 400, which hints at 44, and that pairs with 9 to confirm the signs and connections. Also, it was 5 men and 4 hours of oxygen, which gives us another 9, as we know, because we've known this since the 54th Regiment. 5 and 4 is a hint at 9. That's why the date 5-4 in 2023, a pairing of 9 and 23, for example. So that also pairs this 9 weeks. All right, it was an implosion. And it didn't have to have been, well, I guess it couldn't have not been this date, because apparently the news is that the Navy knew all along that it was likely an implosion. And so, well, no, then again, the wreckage was discovered on this date. It didn't have to be discovered on this date that we were expecting ahead of time, which just happens to be the expiration date for the oxygen. But we have known about 622 since June 1st. And this big sign of big signs occurred on this date, and so that's amazing in itself. And the wreckage didn't have to have been discovered on this date, and it was. And so that's all confirmation, too, of the relevance of all of this. So the wreckage was found exactly 9 weeks, and it's due to an implosion, which is hinting at the explosion of Harris's engine. I believe her engine will explode, whether it's from a bird strike or lightning. That will be the case. And so, as was explained in the email that I just sent, the big sign of all is the words of James Cameron, and I won't repeat it because obviously I just copy and pasted it into the other email anyway. So, but he's essentially saying that, he's drawing a parallel between the wreckage of the Titanic and how the captain didn't heed the warnings of the icebergs and the apparently numerous warnings for the owner of the Ocean Gate sub to get his operation certified and in line with what is considered to be safety standards in this field, which he didn't heed. From all of the statements and the news coming out about the owner, he was quite arrogant about safety standards, and it's just like the captain of the Titanic. And so that's amazing. And the reason for this, and the reason for James Cameron and his life, is for this purpose. And he's had quite the life, James Cameron, and he has been involved in a number of movies that I didn't put together until now, that are prophetic, including a couple about aliens, the Abyss, and the movie Aliens, which is definitely a movie God has used. I'm quite surprised that this date doesn't connect to November 11th, though, given that James Cameron hints at aliens. All right, this section of this video, this diagram explanation, I originally made for some friends, intended to briefly explain what had happened, and I hadn't planned on making it part of the video. I thought I would maybe make a better diagram, a more neat diagram, but I think it needs to remain the way it is, because the diagram really couldn't be made much clearer anyway. There's just too much going on, but I think the explanation is good enough, and is good enough to explain this diagram, even though it looks a little bit messy. Okay, that aside, what I just realized, or what I've learned since then, since the time that I produced this, which was back in June, is that James Cameron, in fact, really is this James Cameron prophetic sign on June 22nd, 2023 is in fact a massive sign that is confirmation that the beginning of the alien deception, which is demons pretending to be aliens, will be on November 11th, the date 11/11. The connection here from June 22nd and this extremely important James Cameron sign is 142 days. Now, I didn't recognize that before, but 142 is the 47th semi-prime number. God uses prime numbers and semi-prime numbers, and I know this because I've been studying God's big picture of science for more than full-time hours from morning until night for 6 years. And the number 47 couldn't be more relevant to the alien deception. What I am saying is that God is using the number 47 as symbolism for the alien deception. And so the fact that this connects with 142 days, and 142 is the 47th semi-prime number. And by the way, a semi-prime number is a number that is only divisible by two other prime numbers. The fact that it connects with the 47th semi-prime number is so amazing, because the reason why the number 47 is symbolic of the alien deception, or one reason, is that the Roswell incident occurred in 1947. Not only that, it occurred in the 47th state to join the Union, New Mexico. Not only that, it occurred on July 4th, which written in the rest of the world is 4/7, which hints at 47. But not only that, the date 4/7 or 7/4, July 4th, and the year 47, 1947, so the date 7/4 in 47 gives us a pairing of 47, right? And 47 hints at 4 plus 7 equals 11. And the date of the predicted beginning of the alien deception will be the date 11/11. In other words, the date of Roswell, in fact, hints at the date 11/11 in 2023, the date of the kickoff event, if you will, of the alien deception. And also, there's an eclipse coming up. Just another example of the number 47 here. There's an eclipse coming up. And by the way, the number 11, as I have explained many times in other videos, if I haven't explained it in this video, is the number 11 is symbolic of God's promises of blessings and curses that God gave to the Israelites before they crossed into the promised land. And the alien deception will be a fulfillment of God's promise of judgment when the nation departs from God. So, the eclipse that will cross over America on October 14th, 2023, is designed by God to cross over Roswell, New Mexico in the 47th state. And the path of totality of the eclipse will cross over Roswell in the 47th state, and it will exit the U.S. in the 28th state. And 28 is 4 times 7, which hints at 47. And it will exit at Corpus Christi, which is symbolic. It means in Latin the body of Christ. And that's what the alien deception is for. It is judgment for the quote-unquote Christians, the vast majority of which today believe that, or would say that they are open-minded to the existence of aliens, which means they aren't Christians. It means they don't have a biblical worldview, or rather, a solid biblical worldview. They kind of have a biblical worldview. They kind of believe. But if they really believed, they would know that it's impossible for there to be aliens. And therefore they are demons. But they don't think, furthermore, they don't think in terms of demons because they kind of have a biblical worldview. They're not really engaged with the spiritual war that we are in, right? And that's why the alien deception is a test of faith. Because if you have a biblical worldview, you know that man is the center of God's creation and the earth is the center of the universe. We aren't an animal among other animals, first of all, and we aren't a species that's intelligent among other species that are intelligent. That's not the Bible anyway. And that's not Christ. God became a man and died for the sin of man and conquered death for man. And we can become like Christ, who is a man. And God didn't become an alien and hopscotch around the world and do the same thing on other planets as an alien. So how can you believe in Christ if you believe in aliens? Right? There's no mention of aliens. There's no mention of God dying for the sin as a man, but also for other aliens. That's absurd. And so anyway, it's a judgment warning for the quote-unquote Christians, just as the end times is in general, and the Antichrist is for the purpose of testing the faith of quote-unquote Christians. But that's why, anyway, the eclipse will exit at Corpus Christi. But the point is here that James Cameron, the big movie that he made, the movie Aliens is not just a movie or a sci-fi movie about aliens. It is one of the biggest movies in history in cinema. It's not just a horror movie. It's one of the biggest horror movies of all of history, and therefore it's not in the league of just a horror movie. It's a very important movie, in other words, and God has used it in his signs, just as he has the movie Titanic, and he has tied in James Cameron through the Titanic on this date, June 22nd, which connects with the 47th prime number, which is the number that God is using to hint at the alien deception. It does connect to the day Obama will become the president and Michelle Obama the president. But that is another story. And so anyway, the thing is that his movie, The Titanic, won a record 11 Academy Awards, which tied the record with two other movies, Ben-Hur and Return of the King, the Lord of the Rings movie, which God has used in his signs to hint at the return of the King of Kings. And Ben-Hur is about the first coming. So this is amazing, and that's why James Cameron has been to the Titanic in a sub 33 times, which hints at the age at which Christ was crucified at the age of 33. Furthermore, it is 3 movies that won 11 Academy Awards, which hints at 3 times 11 equals 33, which is all amazing. Harris will die near the I-55 highway, which is why there were 5 men. And that gets us, I guess, to the beginning of these other connections here, which is this date is exactly 50 weeks after this event in which the jet, the F-18E, was blown off of the deck of the USS Truman, which I had previously thought to be a sign that would be related to the coming dirty bomb explosion or nuclear bombs because of Truman. But this is a deep ocean sign, and this Curve sub, which was involved in this search and rescue effort, was the sub that retrieved the F-18 from the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. And 50 weeks hints at 5, or rather it's confirmed with the 5. And 5 men. And let's see, it was F-18E. E is the 5th letter. So that also is confirmation of the 50 weeks. And furthermore, God's signs regarding judgment for America are also signs regarding judgment for the American church. The two are really not inseparable. In fact, and the more I learn, in fact, this is another thing, but actually I'll leave it out. I'm learning more about eschatology and theology at this time. And it's in line with what we are seeing, which is that the judgment is for Christian nations. The judgment is on America specifically, God's Gentile nation, which is symbolized by his church, but this I'm sure will be controversial for you, but it's overwhelmingly supported by Scripture. The sheep in the parable of the sheep and the goats is not Christians, and the goats are not unbelievers. And furthermore, the context supports that. If you read in the other parables that precede that, including the wise and unwise virgins, that's all believers. And also the 10 bags of gold is regarding all believers. The nations that are gathered are actually the Christian nations in the parable of the sheep and the goats. Now, I say that even though that's controversial, and I don't want to turn anyone off here, but that aligns with the signs we are seeing. They are mostly about America, and furthermore, there isn't enough time to really get the whole world knowing that Jesus is the Lord. The Lord isn't judging the whole world at this time. It's judgment on the Christian nations that have known Jesus. That's why the goats are talking as if they know the Lord in that parable. Anyway, the point for bringing that up is that it does align with what we are seeing in the prophetic signs. If you're interested, let me know, and I'll send you some articles that talk about this eschatology more. Furthermore, it was what the early church believed before Augustine corrupted this, as he corrupted much of the other doctrines of the church today. So, it's so extremely interesting. In other words, the binary eschatology isn't correct. There are three groups. Those that pass from life to death, or from death to life, and those that, there are three groups. I'll just leave it at that. And so this, in turn, is exactly 120 weeks, which is Noah's flood symbolism, and that's what, a craft at the bottom of the ocean hints at also. To the day that this earthquake at the bottom of the ocean off the coast of South Africa occurred. It was a 5 something, which pairs with the 5 again. But, I didn't realize this. 5 times 3 is 15, and the 15th triangular number is 120. Very cool. Anyway, this was the day of the sign of Jonah, sign which was when Brother Philip Blair began his 10 cities in 10 days, preaching in the cities, in the empty streets, dressed in sackcloth. If you recall, I've explained this sign many times. It was a sign of Jonah. And Jonah was in the deep. He was in the bottom of the ocean. And he died, by the way. Which brings us back to that eschatology I was just talking about. For you cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas, and the flood surrounded me, and all your waves and your billows passed over me. Then I said, I am driven away from your sight. Yet I shall look upon your holy temple. The waters closed in on me to take my life. He lost his life. He wasn't alive inside the whale. The deep surrounded me. Weeds were wrapped around my head, and at the roots of the mountains, I went down to the land whose bars closed upon me forever. Yet you brought up my life from the pit. And Lord, my God, when all my life was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to you in your holy temple. Those who pay regard to vain idols forsake their hope of steadfast love. But I, with the voice of thanksgiving, will sacrifice to you what I have vowed I will pay. Salvation belongs to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah out upon the dry land. So Jonah was in the pit. This wasn't just the pit of the whale or the pit of the seas. He was in the pit, as in Sheol. And that which I forgot to write into the email, is what is also being hinted at with this prophetic sign at the bottom of the ocean next to the graveyard, which is the Titanic. This is a massive sign pointing to hell. This is Sheol that we are looking at here with this Titanic sign. In fact, Ocean Gate is the gate to hell. That's what this is all. That's what all of this is. This is a big warning for the Christian nations that are specifically about going to hell here, because they knew Lord and still rejected him, right? Okay, so anyway, I don't want to get into too much more theology here because I'm sure that's very controversial. It took me a while to realize this is the truth, and I'm sure it will for you as well. So anyway, this sign here, the sign of Jonah, is in turn exactly 390 days, which we know hints at the return, 390th word, after the day that the man was inside the whale off the coast of South Africa, who has a son named Jonah. Okay, this is a second witness. This 120 weeks and 50 weeks is also exactly 170 weeks, which is 1,190 days, which hints at 9/11. That's a second witness to these connections here. And let's see. Oh, by the way, up here, as I just explained, 150 days, 3,600 hours, 216,000 minutes to Obama, 144 days to Michelle Obama, 47th president. I believe these are the two dates, and that's quite something that this would connect to both of these dates. How many dates could you do that with? Have one date connect to both of them prophetically like that. Okay. So we have all of these under the sea signs here, which is all confirmation of the pit as well, because Jonah is about the pit. It's about Sheol. It's about going to Sheol. Okay. Let's see. So the 5 men hints at the 55 months and 5 days to this sign. And this sign was also about the detected sound of the implosion, which was this Argentine submarine. This was the announcement. This date was also an announcement from the U.S. Coast Guard. This was the official announcement from Argentine authorities on this date, which was predicted ahead of time. It was the 44 sailors sign. It was exactly 44 weeks. This detection was from the International Atomic Something Agency that detects nuclear explosions under the sea. And this was the day of the false missile alert in Hawaii, where the 44th president grew up. Okay, so 36 days, which hints at 666, was the Titanic signs, the images, which was the 50th anniversary of the beginning of the Watergate hearings, which connects to the Ocean Gate sign here. So that's finally come into picture, because I don't think this sign here connected, or did it? I forget. Did it connect directly to the date it went lost on 6/18? Perhaps it did, because that would have been 4 weeks and 4 days, 32 days. So yes, it did. It connected to both dates. All right, so 144 days back is the date 4/4. Sorry, this is 444 days, the date 4/4. So I was thinking that this would be the peak of the stock market, or the beginning of the decline. But so what happened? God was pointing to this date for sure through these signs that were about, for example, the barge going over Niagara Falls. So it wasn't correct. This wasn't the peak of the stock market, but nonetheless, these are valid because this 4/4 date connected with 444 days. This is a barge on a body of water about to go over Niagara Falls, which is symbolic of Noah's flood. And so is all of this judgment, destruction symbolism here, and the deep water with the boat, the submersible, the ship. So this is absolutely astounding still. Like I knew at the time, like it was known at the time, this would be an astounding connection, and it certainly was confirmation of this predicted 444 days connection. The other Niagara barge sign was exactly 190 weeks, which, by the way, it has now been learned that 19 weeks is 133 days, which I knew before, but it's the 44th semi-prime number. And so 190 weeks is 1,330, which also hints at 133, which is the 44th semi-prime number. And 133 hints at 3 divided by 13, which is 0.230, which is pairing of 23 and 44 to confirm the prophetic relevance of this, and also 190 weeks and 19 weeks. Anyway, so there we have this boat again connected with the barge on the Niagara River. Now the peak of the all-time peak of the stock market, it was connected with 17 months and 17 days, and I believed that that was valid. And this is a sinking sign. It is a drop from a height. And so, like, without a doubt, because the whole story is about how deep the wreck is. And to get to the wreck, you have to fall to the, well, if your vessel is inoperable, you're falling to the depth of the ocean, right? So anyway, I still believe this is valid. And so anyway, there you have that connection there. But what's also valid too is this 19 months and 19 days connection, because this 9 weeks is 2 months and 2 days. So, but what also makes this valid is that this connects with, because this was the day of the stock market peak, which was 36,952, and 36,952 days back was the day of a boat sign, which was in the U.S. territory of the Philippines, the boat that capsized after it was attempting to anchor, which, by the way, hints at Cape Cod, which so does this sign hint at, the anchoring of the Mayflower at Cape Cod after the 66 days of crossing the Atlantic. It capsized as it was attempting to anchor, and then 44 people died, mostly due to being eaten by sharks. So 44 is a confirmation of the relevance of this. Was the date 11 times 4 equals 44, and on, as was explained before. So one last thing, though, is that this implosion is also hinting at the explosion that's coming on the surface of the sun exactly 4 plus 4 months later. And so that's a hint at 44, which is confirmed in numerous ways here, including the 4 times 400 feet that the wreckage was found from the bow of the Titanic wreckage. It was 4 days of oxygen. And the 44 obviously pairs with the 9s here to confirm this connection as well. So, also it is 9 months and 17 days, which is a connection God uses to hint at a pairing of 9 and 17, obviously. President from 2009 until 2017, who will be the 48th president. That's what the date 48 hints at, which is the day of the eclipse. So if this is valid, I think it is, because, well, first of all, we connect with the barge, which is Niagara Falls symbolism, and the last verse of the account of the flood is 9:17, which regards the sign regarding judgment, the rainbow. Obama is the rainbow president. And so I think this is valid because of this connection to this deep water sign. All right. In this diagram, there is some truly amazing and profound information. God has tied a lot of things together here, and God did not finish with this story regarding the Apple Store crash and the Titanic sub and all of the related signs. In fact, the trail goes on to June 30th, which I will explain. It is truly amazing. First, though, just an apology here. that this is a rough sketch, I thought about making it into some kind of colorful, nice looking, with a ruler and everything, nice looking diagram. But there's just too much information. And furthermore, if you've made it this far into this video, I have your attention anyway. And so I'm just going to go through the information, and if my handwriting, for example, isn't legible, I'll explain it and it will make sense. That's the plan anyway. I think it's better than me trying to put all this into, it wouldn't be possible anyway, to make this put this onto another piece of paper that is 8 by 11, this size of paper, to fit all of this into one piece of paper. It wouldn't make it that much clearer anyway. So let's begin with, why don't we start with what happened on June 30th? So we have been talking about the connection that God has been demonstrating through the crash of the 4Runner, the Toyota 4Runner, into the Apple Store on the 402nd anniversary of when the Mayflower anchored off of Cape Cod. So I'll assume that you have watched the video up to this point. I have to remember that I've explained a lot already, so I won't need to explain everything from the beginning again. So I'll just assume that you know a lot of things. So we are talking about Apple, as we know, on June 30th, which, by the way, in itself is Antichrist symbolism. This date was known ahead of time, that God would be pointing to it since March, and that it would be a very important date. In fact, I don't have it listed here in this diagram, the original reason for knowing about June 30th, which is that this was the date of the release of the Indiana Jones movie, the new Indiana Jones 5 movie with Harrison Ford. And as we know, God is using Harrison Ford in his signs to point to the plane crash of Kamala Harris, because Harrison Ford is famous for playing roles as a pilot in movies, and also he is known for his aviation hobby. For example, also he is a spokesman for the aviation community, and he narrated the IMAX movie Age of Airplanes, and he is also well known, infamous for his aviation mishaps. Anyway, also Indiana Jones hints at Kamala Harris as well in her aviation mishap, because she is of Indian descent. Furthermore, the second Indiana Jones movie begins with Indiana Jones crashing his airplane, the opening scene, into a mountain in India. All right. Well, anyway, that's not even listed here. But on this day also, Apple finally closed, and I say finally for a reason, but it closed above $3 trillion in market capitalization. It's the first U.S. company to do this, to reach $3 trillion in capitalization. And the story for the preceding days had been that Apple needed to close above 190.73, which is a prophetic number. But it didn't close at this number on this day. The news story was regarded how it needed to close above this number. And so that's why this number is relevant in this case. And 190 hints at the number 19, which is symbolic of God's perfect judgment. From the Bible, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment, and the number 10 symbolizes God's perfect order. 10 plus 9 equals 19 equals God's perfect judgment. Also, the 19th triangular number is 190. So 190 hints at 19 in two different ways. The number 73 is also symbolic of God's judgment because it hints at 3 sets of 7. And there were a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed on the ancient city of Jericho in the Bible. And 73 is the 21st prime number, and 21 is also a number that symbolizes 3 sets of 7. Okay, so this is the big story here of this day, this big sign. All right, now I'll come back to this a little later, but the baseball player Luis Arraez, which we have talked about already in this video, his batting average closed on this day at 390, which is amazing because this is a very prophetic number. G 390 in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance is the word for return. The Apostle James quoted Amos 9:11 when it is said that in a prophecy that the Lord will return to rebuild his temple. Anyway, I've explained it many other times in other videos, how it is that 390 is very prophetic and symbolizes the return of Lord Jesus Christ. But Lewis, again, hints at St. Louis as well. And as I will explain, this date, 6/30, connects to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on October 17th, 2023. But I'm kind of jumping ahead there because we want to stick to this explanation first regarding Apple. Now, let's go back to this date here. Let's start here. This date was known ahead of time to be a very prophetic date, and it was predicted that Apple stock would make a peak, an intraday peak, an interim peak, not an all-time peak, but a significant peak. That was the prediction ahead of this date because this was the day that David Blaine was to fall from the sky in his ascension stunt. And David Blaine was born in the Big Apple on the date 4/4, which hints at the 44th president, in 1973, a very prophetic date, exactly 23 years after the date 4/4 in 1950, when the UN Trustee Council recommended that Jerusalem be made an international city, which is exactly what the Antichrist, the 44th president, will do or preside over. The big no-no that is against God's will in end times prophecy. David Blaine was born on the exact official date that the Twin Towers in New York City opened. And David Blaine is famous for holding the record for holding his breath underwater for 17 minutes and 4 seconds. This was live, or I don't know if it was live, but it was on the Oprah Winfrey Show. And I think it might have been live, though. But anyway, it was 17 minutes because the Twin Towers were hit 17 minutes apart. That's why the two planes struck the two towers 17 minutes apart. It was the big second witness because after the first plane struck the first tower, there was a lot of confusion as to whether it was an act of terrorism or an accident. But 17 minutes later, as the world watched live and in horror and shock as the second plane, for the whole world to see, struck the second tower. 17 minutes later, which was the second witness to confirm that it was an act of terrorism and an act of God, which is explained in other videos how that is the case. Many other times I've explained that. So anyway, that's why he held his breath for 17 minutes, but also he's born in the Big Apple, and he is compared with Harry Houdini, who is famous for being from Appleton, Wisconsin. And so that's why the Big Apple. Now, he fell from the sky, and in Western art, the fall of man, which is what was symbolized with David Blaine's fall from the sky, when he ascended into the sky using helium balloons and then skydived from 25,000 feet. And 25,000 is the main dimensional number mentioned 14 times. Oh, it's funny how you just discover these things as you're explaining it. So 14 days is the connection here, as I'm about to get to. But anyway, 25,000 is mentioned 14 times in the book of Ezekiel as being the main dimensional number of the rebuilt temple on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem that Lord Jesus Christ will dwell in the 1,000 years of the Messianic age of peace on earth. But that's very interesting. So 2 weeks, the 14 times is because he ascended to 25,000 feet. Anyway, as he ascended that's exactly when Apple made its peak. And then he fell, and that's when Apple fell. And that peak that Apple made on this day, September 2nd, wasn't surpassed by Apple until late December, when it made just a few days after into the new year. Oh, sorry, what am I thinking? That's 2022. Sorry. All right, so anyway, it was amazing to watch that happen, because that's exactly what I predicted. Now, exactly 2 weeks earlier was the day that Apple became the first U.S. company to reach $2 trillion in U.S. market capitalization. U.S. dollars, $2 trillion. So that's the reason for the 2 weeks connection. But what I just discovered, as you just heard, is that this 2 weeks is 14 days, and 14 times 25,000, he ascended to 25,000 feet. But 2 weeks is also symbolic of the end times period, because in the dream that Joseph interpreted from the king of Egypt, which is symbolic of the Antichrist king in the Bible, it was 2 sets of 7 years. The final 7 years of the 2 sets of 7 years was in the dream, symbolic of the end times. It's a prophetic foreshadow for the end times period, the symbolic 7 years, which, by the way, began in 2017. And the prediction being made in this video will prove that. That is the purpose of this prediction that is from God. The reason why God has given me a voice is to prove that we are already well inside the final symbolic 7 years. I know that will come to a surprise to many people, but that's the purpose of this prediction. Make no mistake. But this 14 days is also 336 hours, and that is also symbolic of the end times, because the 3 repeating numbers in the book of Revelation, 4, 7, and 12, when you multiply them together, it equals 336. But furthermore, G 336 is the word for to put to death. And so this is ultimately leading, as I'm explaining, to the death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist that is described in the book of Revelation. That said, this is the equivalent of 20,160 minutes, which hints at 216, which is 6 times 6 times 6. And the Antichrist, Barack Obama, was born on the 216th day of the calendar year, August 4th. Okay, so that is amazing confirmation of the validity of this 2 weeks connection from the 2 trillion between these 2 Apple stock signs. Okay, now, the day that Apple was the first U.S. company to reach 2 trillion was 151 days after it was first learned and announced that Apple would be donating 2 million MASKSs. All right, now 151 is the 36th prime number, and that is a number that God uses in his signs as symbolism for 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. This is because 36 hints at 3 sixes. It is also 6 times 6, and 2 times 18, and 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And also the 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way up to 36, equals 666. And so that's why this is an Antichrist connection. The reason for the Antichrist connections here, by the way, is that the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, described in Bible prophecy, which if one takes, they will go to hell. However, that said, it isn't said anywhere that one cannot repent, and that is the case. You can repent, but you need to know that you will go to hell if you take the mark of the Antichrist and don't repent. And the the mark of the Antichrist is the thing. 22 symbolizes that because the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist, described in Ezekiel chapter 9, would have been the Tav mark, and the Tav letter in the Hebrew alphabet is the last letter in the alphabet and the 22nd letter. The mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, the book of Revelation, which is the 22nd out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. So that's why 2 million masks connects to $2 trillion. All right, now, one last thing here before I pause and begin. Well, let me just say this. The announcement came, the news of this came through the 48th Vice President, Mike Pence. On this date, he announced that Apple would be donating 2 million masks. All right, now, so that it was learned in a press conference when Mike Pence said this. He was the guy in charge of the you-know-what task team to deal with the crisis, right? So anyway, he's the 48th vice president, and this is because this hints at the 48th president, the Antichrist, Barack Obama, who will become the Antichrist and replace Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama and Joe Biden after Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. But this is why this date here is exactly 32 months to this date here, which was the day that Bradley Rain crashed his 4Runner SUV, pickup truck, into the Apple store and injured 22 people. Okay, so 22 injured, connects to the 2 million masks, etc. And as was explained earlier, Apple store, Apple itself is symbolic of the image of the beast. The image of the beast is part of the mark of the beast, the mark of the Antichrist. So that's the relevant, because the image of the beast that John is describing that speaks an undecipherable language, which is computer code, the image of the beast is the internet and smartphones. This is what is being spoken of with the image of the beast. And the prediction being made in this video proves this. This is the purpose of this prediction. Make no mistake. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction. All right. So that's why all of this is. That's the purpose of all of this. Okay. The Apple Store and the connection with Apple, and why the number 22 is coming up with Apple. That's the reason. But 32 exact months is 4 times 8 months, which hints at the 48th president, and that is confirmed because it connects with the 48th vice president. And that is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And that's what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and what makes what is being explained on this channel different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And so what confirms this 32 months, which is 4 times 8 months, which hints at 48, is that it connects with the 48th vice president. But we have another witness, because the 32nd prime number is 131, and 131 is a number God uses in his signs to point to G131, the 131st word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance, which is the word for blood disease, which is what one gets once they have taken the mark of the Antichrist, the thing, right? So, the snake bite. And speaking of snake bite, it's the serpent that tempts Eve with the forbidden fruit, which in Western art is depicted by an apple. That's also the reason for all of this, right? The apple is in fact also hinting at, I'm talking about the fall of man and the apple symbolism here, not the Apple Store or the Apple Company, but the apple in the Blaine fall from the sky is also hinting at the mark of the Antichrist, because it hints at the forbidden thing. And well, through all of this, we are talking about the mark of the Antichrist through the numbers, the connections with the number 22, including 2 weeks to 2 trillion, for example. Okay. All right. Now, speaking of 131, from Blaine's fall in tandem with the decline in Apple stock, is 1,031 days to the day that Apple reached 3 trillion, closed above 3 trillion. And 1,031 days is another hint at 131. So again, Apple is hinting at the mark of the Antichrist, which gives people blood disease. And then if we add the 1,331 days, we get June 30th. Okay. Now, the most central prophecy in the Bible is the 70 weeks prophecy in Daniel chapter 9. So much of Christianity is tied up within that one prophecy, which is only a few verses long. Okay, and it is called the 70 weeks prophecy, which is why God uses 70 weeks connections. I'll just say that the 70th week of the 70 weeks in the prophecy is the symbolic period of the end times and the period of the Antichrist's rule. And so from the day that, and by the way, at the time, I predicted that this date would eventually connect directly to the peak of the all-time peak of the stock market. Makes sense, right? Because Blaine falling from the sky-high levels was symbolic of the stock market falling from sky-high levels. The biggest, baddest bubble in all of history, the stock market. Anyway, it peaked, and that's exactly what happened 70 weeks later. All right. Unfortunately, I didn't predict this ahead of time. I could have, because I knew at that time that would be the case, but I was paying attention to other things at this time and didn't pick up on this 70 weeks connection. But Apple, what is interesting here is that, and this is part of the news story here, all of the news stories mention how Apple has made 3 trillion before, but the stock didn't close above. In other words, it reached 3 trillion during the day, and then the stock declined in the remainder of the day, and by the time that the stock market closed, Apple was no longer above 3 trillion. There were 2 days in which it did that, January 3rd and January 4th, 2022. And the S&P 500 stock market index made its peak on this day. So, all right, so that's why this is relevant here in regards to Apple and 3 trillion. Getting from 2 trillion to 3 trillion with this astounding direct connection, because it's 2 times 7 days. Furthermore, I just realized this. Wait a second. I just discovered another thing. So this 70 weeks and 2 sets of 7 is also an exact parallel, an uncanny parallel with the 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua. Because even in that 3 sets of 7, it is in fact a 7 and then 2 sets of 7. Because on the 7th day, the Hebrews marched around 7 times, while 7 priests blew 7 trumpets. Prior to that, they marched 7 times, once per day, for 7 days. So the first 7 days is the 7, and then the 7 times 7 days on the 7th day, with the 7 priests blowing 7 trumpets. That's a 7 and 2 times 7. Furthermore, that's the Omer count from Passover to Pentecost. The week preceding, symbolically, because it's different every year, of course, if you know what I'm talking about, to the Feast of First Fruits, and then 7 times 7 days. 7 days followed by 7 times 7 days is the Omer count. And the Omer count is a parallel with the book of Joshua, because the timing of the events in the book of Joshua parallel the Omer count. But that's another subject also. So anyway, this connects the 2 trillion to 3 trillion, which gives us 2 and 3, which is why we have the number 23, which in other words is a second witness to this following 23 weeks connection. And the reason why God uses 23 in his signs is not only that it is the 9th prime number and 9 symbolizes God's judgment, And the 23rd word in Greek, the Greek concordance is the word for to be indignant, moved to indignation, to be very displeased. Another word, in other words, symbolizing judgment. But Jesus said to Peter that the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. And the Antichrist, the basketball president, wore jersey 23 in high school, and he will be enforcing the mark of the Antichrist, which, if one takes, will be tantamount to denying Jesus. And so there you have the reason for 23. But anyway, the 23 is made up of 2 and 3, because it comes from the Gospel of Mark, when the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. Okay, so this date here, though, was also the day of what the media called the sneak attack winter storm, because prior to it, there had been balmy, unseasonably warm weather, but all of a sudden there was this drastic storm that dumped tons of snow over the mid-Atlantic, and Biden got stuck in his plane for 30 minutes on the tarmac. But it was a sneak attack, and that's because the Antichrist will make his sneak attack through Joe Biden. After Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, the Antichrist will become the president again. Okay, and there was thunder, snow, and Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning and thunder, or lightning from heaven. And the word Barak in Hebrew means lightning. Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven, actually. And so that's why the thunder, snow, sneak attack storm that trapped Biden in the plane. It was a hint at Kamala Harris. This was also the day of the prophetic King of the North sign, which is explained in the must-watch Jeopardy prophecy video, which is about the death of Alex Trebek and how his death is a major prophetic sign, the host of Jeopardy. But anyway, this was the day of the Pittsburgh Steelers sign, the plane that crashed on 9/11 in the field 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh, which is why Alex Trebek died at the age of 80 years old, and he hosted the gubernatorial debate between the 2 candidates in the 2018 election. He was the moderator in Pennsylvania, and it was a disaster, and he apologized for it. It was a big news thing for him. Anyway, he died at 80 years old. It was exactly 80 months after the disappearance of the flight, the Malaysian airline flight into the Indian Ocean. But anyway, it was 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh, which is where the quarterback plays, and that Flight 93 killed 44 people, which hinted at the 44th president. But anyway, I'm just scratching the surface of all of the prophetic significance of that. So you need to watch the Jeopardy, and believe me, I am just scratching the surface. That's an amazing video. Make sure you watch that. All right, so I think we're moving on here. Exactly 23 weeks, which is almost exactly 44% of a year. And God pairs certain numbers together to confirm the signs and connections. As I just explained, that's how God develops his true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. And so the reason for the pairing of 23 and 44 is that the Antichrist 44th president wore jersey number 23 when he played basketball in high school, the basketball president, and he will become the president again in 2023. It's exactly, and God uses frequently 23 weeks connections. It's exactly 23 weeks from this sneak attack Biden plane sign to the day of this prophetic weather events. This was the day that the national park Yellowstone in the 44th state on the 44th parallel. Well, the Yellowstone caldera anyway is on the 44th parallel in the 44th state, and Yellowstone National Park was closed down to the once in whatever 100 years flooding, a rare flooding event that damaged roads, etc. This was on the same day as the prophetic tornado warning in downtown Chicago, where Barack Obama is from, which is also where the GOAT, greatest of all time, GOAT being symbolic of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, the GOAT of basketball, Michael Jordan, who wore jersey number 23, Michael hints at Michelle. Michelle will be the president. Then she will step aside and let Barack Obama be the president. Anyway, that's why Chicago there. And the 44th president is from Chicago, and that was on the same day as the sign in the 44th state on the 44th parallel, which confirmed this as a sign, and then also confirms these two 23 weeks connections on either side and the 44% of a year, which also gets us to this date that Bradley Rain crashed his Forerunner into the Apple store, injuring 22 people, but killing and injuring a total of 23 people, which is a confirmation of the 23 weeks connection right here. All right. Now, so just to finish off this top part of this diagram before we get into some more really amazing information, this day that Luis Reyes batted 390, and Apple closed above 3 trillion for the first time, or making it a market cap of $3 trillion. Okay, this was 222 days after 22 people were injured, and which was explained already in this video, the day that Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty to injuring 22 people was exactly 22 weeks after the crash into the Apple store, and again, injuring 22 people. And again, Apple is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist and the image of the mark of the Antichrist, the image of the beast that will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, the internet and smartphones. That's why the exact 22 weeks and this 222 days connection. This is amazing. These are two Apple signs, and they both connect back to the Apple Store crash with these 220, a series of twos. All right? Because again, the number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. But this 222 days is also 7 months and 9 days, which hints at 79, the 22nd prime number, which is another second witness to confirmation to this 222 days connection, which is a second witness to this 22 weeks connection. Also, as I will explain, this date is connecting to the date that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis, the area code for which is 314, which hints at pi, which is what is used to calculate eclipses. And St. Louis was one of the major cities that the eclipse passed over. This 222 days connection, which is 7 months and 9 days, is also 31 weeks and 4 days. And so that's why the reason for this is because this in turn will connect to the day that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis, the area code for which is 314. So let's go there. This date here, again, that's this June 30th date, which again, by the way, I don't think I mentioned, I think I did at the beginning, it hints at 3 6s. And also 3 times 6, 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. Anyway, so it is 109 days to October 17th, the date that it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. This 109 days is relevant because it hints at 19, which is the number that symbolizes God's judgment, perfect judgment, as I mentioned earlier. By the way, it also symbolizes 9/11, because through the 9/11 events, God was pointing to Isaiah 9:10, and 19 is 9 plus 10. And it's explained many other times why and how God pointed to Isaiah 9:10. And so I won't explain it again here. But anyway, this 109 days is relevant because the goal, as the media was talking about, was for Apple to close above 190.73. That 190 hints at the 19, because again, 190 hints at 19, as I explained earlier. And again, 190 is the 19th triangular number. So this is an amazing connection, in other words. Okay? What I didn't mention earlier is that Lewis, because Kamala Harris will die in St. Louis, he reached he batted 390 on this day for the season. And as you recall, that's relevant because of the 400 earlier on this date here, which I explained earlier in the video. But it was against the Braves, the Atlanta Braves. Now, Atlanta is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist because that's the home of the quasi-military organization, you know what I'm talking about, that was responsible for outbreaks of things, right? You know what I'm talking about. And also, the home run king, player number 44, took the mark of the Antichrist in Atlanta at the behest of the organization that I'm talking about for publicity sake. Anyway, he took it 6 + 6 + 6 days after the first day of the after he died 6 + 6 + 6 days after he took it, which was the first day of the 117th Congress. But anyway, the Braves symbolize number 44. In God's signs, the Braves symbolize number 44. They won the 117th World Series exactly 9 months and 11 days, which hints at 9/11, after Hank Aaron died, player number 44, who, by the way, died exactly 444 weeks after the Batman movie massacre and the shooting. And that's also symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, the shooting, if you know what I'm talking about, things that go inside people, right? Which was in turn, and it was the Dark Knight Rises movie. That was exactly 42 months, 7 times in Bible prophecy. A period of 42 months is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist's rule. It was exactly 42 months after the inauguration of the 44th president and his rise. The Dark Knight Rises, his inauguration was exactly 42 months before that, and that was 444 weeks before player 44 died, the home run king, which is the Antichrist king. And that was 9 months and 11 days before the 117th World Series was won by the Braves, because Hank Aaron played his career with the Braves. And anyway, that's explained in other videos. So moving on, this was 4 + 4 days. That's the reason for going into this which hints at 44 as well. That was 4 + 4 days after this big climactic day of the news of the fate of the Titanic sub, one of the main themes of this video, okay? And it was discovered 4 × 400, which is at 44 feet. The wreckage of the sub was discovered 4 × 400 feet from the wreckage of the Titanic, the bow of the Titanic. In other words, that's why it was for the purpose of pointing to 4 × 400 and identifying the Antichrist, the 44th president. This was 400 miles from St. John's, Newfoundland, and that hints at the Mayflower 400 years ago that God is pointing to, the spiritual founding of America in God. Now, the sub was discovered 900 miles from Cape Cod, where the Mayflower anchored, and 1,300 feet below the surface of the ocean, which hints at 9 × 13 = 117. Right? I just explained 117 connected to Hank Aaron, the 117th Congress, the 117th World Series. And the 117th Congress began at the time of the beginning of the mark of the Antichrist, right? So it's 117 days because that's what 9 × 13 hints at, or it is 117, but 117 hints at 9 × 13. This is an astounding connection. Not only this, though, because this is all about the 900 miles from Cape Cod and the 1,300 feet deep. In fact, specifically, it's 12,600 feet, which also hints at the Antichrist, because that hints at 1,260, and 42 months is 1,260 days in a biblical year, which is 12 months made up of 30 days each. 3.5 years. But anyway, so 9 × 13 = 117. We have 117 days connection from this. Oh, well, of course. This was the day of the 44th president speaking and moralizing about how people were paying too much attention to the rich white people on the Titanic sub instead of the poor immigrants that capsized off the coast of Greece in a boat. So that's in true vintage Obama style, hidden Marxism. The man is pure evil, and people gobble it up, like people clapping when he said it. He said it to, I don't know how many people. I should probably learn that. But it was to a big auditorium in Greece, which, by the way, was symbolic as I mentioned earlier, of democracy and him ending it. But the man is pure evil, and progressive liberalism is evil, pure evil. But it's so evil, that's why it's not recognized as evil. That's how evil it is. That's why. It's so insidious. You really need to have wisdom, and you need to know God to be able to recognize that progressive leftism is evil. And so is Barack Obama. Anyway, so he spoke on this day too. All right. So anyway, so 9 times 13 equals 117. And 117 days gets us to this October 17th date, which hints at 117. 10 and 17 hints at 117. So this is an amazing confirmation here of all of this. All right. Now, let's see. As I explained earlier, it was 900 miles. There was 9 vessels that were disbanded on this date. It was 900 miles from Cape Cod, and it was all about its connection to the Mayflower, which anchored off of Cape Cod, right? And so it was exactly 9 weeks to this date here, which this video is being made on July 1st. I'm recording this on July 1st anyway, this section of it. And this is what is known about this date is that it will be a date of a prophetic relevant sign. It's a step. It connects with 54 days, which hints at 9. It is a multiple of 9, but also 5 plus 4 equals 9. And this is a very relevant number because it hints at the 54th Massachusetts, speaking of Cape Cod, regiment, which is symbolic of the theme of life and the Bible, slavery and freedom. Barack Obama is the Marxist. It is collectivism, right? It's difficult to give them a word, and you don't want to just give out tropes regarding what the left is today. To call them communists or, it's not quite accurate. But what are they then? It's new, right? But it's just an incarnation of Marxism is what it is, though. It's an evolution of this disease of collectivism, right? Which inevitably puts minorities under oppression, because the good of the whole is what matters. The greater good is what matters. It's an insidious, seemingly good thing to dummies, unwise people on the surface, but it leads to inevitably oppression. And that's why what made America great is it's enshrined into its founding documents protection of minorities, which collectivism doesn't understand, does not compute, which is why all is lost on the left today. We've gone through a number of generations, and furthermore, the reason this experiment of democracy happened in the first place is because of biblical principles. All of the founders wrote about that. All of them, including the ones that you might think weren't very religious, they all nonetheless understood that this thing called democracy, this republic style of democracy, could not be maintained by any other people other than a moral religious people. That's all lost. We've got multiple generations now where this understanding and the dumbing down of society has been lost purposefully through the Marxists in the education system, and the socialists and the leftists, the liberals. Okay, anyway, what I was getting at here is that we've got this connection from Barack Obama and his words in Greece is moralizing to people, talking down to them like he always does, but he cloaks it so well. He's such a dragon, because the Bible prophecy says that this second of the two antichrists will speak like a dragon, the false prophet, which is exactly how Barack Obama, the man became a president because of his ability to deliver a speech and to speak lies and falsehoods and deception as if it was like truth. He's the brilliant orator and liar. He's on another level. He's way past Adolf Hitler in his ability to fool people. The unwise people, that is. Okay, sorry. I was getting a little... it looks like a 6 and a 1/8. I couldn't even read my own handwriting. Okay, so that's a G. That's G187. On this day, this is the amazing thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, is that on this day, and again, as has been explained, that's not in this diagram, earlier in this video, that everything, the trail of signs leads to this day that the Titanic sub was said to, oh, by the way, the Titanic sub had 5 people on board with 4 days of oxygen, which is further confirmation of this 54 days right here. Okay. But okay, so this was all about the connections from the Apple store, as I explained. That's the theme of this video. And it connected, the trail of signs led to this day. But this was also the day of an Apple sign, which hasn't been explained yet. Apple on this day closed at exactly 187. And it isn't a thing where the stock closes at an even 0.00. The odds of that technically are 1 in 100. But the odds of that and the number being an extremely prophetic and relevant number are, of course, astronomical. So it closed at 187.00 on this day, which in itself is an indicator of a sign, because not only is it a prophetically relevant number, but this date here was already known ahead of time to be the big day to expect such a sign, because it's all connecting with Apple. So you have to multiply, if you want to talk about finite math, you have to multiply that factor in 2. Now it's really, really astronomical. Uncalculable, in other words. I hope you got that. The atheists or the skeptics that are watching this, if you're still watching this, I commend you. But please use some common sense here. If I haven't explained it properly, please think about it yourself. We've got 1 in 100, a relevant number, but also it's relevant to Apple. Okay, so anyway. And it was the trail of signs leading to this date from the Apple signs. So the 187th word in Strong's Greek New Testament Concordance is the word, and only used one time, in the book of Revelation chapter 14, at the end of it, regarding the grapes that are thrown into God's winepress of his wrath. And the grapes are fully ripe. That's the word. It means fully ripe. It's referenced in context of the grapes that are trampled in the winepress of God's wrath. In other words, like I've been saying, this is the end of it. This is the end of the warning signs that have been going on for many years now. But it all is about America and God's Gentile nation that he has had his hand on throughout its history. It's almost chosen nation. And God is judging America. That's where I was going earlier, by the way. The founders knew it. But anyway, America is God's special land. And I will leave a link, if I remember, in the description box below to an interview with Eric Metaxas of Michael Medved and his book, which lists many, many truly amazing beyond words examples, countless examples of how God God's hand was supernaturally on an event in history. All right? Now, so this is the winepress of God's wrath we're talking about here. Revelation chapter 14. In other words, God's saying that, time is up. The 400 years since the Mayflower has passed, the grapes are going to be thrown into the winepress of God's wrath now. Okay? So okay, I just discovered this, so this is why I'm still so, in my voice, enthusiastic about it. Apple closed at this number on this day. All right? Now, so where should we go next? Okay. So let's just recap here. On June 19th, that was the day after the sub first went lost. But this was the day that Luis Arraez, or whatever you pronounce it, batted 400 after the first 73 games of the season. I explained the prophetic relevance of all of that earlier. Now, the thing is I hadn't earlier looked at the details within the actual game. But first, let's just round this off here. It's 66 days from this date, which hints at the 66 days that the Mayflower took to cross the Atlantic 400 years ago. That's why the batting 400. I explained that earlier. Okay, and that connects with the day Kamala Harris's plane will crash. Okay, but this date here connects with 120 days to this date here. Now, this is when I had to look into the details of the game to figure out why 120. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because I knew that it had to mean something, because it's from the Bible. God gave Noah the number 120 regarding the timing of the impending judgment of the flood destruction. All right, so how is 120 confirmed, though, with a second witness? Because that's how God's signs works. We need a second witness here to confirm this 120 days. We can't just connect the signs because it's a number from the Bible. Other people will do that sort of thing. But that's why I'm saying that God's true big picture of signs is only being explained on this channel. Now, 120 is the 15th triangular number. And 15 is the fifth prime number. Another reason why this is prophetic is that it's 3 months and 28 days, which hints at Daniel 3:28, which is the verse in the 3rd chapter of Daniel that symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. So that's that now we're starting to get a second witness here, because Kamala Harris, first of all, will crash near where the two eclipses will cross each other, which will engender an X, which will be symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. That alone is a second witness, okay? But let's return to the 120. In the game, because we're looking for either a 12 or a 15, right? Or 120. But the first run of the game was Lewis. Lewis scored. This guy Lewis, who was the prophetic sign, as we know, because he batted 400 on this day, he was the guy, the center of this day, but he was the first run to cross the plate when they scored 11 runs to 0, okay? This guy Soler, though, forget his first name, Jorge Soler, he is number 12. That's his jersey number. So there we go. That's the second witness in itself. That's enough, actually, but there's way more. Okay, so by the way, Lewis is number 3, and that connects with the Apple Store crash next to Pilgrim's Highway number 3, as explained, and that was 6 + 6 + 6 days after player number 3 in the World Series hit his home run. That's explained earlier, right? Well, all right, so Lewis went 5 for 5. So he scored the first run. He went 5 for 5. And the team, it was their 5th win in a row. So that's 3 5s. That's a confirmation for 15. And 120 is the 15th triangular number. That's another second witness. Furthermore, 5 for 5 is easily a hint at 5. And 15 is the fifth prime number, and the 15th triangular number is 120. That's enough right there. The fifth win, or 5 for 5. Either one of them could hint at 5, which hints at 15, which hints at 120. All right? Now, there's more to this, though. Lewis was the 9th run to score as well. He was the 9th run. He crossed the plate, the 9th player to do it. That's prophetic because the number 9 is the most important number in God's prophetic signs. As from the Bible, it symbolizes God's judgment. But he pairs 9 and 110 together to confirm the signs and connections to point to 9/11, the 110 stories that collapsed and engendered a small earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, which was named after the 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out, and Joshua, who led the Hebrews around the walls of security, died at the age of 110. This is explained many other times in other videos. So 9 and 110, God pairs together to confirm the signs and connections, and that's how his signs works. It works on the principle of second witnesses to confirm matters. The 9th run scored in the game in which they won 11-0 hints at 110. All right, so Lewis scored, but who batted him in? It was player number 5. Player number 5 had a hit that allowed Lewis to score the 9th run, which pairs with the score 11-0, which hints at 110. Furthermore, 11 and 9 pair together too, by the way, to hint at 9/11 also. Okay, so, but his name, a second witness to that, and his second witness is on top of second witnesses on top of second witnesses, his name is Birdie. B-E-R-D-I, which of course hints at bird, a birdie. And this connects to the day that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash due to a bird strike. Furthermore, the hitting of the ball is symbolic of a strike. Okay, so what else was there in this game? In the 9th inning, player number 11 for the Blue Jays. This was the Blue Jays. So this is more bird strike symbolism, okay? But player 11 for the Blue Jays in the 9th inning with the score at 11-0 hit his 100th hit. His 100th hit must be of the season. But that was part of the news story. I'm just forgetting. Obviously, it was... I doubt it was his 100th hit of his career. Maybe it was. Either way, it was his 100th hit. And the 100th semi-prime number is 314. A semi-prime number is only divisible by 2 other prime numbers, and God uses prime numbers. 314 is the 100th semi-prime number, and Kamala Harris will die to a bird strike in the city with the area code 314. 314. Oh, and Kamala Harris will die in St. Louis near the I-55. So all of these 5s here with the bird strikes and Lewis and the 314, this is all made for connecting with 120 days. In other words, it's made for connecting to the day that Kamala Harris will die in St. Louis due to a bird strike in the area code 314. All right, next to the I-55. The I-55 highway, which is again all the reason for the 5s, which hint at 120 as I explained. So there you have it. Okay. So it was his 3rd time in the season that Lewis had hit 5 hits in a game. It was an amazing, not only did he go for 5 for 5, which is amazing, but it was his 3rd time in the season that he went 5 for 5. And that hints at 3 times 5 equals 15. That's your amazing 15 confirmation right there too. That's, I think, 27th. Okay. So the team he plays for is the team from the 27th state, which hints at 9 plus 9 plus 9 equals judgment. And so does 120 hint at judgment. But it also hints at judgment for the church because 120 symbolizes the church. It was 120 that were waiting for the tongues of fire in the upper room on the first Pentecost of the church age. And the main theme in God's prophetic signs is judgment for the church. And so, anyway, I believe that finishes it off here. Now, this connection here, from the date it is predicted Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, it is 4 times 44 days. It's 176 days, which is 4 times 44, which hints at the 44th president, who will become the 48th president, which is why this number of days is the equivalent of 48% of a year. Also, 4 times 44 days is 4 plus 4 times 22. 22 is the number that symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. 4 plus 4 hints at the Antichrist, the 44th president. This is an amazing connection, in other words. And this connects to the day that Bradley Rain pleaded not guilty to injuring 22 people exactly 22 weeks after he injured 22 people on the 402nd anniversary of the Mayflower anchoring off the coast of Cape Cod. This date here is right here in this, that's the same connection right here. So in other words, this connects back like through all of this too, right? So that's the, one more thing here. This was the score 11-0. The hit was hitting the, compares with the 9s and all that. As I explained, well, so that would pair with the 11 days here to get us to this Lewis sign right here. So Lewis sign to Lewis sign. All right. When Apple closed above 3 trillion. And so there you have it. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video. And once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more. Don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.